Chapter 3868. I've always been the kind of person who reciprocates with peaches. That scarlet, firmament, golden flame is very important to me, and now that I've obtained it, I naturally won't forget your hard work. Du Rufung smiled at Yang Kai. How about it? Are you interested in coming? I don't dare say anything else, but I'm confident I can help you reach the third stage within 300 years. Yang Kai exclaimed, "Third stage splitting heavens!" The third stage splitting heavens could be said to be the greatest dream of a servant, but so far, no servant had been able to accomplish it. After all, condensing one's strength required far too many materials, and each one was extremely valuable. Servants simply couldn't save enough heaven-splitting pills. Of course, Yang Kai's goal was definitely not limited to the third stage, but as a servant, he naturally had to react as a servant should. Du Rufung nodded. I know you're lucky to have condensed wood element strength above the fourth stage, but you should know that this is just a moment of luck. Even if you have wood element strength above the fourth stage, without other high-grade materials, your future in splitting heavens will be limited. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. It's good that you understand. I'm just afraid you'll feel too good about yourself and have too high of an expectation. In the end, you'll achieve nothing. Many thanks for Master's kindness. Yang Kai cupped his fists, but Disciple has thought about it and feels it's better to work in the orchard for the time being. Why? Du Rufung was slightly stunned, not having expected Yang Kai to reject his proposal. After all, this was an irresistible temptation for any servant. First, Disciple has only been in the Fire Spirit Land for 3 months. Although I've made some contributions, I've also received a proper reward. If the other servants learn of this, they'll complain that Master is unfair. At that time, everyone will be impetuous, and taking care of the orchard will be delayed. Who would dare? Du Rufung sneered. Yang Kai said, Not openly, but privately, I don't know. Du Rufung pondered for a moment before nodding. Continue. Second, Disciple wants to temper himself in the orchard for a while. When the time is right, Disciple will submit to Master. At that time, no one will say anything, and Disciple will be able to help Master better. Unlike now, Disciple can only rely on Master's wings and achieve nothing. Du Rufung looked at Yang Kai. It's rare for you to have such a heart. Since that's the case, it's fine. When you've thought it through, you can come find me. Thank you, Master. After saying a few more words of encouragement to Yang Kai, Du Rufung continued to patrol the orchard. He had just found a way to make money, earning several thousand heaven-opening pills every month. Why would he go follow Du Rufung for no reason? If he really did, then this source of income would be cut off. Du Rufung had promised him that he would reach third-grade heaven opening within 300 years. The materials needed to reach third-grade heaven opening pills were only worth around 110,000 heaven opening pills. He could easily save up this amount in a few years, so why would he need Du Rufung's guarantee? The following days were very calm, but Yang Kai could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the orchard had become tense. Perhaps it was because the head steward was coming to inspect, but all the servants obediently stayed in their own territories, carefully taking care of the fruit trees, afraid that something would go wrong. Even Xiang Yong didn't dare to leave his territory. Zhou Zhang had probably given him some kind of order. When the time came, the orchard's restrictions were activated and everyone was forced to leave. Yang Kai didn't stop and went straight back to the servants' room. After waiting for a while, Old Fong and Dai Yu rushed over and went straight to the market square. In the market square, they were busy again, collecting the insects from the other 6 spirit lands. At night, in the hut in Yang Kai, just like last month, the 3 of them sat on the ground and divided the spoils. However, the harvest this time was much more than the last time. Last time, the representatives of the spiritual lands had their doubts and didn't dare to buy too many at once. Except for Yu Shiweping, who was full of courage, the others only bought 600 insects at most. However, after tasting the sweetness once, they didn't hesitate anymore. This time, they bought more than 12,000 insects from all over the spirit lands, including the insects they bought this month in the fire spirit lands. They had about 15,000 insects. After feeding the great general for a whole day and night, even with the great general's appetite, when he left Yang Kai, he was a little full. He walked unsteadily, as if he was drunk. After deducting the expenses, the income this month was nearly 10,000 opening heaven pills. According to the previous agreement, Old Fong and Dai Yu each took 10%, which was 1,000, and the remaining 8,000 went to Yang Kai. Old Fong's eyes were red, not from jealousy, but from excitement. He thought about how he had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for hundreds of years. Every time he used one, he had to be very careful, but now he was just sitting there and collecting money. He couldn't help but feel emotional and choke with emotion. Yang Kai laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Old Fong, why are you crying? This is just the beginning. The good days are still ahead." Old Fong wiped the corners of his eyes and said, "I'm crying. Why didn't you come to the fire spirit lands a few hundred years earlier? If you came earlier, this old man wouldn't have to work so hard to condense the second rank. If this old man condensed the fourth rank and advanced to the fourth rank, he would be able to open the heavens. Unfortunately, now that the tone has been set, there's no chance to change it. I wasn't even born a few hundred years ago." Yang Kai sneered, "And you're talking nonsense again. How rare are the fourth rank materials in the fire spirit lands? Even if you had enough opening heaven pills, you still wouldn't be able to buy them. You should be content if you could condense the second rank." Old Fong nodded. "That's true. I'm content. I'm content." His original goal was to condense the second rank and open the heavens. He had worked hard to accumulate opening heaven pills for this goal. So what was there to be dissatisfied with now? Dai Yu smiled from the side. "According to our current income, we only need 1 to 2 opening heaven pills to buy a set of materials. But we still can't compare with little brother Yang Kai." "Who can compare with him?" Old Fong smiled bitterly. When Yang Kai had received 5,000 opening heaven pills as a reward, he had thought it was enough. But now Yang Kai's monthly income was 8,000. "How about I give you another 10%? Yang Kai looked at them. Dai Yu and Old Fong looked at each other and waved their hands. "No, 10% is 10%. If we need opening heaven pills in the future, we can borrow them from you." "That's fine too." Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, "Right, if the workers buy materials and want to condense them, what about the orchard? They can't take care of it and absorb it at the same time, right?" Dai Yu explained they can apply for seclusion. If you want a horse to run, you have to let the horse eat grass. Qiqiao Land is quite humane about this. Old Fong nodded. "That's right. As long as you need to absorb opening heaven pills, you can apply for seclusion. Of course, it depends on the local managers. If too many people go into seclusion at once, there will be no one to take care of the orchard." Dai Yu said, "That's why this matter still depends on whether the managers approve or not. Even if you apply, you might have to wait for 10 or 20 years, or even longer before it's your turn. I once applied to go into seclusion and waited for 50 years. Yang Kai laughed. "If I apply, Zhou definitely won't approve." After chatting for a while, the 3 of them dispersed. Yang Kai and Old Fong were going to visit the city again. They had made a lot of money this time and wanted to take advantage of the fact that the city wasn't closed yet to have some fun. Since Dai Yu didn't want to go, the 2 of them didn't force her. Drinking and having fun really wasn't suitable for women. When they returned from the city, Yang Kai went straight to Dai Yu's hut and knocked on the door. Dai Yu was a little surprised and invited him in, bringing him a cup of tea and asking curiously, "What's the matter?" "Nothing." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and mysteriously took out something from his space ring. "I just wanted to give you something. See if you like it." Dai Yu blushed slightly and asked, "You came all the way here to give me something? What is it?" "Take a look for yourself." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Dayu glared at him for a moment before looking down and seeing a delicate box placed in front of her. It wasn't a box made of pure wood used to catch insects, but rather another kind that looked familiar. Realizing what was inside this box, she looked up at Yongkai and asked, "You didn't buy that, did you?" "You guessed?" Yongkai was stunned. Dayu said, "I've been here for 1,000 years and have gone to that place to buy things. I recognize this box." As he spoke, he opened the box. Inside the box was a strange object that was constantly twisting and changing its shape. It was filled with metal elemental energy. Untainted golden dew. Dayu sighed slightly. "It really is this. Why did you buy it?" Yongkai smiled and said, "We agreed before that I would buy it for you in the future." "That was just a joke." "No, this is too precious. You should take it back." Dayu shook her head. A third-grade material was worth 16,000 heaven opening pills in Heaven Opening Hall. Every time she went to the city, she could only take a look and never thought she would one day be able to buy it, but now it was sitting right in front of her. Saying so, she closed the box and pushed it in front of Yongkai. "Since I'm giving it to you, I won't take it back." Yongkai pushed the box back and said seriously, "If I didn't have the financial resources, I wouldn't have thought of it. But since I have enough heaven-opening pills, I naturally have to fulfill my promise. Moreover, when I first came to the Fire Spirit Land, you helped me a lot. So consider this a gift of thanks." Dayu still wanted to refuse, but Yongkai said, "It's useless for me to take it back. I can't just give it back, right? Keep it for yourself. There will be a time when you need it in the future." Yongkai shook his head. "My ambition is not to become a third-grade treasure." Dayu was slightly stunned. Chapter 3869. In the entire Qiqiao land, not only was the third grade splitting the heavens the limit of all the servants, but it was also the limit of most of the Qiqiao land's disciples. Apart from Du Rafeng, who was favored by the venerables, who could obtain materials above the third grade, there were only a few people who had the chance to achieve splitting the heavens above the third grade. But now, Yongkai said that his ambition was not to reach the third grade. Dayu was not a fool and naturally understood what he meant. Thinking back when she first came to the Fire Spirit Land, she seemed to have the same ambition. Unfortunately, the torrent of the flowing time Great Emperor had smoothed out her edges, and she no longer had the drive of the past. She didn't know if many years later, Kaiyang would also accept his fate like she did now. "Where did you get so many splitting heavens pills?" After Dayu asked, she suddenly remembered that Yongkai had earned 8,000 spirit stones this month and had received a reward of 5,000, which added up to 13,000 spirit stones. Adding in his previous 2 months' income, it should be enough. Even if it wasn't enough, he could borrow some from old Fong. "You don't need to worry about that." Yongkai laughed. "Or are you like me and want to reach a higher grade? So you don't care about this third grade?" "How could I not care? Old Fong said before that our path is set and there is no chance to change it. It's just that," seeing that she was still hesitating, Yongkai said, "Don't think too much. I don't mean anything by it. It's just that I promised before. Now that I have the ability, I naturally have to fulfill it. I didn't expect to be able to buy it so quickly." Dayu sighed lightly. "All right, I'll accept it, but just consider it a loan for me. I get a lot of heaven opening pills from you every month, so it's not like I can't pay you back." Pausing for a moment, she solemnly said, "Little brother, thank you." Yongkai laughed. "I didn't say thank you when you helped me before." Dayu said, "How is that the same? I didn't pay much when I helped you. This thing is worth 16,000 splitting heaven's pills." Yongkai slowly shook his head. "Since ancient times, there have been many people who add flowers to embroidery, but very few who offer help in times of need. To me, your help at that time cannot be measured by the heaven-opening pill." At the same time, in another room in the village where the handyman's quarters were located, 2 people were sitting across from each other. The table was covered with food and wine, and one of them was eagerly urging the other to drink. He enthusiastically picked up the food and said with a fawning smile, "Steward Chow, try this. I specially bought all of this from the market square. Zhou Zheng drank the wine and ate the dishes as they came. He slowly put down his chopsticks and said, "You must have spent a lot of money on this table, right?" Xiang Yong said, "I didn't spend much, as long as Steward Chow is happy." He cursed in his heart that it was really not easy to invite him to a meal. When he came back from the orchard, he wanted to invite him, but Zhou Zheng ignored him. He went to find him several times in a row. Only then did Zhou Zheng tell him that he could drink and eat, but he did not want to go to the market square. He was not in the mood and could just stay in the handyman's room. What could Xiang Yong do? Naturally, he went to the market square to order a table of food and wine and brought it back. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, they chatted casually. The atmosphere gradually warmed up. Xiang Yong struck while the iron was hot and said, "Steward Chow, what do you think I should do about this matter?" Zhou Zheng picked up some food and ate. As he ate, he said, "I'm sorry about this matter, but I can't do anything about it. Master Du said that I have to find a better place for that guy. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Master Du." Xiang Yong almost cursed. "Master Du asked you to find a better place for Yang Kai. The orchard was so big. Why did you have to change it to his place?" He was unhappy in his heart, and even the expression on his face looked a little ferocious. "Since Lord Du has spoken, we should indeed do as he says. However, Steward Zhou, can we transfer him to another place? I have taken care of that piece of land for so many years. More or less, I have some feelings for it. I am reluctant to leave." Zhou Zheng sneered in his heart. He knew that Xiang Yong was not attached to that land, but to the neighbor next door. He waved his hand and said, "There's no other way. If it was a few days ago, there might be some possibility. But today, we can't do anything to him." "Why?" Xiang Yong stared. "Does that guy have 3 heads and 6 arms? Even Steward Chow can't do anything to him. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms." Zhou Zheng smiled bitterly. "But that guy made a great contribution last time and won Master Du's favor. A few days ago, when Master Du was patrolling the orchard, he went down and said a few words to him. Now that Master Du knows where he is, if I change him again, how can I explain it when Master Du asks about it?" Master Du went down and talked to him? Xiang Yong was stunned. He couldn't understand why Yang Kai was so lucky. After a moment of silence, he poured more wine and said in a low voice, "Steward Chow, if we can't do anything to him, we can do something to others. I don't want to go back to my original land. You can find a way to transfer me to the neighboring land. That shouldn't be difficult, right?" Zhou Zheng said, "There has to be a reason to transfer people. Others are doing well. Why should I transfer them?" Xiang Yong was speechless. "Is this the first time you've done this? It's not like you haven't done it before. Moreover, as the manager of the orchard, it's just a matter of a word to transfer people. Who can say anything? It's clear that he doesn't want to help." Looking at Zhou Zheng's hateful face, Xiang Yong couldn't help but feel angry. Zhou Zheng sneered. "Instead of worrying about that land, you should worry about that person. If the land is gone, you can change it. But if the person is gone, how can you change it?" "What person?" Xiang Yong was confused. "What person are you talking about?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiang Yong blinked. "Xiao Dai? What's wrong with Xiao Dai?" Suddenly he tensed up and sprang up with a fierce look on his face. "What happened to Xiao Dai?" Zhou Zheng chuckled. "What can happen to Miss Dai Yu? Not only is she fine, but she's also living a good life right now." Xiang Yong frowned and stared at him. He felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words, but he was disgusted by his pretentious attitude. Thinking of his several evasions just now, he couldn't help but say coldly, "Steward Chow, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm a straightforward person. I don't understand your twists and turns." Zhou Zheng pointed at him with a distressed look. "It's because you're too innocent. You don't even know that you've been deceived." "Who dares to deceive me?" Xiang Yong was furious. "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. Drink my ass." Xiang Yong kicked out and knocked over the table in front of him. The wine and dishes splashed out, almost drenching Zhou Zheng's face. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Xiang Yong, what are you doing? Zhou Zheng was furious. Although he knew that Xiang Yong was a rough person, he didn't expect him to be so rough. Xiang Yong's expression was ferocious and unruly. Steward Chow, I invited you to drink out of goodwill, but you're making me feel uncomfortable. That's not right, is it? I'm not the one who's making you feel uncomfortable. It's someone else. Why are you so angry at me? Xiang Yong shook his head. I don't care. Steward Chow, you have to make yourself clear today. Zhou Zheng sneered. Are you sure you want to know? Xiang Yong glared at him as if he wanted to eat him. His meaning was clear. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth. Fine. Since you want to know, I'll let you know. I hope you won't regret it when the time comes. Without further explanation, he took out a token and infused it with his own energy. He waved the token in front of him and said coldly, Open your eyes wide and see for yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, a projection of an image immediately appeared in the air between the two of them. There was nothing special about the image. It was just a house, and it was the most ordinary house in the servants' quarters. There were at least 300 houses like this in the servants' quarters, if not 500. Xiang Yong recognized it at a glance. Isn't this Xiao Dai's house? You have good eyesight. Zhou Zheng snorted. What does Steward Chow want me to see? Xiang Yong didn't understand. Take your time and wait. You'll know in a while. Zhou Zheng didn't want to waste time with him. Xiang Yong looked at him for a while. He figured that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him, so he rubbed his chin and watched carefully. However, he didn't find anything strange. He was bored. After waiting for more than an hour, the door of the house in the image suddenly opened. Xiang Yong was startled and looked at it expectantly. But in the next moment, the expectation in his eyes turned into shock and then anger. His eyes burned with anger, and he looked like a volcano about to erupt. Yang Kai! Xiang Yong gritted his teeth and shouted, Why did this boy come out of Xiao Dai's house at this time? In the image, when Yang Kai came out, he seemed to be in a good mood, a smile on his face. Behind him, Dai Yu seemed to be saying something to him, causing her face to blush. Yang Kai didn't even turn around and just waved his hand. Zhou Zheng looked on coldly from the side and clicked his tongue. A man and a woman alone in the middle of the night. What do you think this boy was doing just now? TSK, he's only been in the fire spirit land for a few months, and he's already won Master Du's pity and the favor of a beauty. How enviable. Oh. Xiang Yong's face twitched, and the anger in his eyes instantly turned into endless killing intent. Bastard! He turned around and walked towards the door with his axe in hand, full of killing intent. I'm going to kill him! Zhou Zheng coldly said. Handymen are not allowed to fight in private. Those who injure others will be grounded for 3 to 100 years, depending on the severity of the injury. Those who kill will be killed without mercy. Do you want to be buried with him? Xiang Yong's rushing figure couldn't help but pause. Although he was furious at this moment, he still had a trace of reason. He knew that Zhou Zheng was right. If he really went to kill Yang Kai, he would definitely be buried with him. At that time, no one would be able to save him. After 3 breaths of time, Xiang Yong said, Then I'll go beat him up first. Zhou Zheng said, 3 years of confinement is inevitable. While you're in confinement for 3 years, this boy and Miss Dai can do whatever they want. Xiang Yong turned around and glared at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng sneered, What are you looking at me for? I'm not the one who touched your woman. Chapter 3870. Do you want me to sit back and do nothing? Xiang Yong shouted angrily, his expression constantly changing. His expression was ferocious and twisted, and it was obvious that he was fighting a battle in his heart. Seeing this, Zhou Zheng said, Xiang Yong, you have to be calm at a time like this. You may ruin everything if you act rashly. It's easy to say, but it's useless. Xiang Yong said in a low voice, "Steward Chow, just pretend you don't know anything about what happened today. I'm going to kill him right now." "It's not like you have to do it yourself if you want him dead," Zhou Zheng sneered. Xiang Yong, who was about to go out, immediately stopped and turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. "Don't take my words seriously when I'm drunk. It's late, so I'm going back to rest." Saying this, he was about to rush out of the door. Xiang Yong swung the axe in his hand and chopped down in front of Zhou Zheng. His burly figure blocked the door and looked down at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng was not afraid and narrowed his eyes slightly. "Xiang Yong, are you going to fight with me? I drank too much and am a little delirious." "You look like you're the one with a brain problem," Xiang Yong said in a low voice. "Master, you're in the heaven opening realm. I admit that I'm not your match. If we really fight, I'll only be humiliated. However, Shao Dai's matter is closely related to me. If you have a good plan, please tell me. I'll be very grateful." "What if I don't say it?" Zhou Zheng looked at him coldly. Xiang Yong laughed sinisterly. "Master, although you're in the heaven opening realm, you're only in the 1st grade. If I risk my life, I can probably bite off 2 to 3 kilograms of your flesh. You're crazy." Zhou Zheng's expression changed. Xiang Yong rubbed his head and said with a ferocious expression, "Master, please teach me." Zhou Zheng did not speak and looked at him. There was only determination and ruthlessness in Xiang Yong's eyes. After a long time, Zhou Zheng said, "Xiang Yong, why are you doing this? Since Miss Daiyu has no interest in you, why do you keep pestering her?" "That's my business. Master Steward, you don't have to worry about it." "Sigh." Zhou Zheng sighed. "Originally, it was not my place to say anything about this matter, but seeing how infatuated you are, I can give you some advice, but—" Xiang Yong said, "Master Steward, don't worry. This matter has nothing to do with you. No matter what the final result is, I will bear all responsibility." "Very good." Zhou Zheng nodded. "In that case, come closer." Xiang Yong hurried over. Zhou Zheng lowered his voice and told him in detail for a while. Xiang Yong's expression kept changing as he listened. He secretly lamented that Zhou Zheng was really vicious and merciless. If this was true, Yang Kai would die without a doubt. Moreover, it would be an effortless death. After a while, Zhou Zheng said in a low voice, "This matter involves too many people. If it's exposed, you won't have a good ending. Think carefully." Xiang Yong chuckled. "Master Steward, this is a good idea. If I don't do it, I'll be letting you down." "What does this have to do with me?" Zhou Zheng was shocked. Xiang Yong hurriedly slapped his mouth. Yes. This has nothing to do with Master Steward. This was all my idea. Come. Let's drink." The table had been kicked over. How could they drink? Zhou Zheng flicked his sleeves and said, "It's late. I'm going back to rest." Xiang Yong said, "Then I'll leave the matter of the day after tomorrow to Steward Chow." Zhou Zheng staggered. He didn't know whether this idea of his was a blessing or a curse for him, but it was too late to regret it now. Looking at Xiang Yong's expression, it was clear that he had to do it. He could only secretly pray that he hit Xiang Yong's weak spot so that he could never rise again. Life in the handyman's quarters was not exciting. After returning from Daiyu's place, Yang Kai meditated and rested. The next day, he dragged Old Fong to the market, mainly to broaden his horizons. Although he had a general understanding of the situation in the market, there were still some strange things in many stalls, all of which were brought out by the handymen from their respective Qinkuan worlds. In order to buy the 3rd grade pure golden due for Daiyu, he went bankrupt and even owed Old Fong some heaven-opening pills. However, he was not in a hurry. In any case, he could earn a large number of heaven-opening pills next month. The food and drinks in the market were all on Old Fong's head, so Old Fong naturally did not bicker with him. This time, he even mysteriously brought him to a place. That place was extremely secluded. From the outside, it looked inconspicuous, but once one entered, one would know that there was a universe inside. The people who came here not only included the odd job workers from the odd job room, but also some disciples from the 7 openings land. Many of them were wearing 7-colored clothes, and they were hugging women left and right as they enjoyed themselves. Yang Kai was extremely shocked. He pulled Old Fong aside and said, "There's actually such a place in the market." Old Fong sneered, "What's so strange about it? Since ancient times, this kind of place can be seen everywhere." "These girls, who are they?" Yang Kai looked around. Old Fong sighed. "They're all handymen from various spiritual lands. Everyone is trying to make a living. In the past, they didn't have much ability, but now that they have, they naturally want to help." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. This was the first time he heard someone speak of doing something so noble. He frowned slightly and said, "The handymen shouldn't have much money." Old Fong said, "That's why most of the people here are Chichiao Land's disciples. There are very, very few handymen who come here to seek pleasure. Although this place is not specially opened for Chichiao Land's disciples, it's basically relying on them to survive." It was indeed as Old Fong said. Most of the people Yang Kai saw here were Chichiao Land's disciples who wore colorful robes. There were only a few handymen who came here, including the 2 of them. "Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find a girl to take care of." Old Fong gave him a push and pointed at a group of more than 10 girls. "If you take a fancy to any of them, just bring them upstairs." After he finished speaking, he went upstairs and knocked on the door of a room. A moment later, the door opened and a jade-like hand reached out and pulled Old Fong inside. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He stood in place and scratched his head. He looked to the side and saw that the 10 girls were also looking at him curiously, but none of them had any intention of coming over to greet him. This place was mainly maintained by Chichiao Land's disciples. Moreover, it was only open for 3 days every month. The girls all knew that if they wanted to make money, it was best to make money from those wearing colorful robes. If a handyman like Yang Kai came in, most people would ignore him unless he took the initiative to talk to them. It was good that no one cared. He walked to a table at the side and called for the handyman. He ordered a table of food and wine and drank by himself. However, it had to be said that although there was a sex trade here, it didn't have much of a prostitute atmosphere. It was more like a tea house. If it wasn't for waiting for Old Fong, Yang Kai would have left long ago. After waiting for a long time, he still didn't come out. The food and wine were all changed. In the end, a girl couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. "Brother, are you waiting for your companion?" Yang Kai nodded. The girl pursed her lips and smiled. "Then you don't have to wait any longer. I heard from the senior sisters that every time your companion comes, he will stay the night here." Yang Kai almost cursed out loud. With a dark face, he thanked her and paid for the food and wine. Just as he was about to leave, the girl suddenly reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's sleeve. Yang Kai turned to look at her and saw that her face was red. He couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister, do you need something?" The girl lowered her head. "Brother, did you come here just to drink?" Yang Kai wasn't an idiot. He naturally understood what she meant. Carefully sizing her up, he found that this girl had delicate features and didn't have the slightest bit of a prostitute's aura. He couldn't help laughing. "I came here with someone. I've never been to a place like this before." The girl's voice was soft. "There's a first time for everything. Brother, do you want to try?" As she spoke, her head was almost buried in her chest, and her face was as red as fire. Yang Kai was speechless. He knew that this girl was either shy by nature or had only come out a few times and wasn't too open. Just as he was thinking this, the girl said, "I won't hide it from brother. Junior sister, this is also my first time." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Junior sister, why did you come here?" The girl closed her mouth and didn't answer. However, Yang Kai had already been here for several months, so he naturally knew about the hard lives of the workers. They were paid 3 heaven opening pills a year. But even if they wanted to buy a set of second-grade materials, it would still cost 500 to 600. If he wanted to quickly advance to have an opening, he had to find some other way. He sighed inwardly, knowing that old Fong was right. If it weren't for the fact that life was hard, who would come to this place? At this moment, a tall and sturdy man suddenly walked in from outside. His eyes swept over the area and fixed on Yang Kai, and he walked over in surprise. Sensing movement, Yang Kai turned his head and was also stunned. "Brother Fong! Why are you here?" Fong Tai looked at Yang Kai curiously. "Did you come to the wrong place?" "What does Brother Fong want to say?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Nothing." Fong Tai slowly shook his head, probably because he didn't want to talk to him anymore. Looking around, he then turned to the young woman beside Kai Yang and smiled. "Junior sister, you need to have a good eye for people. Some people, even if you receive them, I'm afraid they won't be paid. At that time, you'll have to work for nothing." The girl forced a laugh. "Brother, you must be joking." Fong Tai said, "I'm not joking. The person you brought here is a newcomer. He's only been here for a few months and hasn't even been paid his salary yet. How could he pay you?" The woman looked at Kai Yang strangely. Kai Yang's performance just now was not like that of a newcomer. That table of food and drinks he had happily paid for, no more, no less. This Fong is different. I'll make sure to satisfy junior sister later. Saying so, he reached out and grabbed the girl's arm. The girl couldn't dodge and was caught, quickly turning her head to look at Yang Kai with a pleading expression. She was more willing to receive Yang Kai, otherwise she wouldn't have taken the initiative to talk to him. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai just glanced at her and cupped his hands. "Then I won't disturb Brother Fong. Goodbye." "Humph!" Fong Tai coldly snorted. Yang Kai stepped out, but he could clearly feel a pair of eyes staring at him from behind. Chapter 3871. Stop looking. Why bother with this piece of trash? This brother will take you to have some fun. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and turned around. He walked up to Fong Tai and looked up at him. "Brother Fong, did you eat the wrong medicine today?" Fong Tai said, "This Fong is not sick. Why would I eat medicine?" "If you're not sick, why are you spouting nonsense and insulting me for no reason?" Fong Tai was extremely astonished. "When did I insult you?" "Oh, you said that piece of trash." "Not you." This Fong was referring to someone else. "But if you insist on sticking to me, then I can't do anything about it." Yang Kai stared at him. Fong Tai's eyes were full of ridicule and mockery. Yang Kai nodded. "It seems that Brother Fong is seriously ill." Fong Tai was about to say something when he saw a fist rapidly growing in front of him. Immediately after, his head buzzed as if he had been struck by a powerful force. He flew backwards, feeling dizzy and seeing stars. The woman beside Fong Tai was stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai. In her field of vision, Yang Kai was still in his punching posture. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to believe that this seemingly amiable senior brother actually had such a fiery temper. Just because of a disagreement, he attacked and injured someone. Could it be that he didn't know the consequences of doing so? Less than 3 breaths after Yang Kai punched, the women in the hall all used their movement techniques and fled out the door. In the blink of an eye, all of them were gone. However, there were still a few Chiqiao Lan disciples looking over with interest. How many years had it been since a servant dared to make a move in private? Today, they were finally able to watch a show. On the other side, Fong Tai staggered to his feet, only to feel that his mouth and nose were sticky. Wiping his hands, he found that they were all covered in blood. Raising his head, he glared at Kai Yang in disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" He had also been beaten into a daze. He had never thought that Yang Kai would attack him. Otherwise, with his strength, he would not have been defeated by Yang Kai in one move. For a moment, humiliation and anger surged in his heart, and his aura fluctuated wildly. "You dare to scold me. Why wouldn't I dare to hit you?" Yang Kai sneered. "Very good." Fong Tai roared angrily and kicked away the table and chair in his way. Then, like an ancient divine spirit. He rushed to the front of Yang Kai. His two fists, which were as big as casseroles, turned into shadows of fists that covered the sky and covered Yang Kai. Fong Tai was also a newcomer who had just arrived outside of heaven and earth. His strength was on par with Yang Kai's, so this fight was actually a close match. At the side, a few disciples of the Kikikyo land who were dressed in 7-colored robes were watching the show and cheered loudly. However, the two of them had only fought for a dozen breaths of time when a group of people came in from outside. The leader of the group had his hands behind his back and looked around. He narrowed his eyes and shouted angrily, "All of you, stop!" Yang Kai and Fong Tai, who were in the midst of fighting, ignored him and continued to fight. "You're revolting." The leader was furious. He waved his hand, and the disciples of the Kikikyo land on both sides threw out ropes. These ropes were made of an unknown material and wrapped around Yang Kai and Fong Tai's bodies like snakes. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were tied up like rice dumplings. Yang Kai struggled, but was unable to break free. Instead, the strength of the ropes increased, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "You two are quite bold to fight in private. Don't you know the rules of the Qiqiao land?" After tying up the two of them, the leader walked in front of Yang Kai and Fong Tai. He looked at one and then looked at the other with a cold expression. "Brother." Fong Tai also came back to his senses at this time. Just now, he had been hit by Yang Kai and was a bit angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to act so presumptuously. He knew that this matter was a bit serious and that one wrong move could cause him to be consigned to eternal damnation. He immediately begged for mercy. "Brother, this little brother has only been here for a few months and is not familiar with the rules of the Qiqiao land. Brother, can you consider this as this little brother's first offense and let me go? This little brother will be very grateful." "Humph!" The leader coldly snorted. "Rules are rules. Who cares if this is your first offense or not? You'll suffer this time and know how to behave next time." Fong Tai panicked. "Brother, I'm innocent. This bastard hit me, and I had no choice but to fight back. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other brothers over there. They saw everything clearly." The leader coldly looked at him. "I only know that when I came in, you were fighting with this brat. As for who made the first move, I have no interest in knowing. Take them away." After saying that, he turned and walked out. Fong Tai and Yang Kai, who were tied up like dumplings, were also taken behind. Fong Tai was still trying to explain something, but he was only reprimanded by a Qiqiao land disciple beside him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also gave up the idea of wasting his breath. On the second floor, old Fong's face was pale as he muttered, "It's over, it's over, it's over!" He had naturally heard the commotion downstairs. When Yang Kai and Fong Tai had been fighting, he had hurriedly put on his clothes and rushed out, but he had still been a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai was tied up and taken away, unable to save him. The people who had taken away Yang Kai were the Qiqiao land's patrols. As a worker, he had no right to say anything in front of them. Thinking about it, the only person who could save Yang Kai was Zhou. As the manager of the orchard and a heaven-opening cultivator, if he was willing to step in, he should be able to help. Mentally preparing himself for a huge loss, old Fong didn't even have time to tidy up his clothes as he hurriedly rushed to the fire's spiritual land. In a simple and crude cell, dark and damp, Yang Kai and Fong Tai were locked inside, each occupying a corner of the cell. This cell was in the middle of the market, deep underground. It was casually built with some wood, so if Yang Kai wanted to, he could easily escape. However, neither he nor Fong Tai had the courage to do so. The Qiqiao land's disciples were standing guard outside, so what could they do even if they escaped? They would still be tied up and brought back. As such, even though there was no one watching over them, and even though their bindings had been undone, the two of them only occupied a corner of the cell, minding their own business, accompanying old Fong to visit a brothel only to end up in prison. Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. However, today's matter gave him a strange feeling. Although Fong Tai had wanted to draw a clear line between them because he had offended Zhou Zhang, there was no need for him to offend him for no reason. Right? Fong Tai's actions today gave him the feeling that he was intentionally trying to anger him. But what good would that do for Fong Tai? In the end, he would end up the same as him, locked up here, and who knew what kind of punishment he would receive. He had heard old Fong say that the Qiqiao land's punishment for workers who made mistakes was quite harsh. If he didn't handle this matter well, he might end up locked up for 3 to 5 years. If he was really locked up for such a long time, it would be a huge loss. Once he was locked up here, his source of income would be cut off, and who knew how many heaven-opening pills he would lose. Thinking of this, Fong Tai became even more displeased. He coldly glanced over and saw that this guy was looking anxiously in a certain direction, his face full of anticipation. Yang Kai frowned slightly, not knowing what he was looking forward to. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside. Fong Tai, who was sitting cross-legged on the side, immediately stood up, and Yang Kai also listened attentively. Not long after, a person arrived in front of the cell, his eyes gloomy as he looked at the 2 people in the cell. "Master Steward!" Fong Tai exclaimed excitedly. "Steward Chow!" Yang Kai cupped his fist slightly, although he didn't get along well with Zhou Zhang. Since the other party had the title of steward, he still had to show the proper etiquette, lest he caught something that could be used against him. "You two really give face to my fire spirit land chores room." Zhou Zhang gritted his teeth and pointed at the 2 people in the cell, a look of resentment on his face. "Fighting over a woman and coming to the market square? You two are good. You two are too good." Fong Tai awkwardly said, "It's a misunderstanding, Master Steward. Yang Kai and I weren't fighting over a woman. It was just that our hands were itchy, and we casually swapped pointers. Who knew that this would happen?" As he spoke, he turned his head and shot a look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned his head and pretended not to see. "You've been caught by the patrol and brought here, yet you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding." Zhou Zhang angrily shouted, "And the injury on your eye, do you think I'm blind?" Fong Tai reached out and covered the eye that Yang Kai had hit. Not saying a word, Zhou Zhang snorted. "Do you know what punishment there is for a private fight between chores?" Fong Tai nervously asked, "What punishment?" 3 to 100 years of confinement. Zhou Zhang sneered. "Do you want 3 years or 100 years?" Fong Tai was shocked and begged, "Master Steward, please save me." Zhou Zhang said, "But I happen to know the patrol leader who caught you, so I can speak to him. Seeing that you're both newcomers, and this is your first offense, I'll let it go this time. If there's a next time, there won't be any mercy." Let it go just like that? Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that he would definitely be locked up for a few years, so he had mentally prepared himself. Fong Tai, however, was overjoyed and repeatedly cupped his hands. "Thank you, Steward Chow." "Master Steward, I will remember your kindness and never forget it." Zhou Zhang didn't comment and opened the cell door, saying, "Get out, both of you. What are you still doing in there?" Fong Tai and Yang Kai walked out one by one. Zhou Zhang coldly snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that something happened in the orchard today, I wouldn't have cared about your lives." Fong Tai said, "Is it about the chief steward's patrol?" This wasn't a secret. The chores in the chores room had all heard about it from different sources. Yes, the chief steward should have arrived at the orchard by now. The 2 of you should hurry over. If the chief steward patrols your territory, be careful. If something goes wrong, no one can save you. Yes, yes, yes. Fong Tai quickly nodded. Yang Kai then remembered that the so-called chief steward was going to patrol the Fire Spirit Land's orchard today. The entire Fire Spirit Land had been busy just for today. However, this had nothing to do with him, so he didn't need to worry too much. He just needed to do his job well. Chapter 3872. As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived at the surface. At this moment, the entire market was silent. 3 days had passed, and the servants had all returned to their respective orchards. The market was naturally empty, and there were no Chichiao disciples outside the prison. It was as if there were only the three of them here. It's getting late. Steward Chow, I'll take my leave first. Yang Kai bid farewell and soared into the sky, heading straight for the fire spirit land. He has no respect at all. The steward master saved him, but he didn't even say a word of thanks. Fong Tai looked in the direction Yang Kai left and coldly snorted. There's no need for him to thank me. Zhou Zheng chuckled. He had already thanked those who needed to be thanked. Old Fong had spent a lot of heaven-opening pills for him to plead for leniency. For the sake of those heaven-opening pills, he couldn't be bothered to bicker with Yang Kai. His expression turned solemn as he said in a low voice, "You did well this time." Fong Tai said, "The reason this Fong can have today is all because of the steward master's nurturing. If the steward master has any orders, this Fong will do anything." Very good. Zhou Zheng nodded, very satisfied with Fong Tai's attitude. Fong Tai frowned. "But there's something this Fong doesn't understand. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask." Zhou Zheng seemed to be clear about Fong Tai's doubts and blocked him with a single sentence. "Also, this was only an accident." Fong Tai lowered his head. "I understand. Let's hurry to the orchard. There might be a good show later. Moreover, the steward is here, so a small steward like me should accompany him." As Zhou Zheng spoke, he soared into the sky. Fong Tai didn't understand. He didn't know what kind of good show would happen later. He faintly felt that it had something to do with yesterday's incident. But since Zhou Zheng had already said so, he didn't ask any more questions. When the two of them set off, Yang Kai had already arrived at the fire spirit land. When he passed by the village where the servant house was, he saw a golden light from the corner of his eyes. He lowered his head and saw that in front of his house, General Si Chen was continuously pecking at the door, as if calling for him to come out. "General," Yang Kai greeted. General Si Chen heard the sound and turned his head to take a look, following which he turned into the size of an ordinary rooster and flapped his wings, flying up and down as he flew towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed. "General, you should lose some weight." Yang Kai didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that this stupid chicken was fatter than the first time he saw it. He stretched out his hand to summon it over and placed it on his head. Great General Si Chen twisted his, and found the most comfortable position he was familiar with. He then pecked the Yang Kai twice. Yang Kai said something happened. "It's not like I'm delaying the time on purpose. Stop pecking." Only then did General Si Chen become obedient. After a short while, they arrived at the orchard. After flying for a while, they landed on their own territory and saw Daiyu anxiously waiting for them. Hearing the commotion, Daiyu turned her head and revealed a look of surprise. "Are you all right? I heard from Old Fong that you fought with someone and got caught by the patrol team." "Old Fong, you blabbermouth." Yang Kai had a look of disgust. This wasn't something to be proud of, so why did he spread it around? "I was the one who asked him if you were all right. Did the patrol team do anything to you?" Daiyu asked with concern. "It's nothing. If they did, would I still be standing here?" Yang Kai smiled. Daiyu nodded. "That's right. Did Steward Chow come out and save you? How did you know?" Yang Kai was stunned. Daiyu said, "Old Fong gave Steward Chow a valuable gift." Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. No wonder. He was wondering why Zhou Zheng was so kind. It was understandable that he went to save Fong Tai, but why did he save him as well? It turned out that Old Fong had done something. How much did Old Fong give him? Yang Kai asked. Daiyu said, "I don't know, but it shouldn't be a small amount. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an errand boy to get caught in a private fight without any punishment. But it's fine as long as he's fine." "That's true." Yang Kai nodded. "When you have time, tell Old Fong that you're safe. He probably doesn't know that you're out yet." Daiyu looked around and said, "Moreover, the chief steward is patrolling the orchard today. You have to be careful and don't slack off." "I know. You should go back quickly. I heard from Zhou Zhang that the chief steward should be in the orchard already. It won't be good if he finds out that you're not in your own territory and came to my place. Then I'll go back first, Dai said and walked towards her orchard. After she left, Yang Kai took out his communication device with Old Fong and told him that he was safe. Old Fong quickly sent a message asking him about the details of the situation. So Yang Kai naturally told him everything he needed to know. After he finished, Old Fong replied and told him not to be so impulsive in the future. When Yang Kai asked how much he had given Zhou Zhang, the old man actually cut off the communication. Obviously, he didn't want to say more. This further confirmed Yang Kai's guess. Old Fong must have given him a lot this time. Otherwise, why would Zhou Zhang be so kind as to help him out? He cursed Zhou Zhang in his heart for his insatiable greed and swore to himself that if he had the chance in the future, he would make Zhou Zhang pay him back. He turned around and started to work in the orchard. The chief steward's inspection of the orchard was a big deal. It could be seen from Du Roofing's attitude before, so Yang Kai was not careless. Moreover, he didn't know if it was because of what happened yesterday, but Yang Kai felt a little uneasy today, as if something was going to happen. This made him more vigilant. An hour later, Yang Kai stood in the orchard with his token in his hand. His face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. There was a fruit missing in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was limited. It was recorded in the token of every handyman. If it was spoiled or rotten, they had to report it to the chief steward of the orchard. However, under normal circumstances, nothing would happen to the fire spirit fruits, let alone one missing for no reason. But at this moment, this happened in his orchard. The number of fire spirit fruits in the orchard was one less than the number recorded in the token. Yang Kai carefully counted 3 times in the orchard, and it was the same. How could there be one less fruit? Before he left last month, Yang Kai specially checked it once. At that time, the numbers were correct, but after a few days, the numbers were wrong. Yang Kai scanned the orchard with his divine senses and carefully searched the fruit trees one by one. After a while, he finally found something. He went straight to a fire spirit fruit tree and stared at a certain spot. There should have been a fire spirit fruit in that spot, but at this moment there was nothing. On the stem, where the fire spirit fruit should have been, there were still traces of freshly picked fruit. Even if Yang Kai had not picked the fire spirit fruit before, he knew that the fruit here had been picked less than 2 hours ago. Someone actually stole his fruit while he was not around? Kai Yong flew into a rage. Which idiot would be so daring as to do such a stupid thing? Stealing the fire spirit fruit could put him in a disadvantageous situation. But if the truth was found out, even 100 lives would not be enough to kill him. Who on earth was doing such a thing that harmed others without benefiting themselves? Or rather, who had a grudge against him? In the entire fire spirit land, Yang Kai did not know many people. The only ones who had a grudge against him were Zhou Zhang and Fong Tai, who he had a fight with yesterday. Fong Tai did not have the opportunity to do so. When he came over, he had not moved yet. Could it be Zhou Zhang? It should not be him either. Zhou Zhang had rescued him and Fong Tai from the market, so he also had no time to do such a thing. If it was not Zhou Zhang or Fong Tai, then who else had a grudge against him? After thinking about it, Yang Kai could not think of anything. However, the figure of shaking bear Xiang Yong flashed through his mind. If it was Xiang Yong, then there was a possibility. However, there was no grudge between him and Xiang Yong. There was no reason for the other party to be so heavy-handed, right? Perhaps he could ask Daiyu. When he came over, Daiyu had been in his orchard. Perhaps she had seen something. After making up his mind, just as he was about to move, he suddenly heard a bustling sound coming from not far away. When he looked up, Yang Kai's expression stiffened. He saw a group of people flying through the air, neither too fast nor too slow. The person in the lead had a dignified appearance. When he looked around, he had a dignified expression. At a glance, it was obvious that he was a person of high status and was around 40 years old. On his left, Du Rafeng was half a step behind to accompany him. He had a smile on his face and was saying something to the man. The man only had his hands behind his back. From time to time, he would lower his head and look around. Occasionally, he would nod. Behind Du Rafeng was Zhou Zhang. However, looking at his position in the crowd, it seemed that he was the kind of person who could not even speak. Even though he had never seen them before, Yang Kai immediately recognized that the middle-aged man in the lead should be the chief manager of the entire Kikikyo land. He instinctively shrunk his neck. If the orchard was peaceful, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, now that his territory was missing a fruit, this matter was a little difficult to explain. In his heart, he secretly prayed that this group of people would leave quickly and not pay attention to him. However, what he was afraid of just had to happen. While he was feeling guilty, Yang Kai heard the chief manager say, isn't that Duan Hai's General Sichin? Why did he come to the orchard? Yang Kai almost spat out blood. He was so preoccupied with his guilty conscience that he actually forgot that the great general was still lying on his head. The great general's body was dazzling with golden light, like a lighthouse in the darkness. It was difficult not to notice it. If he had known earlier, he would not have brought the great general with him today. He should have left it in the servant room. Du Rafeng said, "The chief manager is right. That is the Venerable One's General Sichin." The chief manager laughed. How did this servant offend General Sichin? The general actually wants to punish him like this. Du Rafeng said, "The chief manager misunderstood. He did not offend General Sichin. Previously, I also thought that he offended the general and was punished. However, when I reported to the Venerable One, I found out that the general likes him and is close to him." Chapter 38:73. Like him? Get close to him? The manager revealed a surprised expression. I understand General Sichin's temper a little. He wouldn't care about normal people. What's so special about this servant that he could gain General Sichin's favor? Du Rafeng laughed. This disciple doesn't know. Maybe General Sichin has a good eye for people. Let's go down and take a look. The manager was interested and waved his hand, leading a group of people to descend. When Yang Kai saw this scene, he had the urge to curse. But if it was a blessing, it wasn't a curse. If it was a curse, it couldn't be avoided. Seeing the group of people bustling over, he had no choice but to greet them. He cupped his hands and bowed. Yang Kai greets master. The manager didn't look at him, but looked at General Sichin with a smile. He didn't need to pay too much attention to a mere servant. The reason he came down was mainly because of General Sichin. Du Rafeng, who was following behind him, said, Yang Kai, this is the manager of the 7 Openings land. He is in charge of all matters of the 7 Openings land. As he spoke, he gave Yang Kai a look, telling him not to be nervous. Yang Kai bowed again. Greetings, manager. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. His orchard had lost a fruit for no reason. It would be fine if it wasn't discovered, but if it was discovered, how would he explain it? Could he say that it was stolen? Where was the evidence? If he couldn't find the person who stole the fruit, he would have to take responsibility for the loss of the fire spirit fruit. He didn't know if Du Rafeng would be able to protect him when the time came. She wanted to send him a sound transmission to explain the whole story, but this chief manager was clearly a heaven-opening expert. How could a sound transmission be concealed in front of him? Even though he was feeling depressed, he appeared calm and composed on the surface. Even though he saw from the corner of his eye that a group of people who had followed the chief steward spread out to investigate his orchard, his expression did not change and his heart did not beat faster. Since it had come to this, he could only pray that those people wouldn't carefully check the number of fire spirit fruits. Only then would he be able to escape this calamity. Inadvertently, he saw Zhou Zhang smiling at him. That smile seemed to have a deeper meaning. Before he could think any further, he heard the steward ask, How did you manage to make General Sichin so close to you? Yang Kai lowered his head. I don't know either. You don't know either? The chief manager raised his eyebrows. Du Rafeng said from the side. Yang Kai, just say what you want to say. The chief manager is just asking casually. It's nothing important. Yang Kai said with a bitter face, I really don't know. A few months ago, when I first came to the orchard, the great general passed by the orchard. I don't know how it fell from the sky and landed right in front of me. Perhaps the great general thought that I had done something to it, so it was angry and wanted to peck the fruits in my orchard. How could this disciple bear it? As an odd job worker of the orchard, taking care of the fruits is my duty. I was angry and fought with it. You fought with it? The chief manager laughed. You're quite brave, Yang Kai said embarrassedly. At that time this disciple had just arrived and didn't know the great general's identity. That's why I dared to offend it. If it were today, I definitely wouldn't have the guts. Du Rafeng nodded. All right, chief manager. This disciple has been in the land of fire spirit for less than half a year. He's indeed a newcomer, but he's already made a great contribution. Oh! The chief manager revealed a look of surprise. Looking at Kaiyang seriously, he didn't ask what kind of contribution Kaiyang had made. Nodding his head, he said, You can continue. Yang Kai spread his hands. That's all. From then on, whenever I came to the herb garden, the great general would be like this. So it's a friendship formed through fighting. The chief manager smiled and nodded. That's interesting. This was the first time Du Rafeng had heard of such a thing. So he pointed at Yang Kai and said, You little brat, you should be glad you didn't do anything to the great general at that time. Otherwise, the venerable would have skinned you alive. Yang Kai laughed dryly. He thought to himself that the great general had lost quite a lot of feathers at that time. At this moment, the people who were scattered in the orchard returned one after another. One of them glanced at Yang Kai, then handed something that looked like a jade scroll to the chief manager. Yang Kai's heart tightened. He had a vague feeling that something was wrong. The chief manager took the jade scroll and scanned it with his divine telekinesis. He then handed the jade scroll to Du Rafeng. Take a look. Du Rafeng took it curiously and glanced at Yang Kai. He guessed that something must have happened to the orchard. Otherwise, why would the chief manager ask him to take a look at this? This was not within his authority. However, what could have happened to the orchard? After carefully inspecting it, Du Rafeng's expression changed slightly. He looked at Yang Kai coldly and said, Yang Kai, can you tell me why your orchard is missing a fire spirit fruit? It's really missing? Yang Kai was surprised. You know, Du Rafeng frowned. Yang Kai said, Before honored seniors arrived, Disciple was counting the number of fire spirit fruits and found that there was a discrepancy between the number recorded before Disciple left last time. However, Disciple wasn't sure at that time, so honored seniors arrived just as Disciple was about to carefully count them. He paused and said, Now it seems that the previous count was not wrong. There is indeed a fire spirit fruit missing. Du Rafeng said in a low voice, As a servant, you should take care of everything in the orchard. Do you know what kind of punishment you will receive if the spirit fruit is missing? I don't know. A light punishment would be crippling your cultivation and banishing you from the Chiqiao land. A heavy punishment would be to kill you on the spot. Yang Kai was shocked. This was not giving him a way out at all. He exclaimed, Master Du, I am innocent. I counted the number of spirit fruits before I left a few days ago. The number of spirit fruits was exactly the same. I didn't have time to do anything when I came here today. The lack of spirit fruits has nothing to do with me, Master Du. How can it have nothing to do with you? Du Rafeng's expression was dignified. Since you are the servant who takes care of this orchard, everything in this orchard is closely related to you. The loss of the spirit fruit is due to your lack of care, unless you reported it to the manager here before. As he spoke, he turned to look at Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng, did Yang Kai report it to you? Zhou Zheng stepped forward and took out a jade slip to check it carefully. After a while, he cupped his hands and said, I did not find any records. Du Rafeng looked at him deeply, then turned to Yang Kai and said, Do you have anything else to say? I don't accept this. Yang Kai straightened his neck. The loss of the spirit fruit is not because I took care of it. If it was lost, it was because someone stole it. The one who should be punished is the person who stole the fruit. Du Rufing's expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. Who dares to steal spirit fruits in the Chiqiao land?" Yang Kai snorted. If someone didn't steal it, how could the fruit be lost for no reason? Did you see it? The chief manager, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. Losing a spirit fruit was not a big deal. Whoever took care of it would be punished. But now someone actually dared to steal the spirit fruit. They had to make an example of this and let everyone in the Chiqiao land know what the consequences of stealing a spirit fruit were. I didn't see it, but I have my suspicions. Yang Kai shook his head. Chief manager is at the heaven opening realm, so you should be proficient in some soul-searching techniques. As long as we capture those people and interrogate them carefully, the truth will come to light. The chief manager smiled. And if we can't get anything out of them? Yang Kai said, then count on me. When the time comes, we'll do what we need to do. You've got a good plan. The chief manager lightly snorted. But who knows if you're trying to drag them down with you? If we really want to do a soul-searching, we should start with you. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood when he heard this. This was like shooting himself in the foot. If his soul was really searched, wouldn't he lose all his secrets? If he was unlucky, his soul might even be damaged, causing him to lose his mind forever. However, today's matter could not be explained clearly in a few words, and he did not have the strength to resist. The chief manager was at the 4th stage, heaven opening realm at the very least. Killing him would be as easy as crushing a bug. Unable to escape, unable to fight, he could only turn to look at Du Rafeng. Du Rafeng did not disappoint. He cupped his hands and said, Chief Steward, since this matter happened in the Fire Spirit Land, then let the Fire Spirit Land take full responsibility. Let me take this person back. I will give Chief Steward an explanation. The chief manager shook his head. Rafeng, since you've asked, logically speaking, I should give you face. However, today's matter is no longer as simple as losing the spirit fruit. It involves theft. You should also know that the spirit fruits everywhere are the foundation of the 7 openings land, and we can't tolerate the slightest bit of carelessness. Now, there's actually a servant who dared to touch the foundation of the 7 openings land. This matter should not only be explained to me, but also to the heavenly monarch. Du Rufing's heart trembled. The chief manager even mentioned the heavenly monarch, which completely cut off his right to speak. He looked at Yang Kai with a speechless expression, thinking, of all things to talk about, why did you have to talk about someone stealing the spirit fruit? Now, I can't help even if I want to. Yang Kai was also a little dumbfounded. He never thought that his original intention of shifting the blame would end up cutting off his own path of survival. According to the chief manager's words, as long as it was not a servant who stole the spirit fruit, it was not a big deal. After all, some of the fire spirit fruits were already spoiled or dead, so there would be a shortage. However, when it involved the servant, it was a completely different concept. Capture him. As soon as the chief manager gave the order, 2 people immediately walked out from the left and right, heading towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai's entire body tensed up, and he quietly gathered all his strength. He was wavering between being captured and fighting to his death. Right at this moment, a cry was heard. The great General Si Chin above him shook its wings, and a ball of golden light floated out from its mouth. Yang Kai habitually reached out to grab it. When the golden light dissipated, what appeared in his hand was not the heaven-opening pellet that he was used to seeing, but a fruit core the size of a longan fruit. Fruit core! Yang Kai was stunned. Du Rafeng was also stunned, but he quickly reacted. Wait a moment. The 2 Chiqiao disciples who were approaching Yang Kai immediately stopped. Du Rafeng quickly came in front of Yang Kai and picked up the fruit core in his hand. After examining it for a while, he laughed and said, "Chief Manager, the thief seems to have confessed. The loss of the spirit fruit should not be related to the servants here." As he spoke, he presented the fruit core in his hand. Chapter 3874. The head manager took it and examined it for a moment. He then turned to Du Rafeng and chuckled. "You said General Sichin liked him and wanted to get close to him, but I think he was just looking for an opportunity to frame him. He almost got him killed, but luckily he didn't go too far and spared him at the crucial moment." Du Rafeng also smiled, "So that's how it is. I was wondering why the Grand General would behave like that. So it was all for today." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Now that the truth is out, it means that the missing fruit was not stolen by the servants. It was just that the Grand General ate one on a whim. Head manager, what do you think of this Yang Kai?" The head manager waved his hand, and the two Qiqiao disciples who had walked out immediately retreated back. After this incident, the head manager no longer had any interest in staying. He turned around and said, "Let's look elsewhere." With his hands behind his back, he walked off into the distance. A group of people followed him and left. Before Du Rafeng left, he glanced at Yang Kai and secretly transmitted a message to him. "Take care of yourself." Yang Kai watched as the group left. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Zheng's back. When the Grand General spat out the core of the fruit, he clearly saw Zhou Zheng's surprised expression. He couldn't help but frown. Who was the culprit behind today's incident? Was it related to Zhou Zheng? After carefully sorting out the sequence of events, the person who stole the fruit definitely wanted to kill him. Furthermore, it was only today that he stole one of his fruits. He and Fong Tai were locked up in the city's prison, so they arrived late and gave the thief a chance to take action. The culprit wasn't Fong Tai, but he was caught by the patrol because of Fong Tai. Yesterday, Fong Tai also seemed to want to provoke him, so the person who saved him and him was Zhou Zheng. His emotions fluctuated and his divine sense moved. Yang Kai felt as if he had cleared up the fog and seen the truth of the matter. But if it was really as he guessed, then how did this guy guarantee that the head manager would come to check on his medicinal garden? Just because of General Sichin? It wasn't impossible. As long as the head steward saw General Sichin, he would definitely be curious. At that time, whether or not the head steward came down to investigate, this person would be able to guide him. Unfortunately, it was the chief steward who wanted to come down today, not someone else. Otherwise, Yang Kai would definitely be able to verify whether his guess was correct. Yang Kai was infuriated that he almost got himself killed for no reason. If it wasn't for Grand General Sichin turning the tide at the last moment, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Even Du Rafeng wouldn't have been able to protect him. From the fact that Du Rafeng didn't show any respect to the chief steward, it could be seen that this matter was related to an odd job worker's theft. On the contrary, it didn't matter that the Grand General had eaten one. This odd job was unbearable. It had only been a few months, and he had almost gotten into trouble. He still had a long way to go. Thinking about this, Yang Kai hurriedly carried the Grand General down from his head. Holding it with both hands, he looked at it carefully. Previously, when this guy had used his head as a chicken coop, Kai Yang had felt quite ashamed. But after witnessing the great general's ability, the god of wealth, he had let it be. He had never thought that today he would need its help. Now that he looked at it, it was pleasing to the eye. Pulling it into his embrace, he ravaged it with all his might. "You're really something. Even in such a hopeless situation, you still managed to find a way out." The Grand General's feathers stood on end as it cried out. Using all its strength, it couldn't break free from Yang Kai's grasp. It cried out miserably. After a long while, Yang Kai finally let it go. Sitting on the ground, he placed the Grand General in front of him and chuckled. At this moment, the Grand General no longer had a majestic appearance. Its feathers were a mess. Once it broke free from Yang Kai's grasp, it fluttered its little wings and flew over, pecking nonstop. Yang Kai raised his hand to block it. All right, just vent your anger." After playing around for a while, the Grand General finally calmed down. Standing in front of Yang Kai, it used its beak to comb its feathers. From time to time, it would tilt its head and glance at Yang Kai. Its gaze was extremely arrogant. Yang Kai placed his hands on his knees and cupped his cheeks. He curiously asked, "How did you get the fire spirit fruit's core? Have you eaten the fire spirit fruit before?" The Grand General opened its mouth and spat out a ball of golden light. Yang Kai caught it and discovered that it was actually a few cores. "You really ate it before?" Yang Kai was astonished. It wasn't hard to explain why Si Chin had the ability to save him at such a crucial moment. "Why did you help me?" Actually, what Yang Kai wanted to know was why Si Chin treated him so differently. When others wanted to obtain the heaven-opening pill from the Grand General, it would also depend on the Grand General's mood. Only he was able to use an insect to exchange for a pill. He was even able to use this method to open up a path of wealth. This definitely wasn't because he had fought with the Grand General before. It was a pity that Si Chin hadn't communicated with him properly. If the Grand General could understand what he said, it meant that the Grand General had the ability to communicate with others, but was too lazy to do so. Since he couldn't understand, Yang Kai was too lazy to think about it. He hugged the Grand General and placed it on his head. Yang Kai stood up and said, "Since you saved my life today, if you have any requests in the future, just tell me, and I will do my best." He wasn't sure if the Grand General heard him clearly, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Although the orchard was large, the head steward had only patrolled for a day. Yang Kai waited until the next day before Du Rufeng arrived. As soon as they met, Du Rufeng said, "Yang Kai, I tried my best to exonerate you yesterday, but it was a pity that I couldn't do anything about the theft. Fortunately, at the last moment, the Grand General took the initiative to stand up for you. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Master Du is too serious. Yesterday, this disciple saw the care and concern that Master Du showed to this disciple. This disciple will remember it in his heart." Du Rufeng patted his shoulder. "It's good that you can think this way. Why? Do you have something to tell me?" If Yang Kai hadn't sent him a message yesterday, he wouldn't have come today. Yang Kai said, "There is something." He gestured with his hand. "Master Du, please." After inviting Du Rufeng to a nearby table and chair, Yang Kai took out some fragrant spring water and began cooking. These things were all stored in his space ring for later use. Du Rufeng smiled and said, "If you have something to say, don't beat around the bush." Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. Disciple wants to ask, does Master Du's previous words still count? Du Rufeng looked at him with interest. What? Have you thought it through? Didn't you refuse this king before? Yang Kai let out a dry laugh. That was then, and this is now. Disciple had some misgivings before, but after yesterday's events, Disciple discovered that, as a servant, there are many things that are beyond Disciple's control. Disciple doesn't like this kind of feeling. Moreover, water flows downwards and people strive to climb higher. This is a matter of course. Since Master has given me this opportunity, Disciple will naturally grasp it well. Du Rufeng smiled lightly. In my Qiqiao lands, the number of servants is the largest, but the status of a servant is the lowest. Some people come to my Qiqiao lands and work for 3,000 years without being able to turn over a new leaf, while others only need a few years to become a carp, leaping over the dragon gate. This all depends on one's own ability. You are a person with ability, so this king wants to guide you. Rest assured, this king's previous words will naturally count. Thank you in advance, Master Du. Yang Kai stood up and bowed, but he didn't take a seat and continued. Disciple boldly asks, if Disciple follows Master Du, what will Disciple's status be? Washing away your servant status, you will become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. At that time, what should I do? What do you want to do? Du Rufeng asked back. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. Can Disciple do whatever Disciple wants to do? Du Rufeng chuckled. as long as it is within my protection and doesn't violate the rules of the Chichao lands. Disciple can do anything. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew a large circle in front of his eyes. Disciple wants to be the manager of this orchard. HM? Du Rufeng narrowed his eyes slightly. Your appetite is a bit big. If Master can't fulfill my wish, then Disciple will be presumptuous. Du Rufeng snorted. Are you trying to provoke this king? Yang Kai doesn't dare. Du Rufeng stared at him for a while, faintly regretting making such a big promise. Now that Yang Kai's words had forced him to ride a tiger, and it was difficult to back down. If he agreed, he couldn't make the decision. If he didn't agree, it would be embarrassing in front of Yang Kai. After weighing the pros and cons, Du Rufeng said, It's a good thing that you want to be the manager of the orchard. As you said, people strive for higher positions. However, the position of manager now belongs to someone else. Although Zhou Zheng is a bit incompetent, he hasn't made any big mistakes. It would be unfair to abruptly remove him from the position of manager. Why don't? Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai interrupted. What if Steward Chow makes a mistake? Du Rufeng frowned. What mistake did Zhou Zheng make? However, no matter what mistake he made, he will be dealt with according to the rules of the sect. No one can help him. Yang Kai heard this and said, After Steward Chow is removed from his position, can Disciple take over the position of manager? Du Rufeng laughed. Is there a grudge between you and Zhou Zheng? Why do you want to drag him down and replace him? Yang Kai shook his head. Disciple will reveal the riddle to Master later. Please answer my question, Master. Du Rufeng thought for a while and said, The position of manager needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. Thank you, Master. All right. You've been beating around the bush for so long. What do you want to say? Just say it. Du Rufeng was getting impatient. He was slightly displeased. It happened yesterday. The general didn't take the spiritual fruit. Someone really did steal it. Du Rufeng's expression changed, and he said in a low voice, Yang Kai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Don't you know that someone might die if you say that? Yang Kai looked down and said, I didn't know before yesterday, but after yesterday I found out. Du Rufeng tapped his fingers on the stone table lightly. Tell me in detail. Chapter 3875. It's like this. When I came to the orchard yesterday, the first thing I did was to count the number of spirit fruits, but I found that one was missing. It had only been 2 hours since it was picked. Just as I was worrying, the chief steward and the others arrived nearby. At that time, I didn't have time to find out the truth. Master also saw what happened after that. I was almost consigned to eternal damnation. Du Rufeng narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing in them. You mean this matter has something to do with Zhou Zheng? Before it's confirmed, I don't dare to make any rash comments. Master Du, please watch a good show. A good show. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai flew down from another orchard and landed directly in front of the two men. The two men's reactions were completely opposite. One was overjoyed and walked forward to greet him, while the other's expression changed slightly, and he took a step back. He looked at Yang Kai with a face full of horror and confusion. Brother, are you all right? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai didn't look at him, but stared straight at Xiang Yong and said, It was scary but not dangerous. Didn't I tell you before? Old Fong said, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I was a bit worried. Now that you're all right, I don't have to worry about anything. He paused and said, Brother, did you come here for something? Yang Kai grinned. Can't I come to see you? See me? Old Fong was stunned. Since you came to see me, why did you keep staring at Xiang Yong? He instinctively felt that there was something wrong between the two. He turned to look at Xiang Yong and found that there was indeed a problem. Xiang Yong was actually avoiding his eyes and had a guilty expression. He didn't know why. Brother Xiang, we haven't seen each other for a few days. How come you've become so estranged? Yang Kai looked at Xiang Yong with a fake smile. Xiang Yong's face darkened. Am I close to you? We're not even close. How can we be estranged? That's true. I'm not that close to Brother Xiang. But why did Brother Xiang look so surprised when you saw me today? What surprise? What surprise? Xiang Yong waved his hand and said in a low voice, I was just born with big eyes. Is that so? Yang Kai laughed. I won't hide it from Brother Xiang. The chief steward went to my place yesterday and inspected my orchard. Xiang Yong's eyes widened as he said, Head steward went over. Brother Xiang, you're very concerned about me. Why would I be concerned about you? I'm just, if you don't tell me. Xiang Yong coldly snorted and sat down on the ground. He leaned against a fruit tree and hugged his arms as he dozed off. The chief steward, Yang's was being inspected by the chief steward, was not a good thing. Taking care of the orchard was the responsibility of the servants. If they did well, they wouldn't be rewarded. But if they were found to be doing poorly, they would definitely be punished. Therefore, no servant was willing to have the chief steward visit their territory. They all hoped that he would just take a look at them and leave. However, every time the chief steward came to inspect, there would always be some unlucky people. Yang Kai's luck was really bad. There were hundreds of servants in the orchard, but the chief steward just had to go to his place. Now, even if there were no problems, there would definitely be some problems. He didn't do anything to you, did he? I almost couldn't see you again, old brother. Yang Kai let out a long sigh, his face full of lingering fear. Old Fong was shocked. What happened? Why is it so serious? Yang Kai solemnly said, I lost a fire spirit fruit in my orchard. Old Fong's face immediately turned white. Brother, you can't joke about this. You're new here. Although I've told you a lot of the rules of the orchard, you probably haven't realized the seriousness of losing a spirit fruit. Let me tell you this. The lives of us servants are not as valuable as a spirit fruit. I know. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Losing a spirit fruit is a serious crime. The chief steward wanted to arrest me on the spot. Even if Master Du came forward to plead for me, it was useless. Then why did you? Old Fong was confused. Du Rafeng had come forward to plead for mercy, but it was useless. Why was Yang Kai still standing there? What happened after that? Yang Kai grinned and pointed at the great general. At the last moment, the great general made a move. It actually spat out a fruit core from its mouth. Now the truth is out. Old Fong blinked and finally understood. So, the great general stole the spirit fruit and ate it. Exactly. Otherwise, why would the orchard lose a spirit fruit for no reason? Who would have the guts to steal it? You scared me to death. Old Fong let out a long breath. Although he knew that Yang Kai was standing there, he still couldn't help but tremble with fear when he heard the whole story. Why would the great general do such a thing? Old Fong looked at Yang Kai's head in confusion. How would I know? Maybe he ate too many insects and got greedy. But although the great general caused this, it was also thanks to him that I was able to survive. I should thank him. Old Fong, do you have any blue flame silkworms? A little, but not much. Give me all of them. After taking the blue flame silkworms from Old Fong, Yang Kai didn't stay any longer and turned to leave. In the void, a brilliance like a water curtain flowed. Under the brilliance, Du Rafeng hid himself and watched everything that happened. He was less than 300 feet away from Old Fong. But Old Fong didn't notice anything from beginning to end. Just after Yang Kai left, he suddenly stretched out his hand and made a hand sign. The brilliance like a water curtain wriggled slightly, and Yang Kai quietly flashed in from outside. Will he fall for such a clumsy performance? Du Rafeng chuckled. Yang Kai grinned. That depends on who he is. If it's someone like Old Fong, I'm afraid I can't fool him. But if it's someone like Xiang Yong, I'm not so sure. Let's wait and see. If it's really as I guessed, he'll definitely take action. Du Rafeng said, What if you guessed wrong? Master, will you punish me? Not really, But this king doesn't have so much time to waste here. I'll only give you half a day. If you don't see the result after half a day, this matter will end here." "Fine, half a day it is." Yang Kai had no choice but to agree, and it was even more impossible for him to bargain with the other party. Turning his head, he curiously asked, "Senior, this artifact is quite interesting. If we really end up luring the snake out of its hole, will it be able to conceal our whereabouts?" Du Rafeng said proudly, "This treasure was bestowed by the Venerable. It's called the Shadowless Veil, under the third grade heaven opening realm. It's impossible to see through its flaws. Even those above the third grade heaven opening realm might be able to deceive them as long as they don't search carefully." Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue. It was good to have a backer. He didn't have to worry about breaking through to the heaven opening realm. He had a lot of treasures in his hands, such as the capturing heaven net and the shadowless veil. On the other hand, he had worked so hard to fight with his wits and strength here, all for the identity of a small orchard manager. Just as he was speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly brightened. "The fish has taken the bait." Below, Xian Yong, who was leaning against a fruit tree with his arms crossed and dozing off, slowly opened his eyes. He looked around for a while, then stood up with a dignified and hesitant look on his face, as if he had encountered something difficult to decide. After hesitating for a long time, Xian Yong made up his mind and turned his head to call out, "Old Feng, take care of the orchard for me." After saying this, without waiting for Old Feng's agreement, he directly soared into the sky in the direction of the center of the orchard. Under the shadowless veil, Yang Kai and Du Rafeng looked at each other. Du Rafeng said, "I'm afraid it's really like what you said." Yang Kai said, "Master, you'll know when you see it." Du Rafeng no longer said anything. He urged the shadowless veil and quietly followed behind Xian Yong. Xian Yong looked back several times, but found nothing. After a short while, 1,000 blades peak appeared in front of them. This peak was strange, like a sword inserted into the ground. The scenery on the peak was good, but it was surrounded by orchards, and there were no other peaks in the distance. It was a very rare solitary peak. There was a hall on 1,000 Blades Peak, where the orchard manager usually lived and worked. From time to time, there were handymen coming in and out of the peak. Obviously, they were all looking for Zhou Zheng. Zhou Zheng liked to work in the pavilion on the edge of the peak outside the hall. Sitting in the pavilion, he could see the small mountains and the continuous orchard below. It gave people a feeling that everything was under his control. Zhou Zheng liked this feeling. At this moment, there were not many handymen looking for Zhou Zheng. After all, nothing serious happened in the orchard. Even if there was a problem, the handymen would find a way to solve it. Only when there was something they couldn't solve would they come to Zhou Zheng. When Xian Yong arrived, he didn't go to Zhou Zheng immediately, probably because he felt a little guilty. He waited for 2 hours until all the other handymen left. In the pavilion, Zhou Zheng didn't raise his head. "What's the matter?" "Steward Chow," Xian Yong shouted in a low voice. Zhou Zheng's expression changed. He looked up and saw Xian Yong. He immediately looked around and gritted his teeth. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to look for me during this time?" Xian Yong stretched his neck and said, "I don't want to bother Steward Chow, but there's something I don't understand. I need Steward Chow's help." "What's so important?" Zhou Zheng's expression was ugly. "That Yang Kai, shut up!" Zhou Zheng suddenly stood up and glared at Xian Yong for a while. He said in a low voice, "Come with me." With his hands behind his back, he led the way to the main hall. Xian Yong scratched his head and had no choice but to follow. The two entered the main hall one after the other. Zhou Zheng waved the token in his hand and opened the restriction. He then turned around and glared at Xian Yong. "Are you crazy? How dare you mention that outside? Don't you know that the walls have ears? If someone heard you, not only you, but even I can't escape death." Xian Yong said, "But Master Steward said that as long as I followed your orders, that Yang Kai would definitely die. I followed your arrangements, and took the risk of losing my head. Why is that brat perfectly fine? Zhou Zheng frowned. How do you know? Did you see Yang Kai? Chapter 3876. Xiang Yong sneered. Steward Chow, you don't need to know how I found out. I just know. Zhou Zheng's face darkened as he said, Yesterday's incident was a little unexpected. The head steward went to inspect his herb garden as I wished and discovered that he had lost the spirit fruit. We were just about to arrest him when General Si Chin appeared at the crucial moment and ruined everything. Steward Chow doesn't need to elaborate on the process. I found out about it from other sources. Zhou Zheng was stunned. If you know everything, why are you still here? Of course, I'm here to ask for an explanation from Steward Chow. Zhou Zheng laughed. Ask for an explanation? What explanation do you want from me? His expression turned cold. Why should I give you any explanation? Xiang Yong snorted and said, If it weren't for your instigation, how could I have done such a despicable thing? Now that the matter has been done, but the result has not been obtained, shouldn't Lord Steward take responsibility? Zhou Zheng's expression was so cold that it was almost dripping water. When did I instigate you? I've told you before that this is a serious matter. You have to think it through before you act and bear the consequences. Now that things have gone wrong, you're blaming me? Xiang Yong twisted his neck. I don't care. We're in the same boat now. If one dies, the other won't be able to escape. Zhou Zheng was so angry that he wanted to slap the guy in front of him to death. He secretly regretted giving him such a bad idea a few days ago. Now he didn't get to eat the mutton, but got himself into trouble. What do you want? Zhou Zheng asked coldly. Xiang Yong was a simpleton, and his status was low. He was not as valuable as Zhou Zheng himself. Since Xiang Yong was using this to threaten him, Zhou Zheng could not do anything about it. Xiang Yong chuckled and said, It's not like Lord Steward doesn't know what this one's intentions are. As long as Lord Steward can satisfy this one will naturally be able to satisfy Lord Steward. Zhou Zheng narrowed his eyes. You want to change your territory? Xiang Yong said, It doesn't matter if we switch back or not, as long as we can be transferred to Xiao Dai's side. Zhou Zheng gently nodded. If that's the case, it's not impossible. How about this? You go back and wait for my news. I'll let you know when I'm done here. Xiang Yong looked at him suspiciously. Master Steward, are you trying to trick me? Although I look a little big and burly, I'm not that easy to fool. Zhou Zheng was furious. Why would I lie to you? Do I need to lie to you about this? Then I'll trust you one more time. Xiang Yong nodded and cupped his hands. I'll take my leave first and wait for the good news from the Master Steward. Wait. Zhou Zheng raised his hand to stop him. Xiang Yong turned around. Master Steward, do you have any other orders? Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth and asked, Where is the fruit? What fruit? Xiang Yong was confused by his words. What do you think? Oh, Xiang Yong suddenly understood. You're talking about the fruit that I secretly plucked. He patted his stomach and said, Of course, I've already sacrificed it to my internal organs. It doesn't taste that good. You. Zhou Zheng looked at him speechlessly and waved his hand in annoyance. Get lost, get lost. Closing the restriction in the main hall and letting Xiang Yong leave, Zhou Zheng paced around the main hall for a while before he sighed heavily. The plan this time could be said to be perfect. If General Si Chin hadn't intervened at the last moment, Yang Kai would have been dead by now. But now, Yang Kai was not only fine, but he himself had caused a lot of trouble. Xiang Yong, he couldn't let him live. If there was a first time, there would be a second time. He didn't want to be threatened by people in the future. However, even if he was the steward of the orchard, it wasn't easy to get rid of a servant. He still had to wait for an opportunity. In Yang Kai's orchard, there was a flash of light, and two figures appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Kai and Du Rafeng. Yang Kai observed Du Rufeng's expression and found that he was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know what he was thinking. He didn't take the liberty to ask. What he had seen and heard today had completely confirmed his previous guess. Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong definitely wouldn't have a good ending. When Zhou Zheng fell, whether or not he could be promoted was secondary. The main thing was that he didn't have to constantly be on guard against difficulties from above. Telling Du Rafeng that he wanted to be the steward of the orchard was just asking for too much. Yang Kai didn't think that Du Rafeng would really agree. Firstly, he didn't have enough talent. He had only been in the orchard for a few months. Secondly, his cultivation wasn't enough. It would be difficult for him to convince others. If he couldn't be the steward of the orchard, Du Rafeng would definitely be compensated elsewhere. At that time, there would be a lot of room for him to mediate. If it weren't for the fact that this matter was really related to his life, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so ruthless. If Zhou Zheng just wanted to make things difficult for him and get some benefits from him, Yang Kai would have tolerated it. But now, this guy even used such a vicious method of stealing spirit fruits. Yang Kai felt that if he tolerated it any longer, he wouldn't even know how he died. He asked Du Rafeng to take a seat, poured tea, and waited quietly. After a long time, Du Rafeng smiled slightly and said, "You're really something. You've been here for less than half a year, and there are actually 2 people who want to kill you. How did you offend them? I'm also very curious." Yang Kai had a puzzled expression on his face. If it's Steward Chow, it's probably because I didn't show him filial piety after receiving a huge reward last time. This caused Steward Chow to hold a grudge against me. But as for Xiang Yong, I can't figure out the reason no matter how much I think about it. Du Rafeng picked up his tea and took a sip. No matter what the reason is, since they dared to steal spirit fruits in private, no matter how many lives they have, it won't be enough for them to die. Yang Kai was slightly stunned. Old Fong was right. The lives of the servants were indeed not as valuable as the spirit fruits. It could even be said that the Qiqiao land didn't even treat the servants as humans. As I said before, the steward position needs to be personally appointed by the Venerable One. I only have the right to recommend. I'll report you and explain the cause and effect of this matter. As for whether the Venerable One agrees in the end, it'll be up to him. Whether or not it succeeds, I thank Master Du for your kindness. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Let's wait for the news." Du Rafeng patted Yang Kai's shoulder and flew away. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai strolled around the orchard every day and occasionally went to talk to Dayu. Xiang Yong was nowhere to be seen. He didn't come over these few days. He sent a message to Old Fong and learned that Xiang Yong had been very obedient and had been sleeping in the orchard every day. On the 5th day, Yang Kai was catching insects with Dayu in her orchard. Suddenly, he felt someone calling him and quickly took out a jade disc. "Old Fong." Dayu recognized that it was Old Fong's communication device. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and used his divine sense to check the jade disc. He turned to Dayu and said, "Xiang Yong has been captured." Dayu was stunned. "Xiang Yong? What did he do?" Yang Kai shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. He didn't know what Du Rufeng's arrangement was, so it wasn't good to reveal anything at this time. Dayu frowned. Although he's a bit reckless, he can still distinguish between right and wrong. Did Old Fong see him being captured? Yang Kai nodded. Several Qiqiao land disciples went to capture him. Old Fong saw it with his own eyes. Half an incense stick of time ago. Yang Kai looked up in the direction of Thousand Blades Peak. Since Xiang Yong had been captured, it meant that Zhou Zheng had also made his move. He just didn't know what kind of expression Zhou Zheng had on his face at this moment. Would he be surprised? However, since he dared to frame him with such a vicious idea, he should be prepared for his revenge. In just one day, a piece of news spread throughout the Fire Spirit Land. The orchard's manager, Zhou Zheng, and the handyman, Xiang Yong, had stolen the Fire Spirit fruit. It was confirmed that the two had committed a heinous crime and had been handed over to the Fire Spirit Land's punishment hall to be punished severely as a warning to others. When the handymen heard the news, they couldn't believe it. However, the news was spread by the Qiqiao land disciples, so they couldn't question it. Everyone knew that Xiangyong was finished. Zhou Zhang was finished. Stealing the fire spirit fruit was something that hadn't happened for many years. However, what people couldn't understand was that Zhou Zhang was the manager of the orchard. Why would he steal the fire spirit fruit? Besides refining the heaven-opening pill, this thing didn't have any other use. What could he do with it? While this news was spreading, another piece of news was also fermenting in secret. Since Zhou Zhang was in trouble, the position of manager of the orchard was vacant. When the time came, there would definitely be someone to replace him. The handymen didn't need to think about it. The only ones who could become managers were the Qiqiao land disciples. Moreover, although the position of manager of the orchard was very prestigious and had a large number of people under him, it was actually a thankless job. Therefore, the Qiqiao land disciples who had a little bit of a future didn't put them in their eyes. Only Zhou Zhang, who had been promoted from a handyman and had no future, would scramble for this position. Another 2 days passed. Du Rufeng descended from the sky. When the busy Yang Kai saw this, he hurriedly put down what he was doing and went up to greet him with cupped hands. Master Du. Du Rufeng was full of smiles. He waved his hand and said, "Rise." Yang Kai looked at his expression and was slightly stunned. Master, did something good happen? You're so happy. Du Rufeng smiled. There is something good, but it's not me. It's you. Me. Yang Kai's expression changed. It can't be that matter. He thought that it shouldn't be. He was already mentally prepared to be rejected. Look at what this is. As Du Rufeng spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a new set of clothes immediately appeared in his hand. Rainbow shirt. That's right. Du Rufeng opened the rainbow shirt. Try it on. But, Master, isn't this something that only the Qiqiao land disciples can wear? So, you're already a Qiqiao land disciple, Du Rufeng said with a smile. Yang Kai immediately revealed a surprised expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Master, for your promotion." He respectfully received the rainbow shirt with both hands. He didn't need to hide anything and directly put it on. Du Rufeng nodded at the side. Not bad, the size is just right. When you have time, go to the personnel hall to get your disciple token and get a few more sets of clothes. Yes, Master. Chapter 3877. He had suddenly become a disciple of the Qiqiao land. Although the design of the rainbow shirt was nothing special, it was a symbol of status and identity in the Qiqiao land. If a worker wanted to become a disciple of the Qiqiao land, the only way was to reach the heaven-opening realm. That was why so many workers had no choice but to refine grade 1 and grade 2 materials to reach the heaven-opening realm. The materials needed for grade 3 heaven-opening realm were too expensive, and workers couldn't afford them at all. If they bit off more than they could chew, they could only spend their lives in the heaven-opening realm. And no matter how many heaven-opening experts there were, the Qiqiao land did not have to worry about them causing any trouble. As such, they generously washed away their status as workers and gave them the status of ordinary disciples. Not only would this give them a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao land, it would also increase the Qiqiao land strength. With the rainbow shirt on, Yang Kai seemed to understand many things. Seeing him in a daze, Du Rufeng smiled. You're already so happy? There's still more good things to come. Yang Kai asked curiously, what other good things? Du Rufeng smiled slightly. Did you forget the request you made before? To fulfill that request, you have to at least become a disciple of the Qiqiao land, so your clothes are only the most basic prerequisite. Yang Kai was shocked. The Venerable agreed. Du Rufeng nodded, he agreed. Without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he changed the topic. However, the Venerable raised a condition. What condition? Yang Kai asked eagerly, but he was secretly on guard. He knew that the Venerable wouldn't agree so easily. It would be difficult for him to fulfill this condition, but it didn't matter. At the very least, he had achieved his goal. The Venerable said that you haven't been in the fire spirit land for long. This is one thing, and your cultivation isn't high. Even if you've made a contribution, it's not enough to appoint you as the manager of the orchard. You have to know that there are more than 1 or 2 people eyeing this position. If you're appointed rashly, it'll be difficult to convince everyone. Disciple understands, Yang Kai nodded. So, the Venerable wants you to make another contribution. Du Rafeng looked at him with a smile. As long as you can make another great contribution, the Venerable will have a reason to support you. At that time, no one can say anything. Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "This kind of merit also depends on luck. It's not something a disciple can do just because he wants to. Or rather, where else would there be scarlet, heaven, golden flames in the fire spirit land that a disciple needs to help collect?" Oh, Du Rafeng couldn't help but laugh. The red sky golden flame is extremely difficult to nurture, and it's rarely seen in several thousand years. It was already a great fortune to be able to obtain one last time. How could there be a second time? With a solemn expression, he said in a low voice, "Now, there is something I need you to do. As long as you do it well, you will naturally get the credit." Yang Kai came to a realization. So the Venerable One has already made arrangements. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "If that's the case, please tell me, Master. This disciple will leave now and try to return as soon as possible." Du Rafeng patted his shoulder. "You're my brother now that you're wearing these clothes. Don't call me Master anymore. The Venerable One wants Junior Brother to do this time is to hunt down and kill a traitor." "Traitor?" Yang Kai's expression turned cold. That's right. Du Rafeng's expression was cold. This person made a big mistake a few days ago, but he didn't repent. Instead, he escaped from the Chiqiao lands. This is an unforgivable crime. The Venerable One wants you to find him, kill him, and bring back his head. Yang Kai blinked and said somewhat guiltily, "Junior Brother should obey the Venerable One's orders." But Junior Brother still wants to ask this traitor what is his cultivation level. He didn't want to rush out and find out that the traitor was a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If that happened, who knew who would be the one to kill who? Du Rafeng chuckled. "Don't worry, his cultivation level is similar to yours, and he's still injured." Yang Kai nodded. "Then there's no problem. But how do I find him? Brother, you know that the outside world is so vast that it's hard to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. It's so vast and boundless. He can just hide in any direction. Someone will go with you. This is just a formality. It's fine as long as you know it in your heart. In fact, you don't need to do much. You can do that." Yang Kai was stunned. However, he quickly reacted and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Venerable One. Thank you, brother, for your promotion." Du Rafeng patted his shoulder. "All right, there's no time to lose. You can leave now. Once you leave the fire spirit land, there will naturally be someone to receive you." "Yes." Yang Kai responded and rushed into the sky. After watching Yang Kai leave, Du Rafeng's figure flickered and suddenly disappeared. A moment later, in the main hall of the fire spirit land, Du Rafeng stood in front of the thick door and bowed respectfully. The door opened a crack and Du Rafeng stepped in. He stood still, and a voice came to his ears. "Is it done?" "Reporting to Venerable. Everything has been done." "Yes." The Venerable One responded softly. "You look like you have some doubts?" Du Rafeng smiled bitterly. "I can't hide anything from Venerable. Disciple really does have some doubts." "Speak." "One of Disciple's doubts is that Yang Kai is new here and his cultivation is not high enough. Is it really okay to help him to a higher position? What does it matter? He's just a trivial orchard manager. Even if he is promoted, how long can he stay in this position? At most, it'll only be half a year." Du Rafeng heard this and understood. Brother Yulian is about to leave seclusion? Yes, then there's no problem. Half a year is really nothing. Du Rafeng gently nodded. There's one more thing Disciple doesn't understand. Is it about that traitor? Duan Hai chuckled. It's about that traitor. Du Rafeng was puzzled. That traitor entered the fire spirit land at the same time as Yang Kai, and his cultivation wasn't high. Although he made a mistake without knowing it, it shouldn't have been a crime worthy of death. So why did he choose to defect and escape? The Seven Openings land is covered by many spirit arrays. If the spirit arrays were not activated, even if he was a heaven opening realm master, he would not have been able to enter and leave freely. If this king had not allowed it, how could he have escaped? Durafung suddenly understood. He had guessed before that a trivial cultivator from the Emperor realm would not be able to escape from the Seven Openings land spirit arrays. Now that he heard Duan Hai say this, he knew his guess was correct. The traitor being able to escape was also the Venerable's intention. It could even be said that the traitor had been provoked by someone. Why is that? Durafung was puzzled by this. That kind of trash, Disciple could have easily dealt with it. Why bother letting him out? You don't understand. Duan Hai slowly shook his head. That person is not someone you can kill. This king noticed when he was leading him back. If he really dies at the hands of the Seven Openings lands people, there may be some trouble in the future. Durafung was shocked. The strength of the Seven Openings land was not weak. The Heavenly Monarch and the several Venerables were all mid-rank Heaven Opening Realm Masters. So anyone who could cause trouble for the Seven Openings land would at least be a 5th rank Heaven Opening Realm Master. Could it be that that person has some kind of backer? As soon as Yang Kai left the orchard, Great General flew down. Yang Kai was already used to this. This guy would only fly over his head when he was in the orchard. Otherwise, he would move on his own. Not caring, Yang Kai continued forward and soon left the Fire Spirit land. At the exit of the spirit array, 2 figures were waiting. As soon as they saw Yang Kai rush out, the fat man on the left asked, "Is this junior brother Yang Kai?" "It is this brother." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, brothers. I've made you wait for a long time." As he spoke, he sized up the 2 of them, inwardly shocked. Originally, when he had heard Durafung say that this was just a formality, he hadn't believed it. After all, ever since he had started cultivating, he had never encountered such a good thing. Now that he saw these 2, he understood that it really was just a formality because these 2 were actually heaven-opening cultivators. Their auras were similar to Zhou Zheng's, so they should be first-rank heaven-opening realm masters. Although he didn't know who the person he was chasing was, Durafung had said that this person's strength was similar to his own. In other words, this person was definitely not in the heaven-opening realm, or even half-step heaven-opening realm. He and 2 other heaven-opening realm masters were chasing an Emperor realm master. No matter how he looked at it, it was very strange. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, they were also sizing him up. The fat man who had answered first said, "So you're junior brother Yang. As expected, you're quite handsome and have an extraordinary bearing." The man on the right also nodded. Junior brother Yang has a majestic gait and a majestic aura. With a single glance, I can tell you're someone who will accomplish great things. What's going on? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. These 2 fellows' flattery was too obvious, making him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, ever since he had come to the Seven Openings land, he hadn't felt anything when interacting with the workers, but when he went to the market and saw the Seven Openings land's disciples, not a single one of them gave him a proper look. Now, there were actually 2 heaven-opening realm masters trying to flatter him. This was really uncomfortable. Thinking about it for a moment, he guessed that it was because of Durafung. He didn't know what Durafung had told these 2 to make them not hesitate to praise him as soon as they met. What else could Yang Kai say? He could only cup his fists with a smile. "Brothers, you're too serious. Your auras are vigorous, and your cultivation is profound. This junior brother is far from being able to compare to you. This time, I'll have to ask you 2 brothers to take care of me." The 2 looked at each other and smiled, feeling that Yang Kai's attitude was quite good. The fat man immediately said, "Junior brother, don't worry. This time, Brother Du told us that even if something happened to us, we absolutely couldn't let anything happen to junior brother. We 2 brothers will definitely risk our lives to protect junior brother Yang." I still haven't asked how I should address you two brothers? Yang Kai asked politely, thinking to himself that it was no wonder these two fellows had such an attitude towards him. It turned out that Du Rafeng had told them to do this before. Now that they had said this, they definitely understood that Yang Kai was an extremely important person to Du Rafeng. In the future, he might be able to make a name for himself in the fire spirit region. At this moment, they naturally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make friends with him. Perhaps they would be able to soar in the future. The two of them reported their names. The fat one was called Ma Lu, and the thin one was called Jiang Sheng. After some small talk, the three of them set off together. Chapter 3878. The Qiqiao land was covered by many spirit arrays, so it was impossible to enter or leave without permission. But since this was Duan Hai's order, naturally he was prepared. Leaving the Qiqiao land, Yang Kai looked back and saw that the Qiqiao land was shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see anything. So he couldn't help feeling a little worried. Two brothers, we don't know how long this trip will take. Should we remember the way back? It won't be good if we get lost on the way back. Fat Ma Lu smiled. Junior brother may not know this, but in this vast universe, directions are chaotic and topsy-turvy, so it's difficult to remember. However, as long as we have a guide, no matter how far we are, we should be able to find our way back. Yang Kai showed a look of understanding. When Duan Hai led him to the Qiqiao land, he seemed to have heard Duan Hai mention something about a guide, but he had never seen it with his own eyes, so he didn't know what it was. Yang Kai guessed that it was some kind of tracking treasure. Then how do we find the traitor? Yang Kai asked again. This time it was Jiang Sheng who answered. Junior brother Yang, don't worry, we naturally have a way to find him. Junior brother, you just need to follow us two brothers and kill the traitor when the time comes. I understand. Then I'll be relying on the two brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists and simply ignored them. Although he was curious about many things, asking too many questions would only make him suspicious. Since he didn't need to worry, why bother? Speaking of which, he had been in the Qiqiao land for a few months now, and this was the first time he had left. The Qiqiao land was not a good place. Although he was lucky enough to be on Du Rufeng's ship and had won his appreciation, Yang Kai always felt that the other party was up to something. And the cause of all this was after Du Rafeng helped him obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame. Yang Kai suspected that his wood attribute strength had been exposed. And although he wasn't sure, it was better to be safe than sorry. If there was a chance this time, perhaps he could escape from the Qiqiao land. It was a pity that he hadn't expected Du Rafeng to give him such a mission. Moreover, Du Rafeng didn't give him any time to prepare before urging him to set off. Otherwise, he might have been able to take Old Fong and Dai with him. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both in the heaven opening realm, so they were extremely fast. Yang Kai used his full strength, but was only barely able to catch up. But even so, the two of them had a whole new level of respect for Yang Kai. They had originally thought that he was just a boy who had been lucky enough to obtain Du Rufeng's appreciation. But who would have thought that he actually had some ability? Half a day later, Ma Lu suddenly stopped. He waved his hand and took out a ball-like object. Inside the ball-like object, there was a red mist that was constantly changing and pointing in a certain direction. Keeping the ball, Ma Lu chased in that direction. Seeing this, Yang Kai understood that this ball-shaped artifact should have a tracking function. Otherwise, in this vast universe, how could the traitor find him after escaping the 7 openings? His heart trembled, since that traitor had a tracking mark on him. Did he have one on him as well? If Duan Hai had secretly used some kind of trick when he brought them back, it would have been difficult for Yang Kai to notice. After all, the gap between their cultivation realms was obvious. Perhaps there really was one. If that was the case, then Yang Kai needed to think about how to escape the 7 openings. If he failed to do so and instead exposed his intentions, being caught would not have a good ending. Flying through the void, in this vast universe, the scenery was breathtaking, and anyone could feel their own insignificance. Without counting the days, Kai Yang estimated that at least 10 days had passed since they left the Qiqiao land. The group of three continued on their way, with Ma Lu taking out the round ball from time to time to look at it and changing directions according to its guidance. As time went by, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng's expressions gradually turned ugly. At this point, even if Yang Kai didn't want to ask, he had no choice but to do so. Two brothers, did something go wrong? Ma Lu said, Junior brother Yang, please don't worry, there's nothing wrong. It's just that we're too far from the seven openings land. In this vast universe, all kinds of dangers are possible. Although we two brothers are heaven-opening realm cultivators, we're only first grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. If you really encounter danger, we may not be able to protect you. Jiang Sheng cursed. I thought it would be easy to catch up to that bastard, but who knew he would run so fast? I wonder what kind of secret technique he cultivated. Yang Kai understood that the situation had developed somewhat outside of their expectations. The traitor had run too far. Ma Lu said, we have to speed up if we let him run like this. Who knows how long we'll have to chase him? Jiang Sheng nodded. Junior brother Yang, I'll have to apologize. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Ma Lu, one on the left and one on the right of Kai Yang, suddenly increased their speed. After traveling like this for 3 days, Ma Lu's face suddenly lit up. He stopped. He should be recovering from his injuries. Jiang Sheng raised his eyebrows. How much longer? Ma Lu looked at the ball in his hand. Half a day. Jiang Sheng said, Junior brother Yang, make your preparations. When we see that traitor, you'll have to act. We two brothers will support you from the side. Thank you for your trouble, brothers. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Ma Lu laughed. Of course, of course. I just hope that junior brother won't forget to give us two brothers a hand when you soar in the future. I wouldn't dare to hope for that, Yang Kai replied, closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. He was speechless inside, with Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng riding on his left and right. Even if he wanted to run, he wouldn't be able to do so unless he killed these two first. However, these two were still heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yang Kai knew that if he suddenly attacked and used his full strength, he would be able to kill one of them while they were off guard. But if he killed two of them, that would be unrealistic. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape from the Qiqiao land for the time being, so he could only take it one step at a time. Half a day later, the aura of a universe world suddenly appeared in front of him. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, discovering that it really was a universe world. Looking from a distance, this world was blue and seemed to flow like clouds, making for a beautiful sight. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng led him straight into this world, passing through layers of clouds and mist. Yang Kai looked around curiously. After all, this was the first universe world he had seen after leaving the star boundary, so he naturally wanted to see if there was anything different about it. Looking around, there didn't seem to be much of a difference. Only the world principles were slightly different. Moreover, there didn't seem to be any powerful existences in this universe world, because when the three of them entered, there wasn't the slightest obstruction. If there were great emperors here, this definitely wouldn't be the case. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng let out a sigh of relief. Although they were heaven-opening realm cultivators, if there were great emperors here, they wouldn't be willing to rashly clash with them. Since there weren't any great emperors, that was for the best. Flying through the sky, three figures suddenly came to a stop on a large mountain. Ma Lu took a deep breath, his already fat body becoming even more bloated. He then spat out at the mountain below and roared, "Get out here!" As he spoke, the mountain range collapsed and the waterfall flowed in reverse. In the wilderness, countless birds and beasts were instantly killed. The earth continued to rise and fall, as if there was an earth dragon roiling underground. With a rumbling sound, the mountain peak collapsed, and a figure scrambled out of it, looking towards the place where Yang Kai and the others were standing in horror. Jiang Sheng sneered, "Bastard, you're quite good at running, making this uncle chase you for so many days." At this moment, the traitor clearly saw the 7 colored robes on Ma Lu and the others, and his expression changed greatly as he turned around to flee. Jiang Sheng's laughter became even colder. Since this uncle is already here, where do you think you're going? Spitting out a ring-shaped artifact from his mouth. It instantly sealed off the surrounding area. The traitor tried to flee, but he was unable to escape the range of this secret technique, causing his expression to become even more terrified. Junior Brother Yang, it's up to you. Ma Lu turned to Yang Kai and said, don't worry, he's currently injured and definitely isn't your match. Moreover, us two brothers will take care of him. So you just have to be bold and attack. Yang Kai nodded, I understand. Stepping forward, he entered the area sealed off by Jiang Sheng, a complicated expression on his face as he stared at the traitor who had betrayed the Qiqiao land. The traitor struggled for a while, but couldn't find a way to leave, so he could only turn his head. Their eyes met, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Yang Kai, why is it you? Yang Kai let out a long sigh. That's what I wanted to ask as well. Previously, when Du Rufeng had asked him to hunt down a traitor, he didn't ask who it was. After all, he didn't know many people, but now that he saw this traitor, he realized that he really did know this traitor and that he was someone who had joined the Qiqiao land with him. Fong Tai, it's all because of you. Fong Tai's eyes were crimson red, as if he was meeting Yang Kai's mortal enemy. If it weren't for you, this Fong wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Yang Kai snorted. What does it have to do with me? This was simply inexplicable. Fong Tai gritted his teeth. The fire spirit fruit that Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong conspired to steal is yours, right? That's right. Yang Kai nodded, suddenly revealing a look of realization. I understand you've been caught in the crossfire. Fong Tai angrily said, I didn't know anything. It was Zhou Zheng who told me to delay you. He's the manager of the orchard, so how could I not listen? I thought it was just a small matter. Who knew that it would involve the theft of the fire spirit fruit? You didn't have to listen. Yang Kai coldly laughed. Fate has always been in your own hands. You're right. Fong Tai exploded. When Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong got into trouble, I knew that they would definitely investigate me. So I ran, but I didn't expect that you guys would still catch up to me. What's more, I didn't expect that you would be one of the people chasing after me. What's so strange about that? This matter started with me. Fong Tai didn't understand, but you're just an errand boy. Yang Kai pinched his collar and adjusted it. Fong Tai's eyes widened. Rainbow robe, you actually dare to wear the rainbow robe. Are you a disciple of the Qiqiao land? Chapter 38-79. In an instant, Fong Tai's eyes turned red with jealousy. He had also stayed in the Qiqiao lands for a few months, so he naturally knew how difficult it was to become an ordinary disciple from a worker. However, Yang Kai was wearing the 7-colored robe, so he had clearly shaken off his status as a worker and become a disciple of the Qiqiao lands. How could this be? The last time he had seen Yang Kai was only a few days ago. At that time, he had Zhou Zheng's protection, while Yang Kai had been bullied by Zhou Zheng. He had originally thought that relying on Zhou Zheng would allow him to rest easy, but who would have thought that in the end he would be implicated and forced to flee for his life? Brother Fong, we've all known each other for a while. Now that I've come here to take your life, I don't want to make things too complicated. Why don't you just stick your neck out and save yourself some pain? Take my life? Fong Tai's expression changed drastically. This Fong only made an unintentional mistake, and you want to take my life? Yang Kai said indifferently, that's what the higher-ups want. I'm also very helpless. Fong Tai looked around and saw that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both glaring at him. He knew that no matter what, he would not be able to escape from the hands of 2 heaven-opening realm masters. All hope was lost, and his face paled as he sent a message. Brother Yang, you and I entered the Qiqiao lands together, and we even had an agreement before. Now that this Fong is in dire straits, Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and let me go. This Fong will be grateful and will definitely repay you in the future. Yang Kai stared at him and said, Does Brother Fong really place that agreement of alliance in your eyes? Fong Tai's expression was bitter. He knew that his previous actions were somewhat wrong. When he saw that Zhou Zheng loathed Yang Kai, he had intentionally excluded him. Now, in a mere 2 months, the tables had turned. Now he had to rely on others to survive. He immediately begged, "Brother Yang, this Fang was wrong before. Master Brother Yang, please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to my level." It was this Fang who was stupid and did not recognize people. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. "There's no point in you saying this now. Brother, Du ordered those 2 brothers to come with me. So they definitely didn't just lead the way for me. Even if I was willing to let you go, those 2 brothers wouldn't let you go. Moreover, why should I let you go?" If it was just some previous matters, Yang Kai was too lazy to care about anything with him. After all, everyone had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid disaster. He had offended Zhou Zheng and wanted to rely on Zhou Zheng. Naturally, he had to draw a clear line between himself and Fang Tai in order to survive. This was a very correct choice. It was just that they had different principles and couldn't make plans together. However, he cooperated with Zhou Zheng and Xiang Yong to frame Fang Tai. This was unforgivable. Even though he didn't know anything about it, if it had succeeded, Fang Tai would have been dead by now. An unintentional mistake was also a life and death feud. Moreover, as he said, since Du Rafeng had asked Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng to accompany him, it was impossible for him to just be a lookout. Even if he didn't do anything, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng would definitely not let Fang Tai go. Reaching out in the void, Yang Kai grasped the black dragon spear in his hand with a dragon roar. He shouted in a deep voice, "Fang Tai, give me your life!" While speaking, Yang Kai's aura quickly climbed to the limit, and by the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Fang Tai and thrust his spear forward. Fang Tai was shocked, never having expected Yang Kai to act so decisively, not giving him the slightest time to react. Even though he had been on guard the entire time, when the spear intent was about to reach him, he barely managed to raise his hand and summon a shield-like artifact to block in front of him. With a crisp cracking sound, cracks appeared on the round shield as soon as it appeared. The light that was flowing endlessly on it also quickly dimmed. In merely the time for a single breath, the round shield exploded into pieces, and Fang Tai's face that was filled with terror was revealed behind it. Not far away, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who were watching, couldn't help exchanging a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Although they could use such an attack at will with their current strength, with Yang Kai's cultivation, it was absolutely impossible. In other words, in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai's foundation was much stronger than theirs. When he broke through to heaven opening in the future, even if they were both first grade, they might not be his match. The round shield shattered, and the black dragon spear pierced through Fang Tai's shoulder like a hot knife through butter. As blood spurted out, Fang Tai's face was as pale as paper. Yang Kai's face was wooden, and as he withdrew his spear, he kicked out, hitting Fang Tai's waist. An irresistible force was transmitted, and Fang Tai was sent flying like a rag sack, crashing into the barrier of Jiang Sheng's artifact and vomiting blood. Fang Tai's expression was extremely horrified, and Yang Kai's expression was slightly stunned. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had jumped out of the shackles of the universe and come to the 3,000 worlds to fight with someone. Although his opponent was not at the heaven-opening realm, he felt that this Fang Tai was not as strong as he thought. However, this could also be related to the fact that he was injured and had been on the run for so many days. Yang Kai did not know how Fang Tai's injuries had come about, but he guessed that he had fought with someone while escaping from the Qiqiao lands. Since that was the case, there was nothing to say. His figure flickered as Yang Kai charged forward, the black dragon spear turning into a sky full of afterimages that enveloped Fang Tai. Fang Tai's strength was not bad, and he had an endless supply of artifacts, especially those defensive artifacts. Yang Kai did not know where he had obtained them, but he did not feel safe at all. However, under Yang Kai's storm-like attacks, he could only parry and was unable to counterattack. His expression slowly turned to shock, as if he had not expected that under the same cultivation level, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. When the last defensive artifact was shattered, Fong Tai clutched his chest in grief and indignation. Yang Kai, must you be so ruthless? Yang Kai did not speak, simply pointing his spear forward with a solemn look on his face. Fong Tai ground his teeth. You forced me to do this. If this Fong suffers, you can forget about living in peace. Saying so, Fong Tai formed a seal with one hand, and his originally weak aura suddenly swelled. At the same time, a profound aura began to spread from his body. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Just as he felt that this aura was a little familiar, Fong Tai opened his mouth and spat out an ancient seal. This seal looked inconspicuous, but it contained a terrifying power. A Tao seal! Yang Kai's face changed drastically as he thought to himself. No wonder it felt a little familiar. It turned out that he had done this before. Back in the Star Boundary, Yang Kai had been forced to release his Tao seal and fight a desperate battle with the great demon god. Yang Kai had not expected that outside this world, his first enemy would deal with him in such a manner. How powerful a Tao seal could be when released was something Yang Kai was well aware of, so when he saw the ancient seal turn into a stream of light and rush towards him, Yang Kai immediately retreated. At the same time, he raised his arm slightly and swung it forward, sending the blue dragon spear in his hand flying. The two streams of light collided midair, creating a loud bang that shook the heavens and earth. A terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, causing even the barrier around Jiang Sheng's artifact to ripple. At this moment, Ma Lu rushed over and stood in front of Yang Kai, his fat body like a city wall, blocking the storm in front of him, his palms constantly striking forward to offset the terrifying shockwaves. After a dozen breaths of time, everything slowly stabilized. Yang Kai, who was hiding behind Ma Lu, poked his head out and saw that Fong Tai's burly figure had completely shriveled up, his aura so weak that it seemed he would soon die. He was not as lucky as Yang Kai, nor was he as strong as Yang Kai. After releasing his Tao seal, it had been completely destroyed after colliding with the blue dragon spear. However, this Tao seal was the condensation of his cultivation, so when it was destroyed, his strength would also disappear. Although he had not died at this moment, he would not live for long. Yang Kai was secretly shocked and swore that he would never release his Tao seal unless absolutely necessary. This was simply too dangerous. Junior brother Yang, are you all right? Ma Lu turned around and asked with concern. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thanks to Big Brother's protection, Junior brother is fine." "It's good that you are fine. Junior brother, you must remember that fighting outside of Chenkuin is different from your previous experiences. The most important thing is to be on guard against this kind of desperate situation. If you are not careful, you will be unlucky." Ma Lu said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "I will remember." Ma Lu said, "It's fine as long as you remember it. Go! Take that guy's head and we can go back and report back. We've run too far this time. If we don't hurry back, senior brother won't feel confident." Yang Kai nodded and slowly ran towards Fong Tai. He waved his hand in the air and the blue dragon spear immediately flew back. On the other side, Fong Tai was already gasping for breath. Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down. He saw that Fong Tai's eyes were cloudy, as if he had aged a few thousand years in an instant. Even his body did not have much vitality left. He did not know if he could see clearly, but Fong Tai's mouth squirmed and a low voice came out. "If you kill me, you will not have an easy time." With a swish, the long spear thrust forward and Fong Tai's head flew, but not much blood flowed from the neck. Jiang Sheng flew over at the right time, wrapped the head in a black cloth he had prepared, and directly put it into his space ring, grinning meaningfully as he said, "Success!" The order they had received was to assist Yang Kai in retrieving the head of the traitor Fong Tai. Now that everything had been completed, they could naturally return home. Moreover, this time, not only had they managed to befriend Yang Kai in advance, Du Rafeng would certainly reward them handsomely. Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Yang Kai saw that Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded and couldn't help patting him on the shoulder. "Junior brother, do you rarely kill people? You'll get used to it. If you want to survive, you either have to kill or be killed. We also have the protection of the 7 realms. But if you wander outside, you will always have to keep your head tied to your belt. Who knows when you will be killed?" How could Yang Kai rarely kill people? Throughout his cultivation journey, the number of people who had died at his hands was innumerable. The reason he was absent-minded was because, after killing Fong Tai, he felt that something was not quite right, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Too lazy to explain, Yang Kai simply nodded and said, "What Junior Brother says is true." Looking at the headless corpse in front of him, Yang Kai thought back to a few months ago when he and this guy were brought to the 7 realms by Duan Hai. Now, they were actually forced to fight to the death. Chapter 3880. Raising his spear, Yang Kai took the space ring from Fong Tai's hand and handed it to Jiang Sheng. "I don't know if there's anything good inside, but since you 2 brothers have accompanied me on this trip, you've worked hard and contributed greatly. Consider this my thanks to you 2 brothers." How could I accept this? Although Jiang Sheng said so, he did not hesitate to accept the space ring and grinned meaningfully. "Then I'll have to thank Junior Brother." Thinking to himself, Junior Brother Yang really knows how to conduct himself. No wonder Brother Du appreciated him. Yang Kai really had to learn from him in the future. Perhaps he would be able to take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Shooting a meaningful glance at Ma Lu, Yang Kai put away the space ring, not bothering to check what was inside. In any case, no matter what was inside, they would divide it equally. "Things here are done. Let's go back," Ma Lu said. Jiang Sheng and Yang Kai naturally had no objections. Although Yang Kai wanted to stay and experience the local customs of this universe world, he was not in the mood at the moment. The 3 immediately shot up into the sky. However, before they could fly far, the sky above their heads suddenly darkened. Ma Lu looked up and asked, "What is it?" As soon as his voice fell, his figure suddenly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Both Yang Kai and Jiang Sheng were shocked and stopped in their tracks, silently standing back to back as they spread out their divine senses to monitor their surroundings. Jiang Sheng constantly called out Ma Lu's name, but received no response. A moment later, Jiang Sheng whispered, "Junior Brother Yang, did you see anything just now?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I didn't find anything." Hearing this, Jiang Sheng's heart sank. Not finding anything was the worst. Now that Ma Lu had suddenly disappeared right under their noses, neither he nor Yang Kai had noticed. It was extremely strange. "Let's go." Jiang Sheng no longer hesitated, calling out to Yang Kai before rushing up into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately followed. The next moment, the sky above their heads darkened again. Yang Kai hurriedly looked up and saw something coming down from above. At the same time, Jiang Sheng shouted, "Let's split up!" Without waiting for Kai Yang to recover, Jiang Sheng had already fled far away. However, that black thing didn't seem to care about Kai Yang and instead chased after Jiang Sheng. With a flash, Jiang Sheng followed in Ma Lu's footsteps and disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's scalp went numb, and he felt all the hair on his body stand on end. In that split second, he was able to see the silhouette of the black shadow. It was like an enlarged burlap sack. When the sackcloth bag came down, Jiang Sheng was taken away. Ma Lu must have disappeared in the same way, being able to easily capture 2 heaven-opening realm masters. The power of this artifact could be imagined. Yang Kai knew he wouldn't be able to escape. But what shocked him even more was the owner of this artifact. Even now, he still hadn't seen who it was. Standing in the air, Yang Kai looked around before cupping his fists and asking, "Which senior is here?" Chi Chiao Land Yang Kai respectfully requests senior to show himself. There was no reply, and the sky above them darkened again. Yang Kai, who had been prepared, immediately urged his space principles to escape, but there was an invisible aura that locked onto him, making it impossible for him to escape. His vision darkened, and he instantly felt like he had entered a strange space. Before Kai Yang could adapt, he felt someone pushing against him from the side. Not only that, there was also the sound of punches and kicks coming from the side. Another fierce fist was coming towards him. Yang Kai raised his hand to block and called out, "Brothers, don't fight!" The crackling sounds instantly stopped, and the two men cried out at the same time, "Yang Kai!" After calling out, they called out again, "Ma Lu! Jiang Sheng?" Ma Lu nodded and said, "Oh, so you guys were brought in as well. I thought someone was trying to ambush me." Jiang Sheng asked, "Who on earth is the one who did this? What is this place?" Yang Kai said, "I didn't see who it was, but this should be the inner space of a secret treasure. When Brother Jiang was taken away, I caught a glimpse of a secret treasure that looked like a sack." Ma Lu said in a low voice, "A sack? Old Jiang, do you know what it is?" "I've never heard of it." Jiang Sheng slowly shook his head and said in a serious voice, "But to be able to bring us in without anyone noticing, this expert is at least a 4th stage heaven splitter." 4th stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai was surprised. Why did he bring us in? Ma Lu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would I know? But he might have settled down in this world, and we disturbed him when we were killing that traitor. Could it be an enemy of our Qiqiao land? Yang Kai guessed. I just told him who I was, but he ignored me. Jiang Sheng swallowed his saliva. "Junior brother, don't say any more. Your senior brother is scared to death. Please don't be an enemy of our Qiqiao land. Otherwise, none of us will be able to live. It's best if it's like what old Ma said. We accidentally disturbed them and they want to punish us." Ma Lu suddenly called out, Senior, we didn't know Senior was here. We offended you before. Please forgive us." Jiang Sheng also hurriedly said, "That's right, Senior. Master, please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Let us out first. If there's anything, we can talk about it. Junior apologizes to you first." These two didn't care if others could hear them and begged first. Yang Kai was speechless. After shouting for a long time, there was no response, so the two went to rest. Ma Lu sighed. "I knew it wouldn't be good if we went too far. It really isn't good." Yang Kai asked, "Do we have any enemies in Qiqiao land?" "Never heard of them." Jiang Sheng shook his head, "But us brothers have only been in Qiqiao land for 1,000 years. Maybe we really do have enemies. But since Senior only wants to capture and not kill us, he shouldn't do anything to us." Ma Lu nodded. "Old Jiang is right. If he really is an enemy of our Qiqiao land, he would have killed us long ago." After comforting themselves, the two finally stopped panicking. They didn't know how long they had been in this cramped space. Suddenly, a ray of light shone in, as if a skylight had opened above them. The three trapped inside didn't hesitate. Almost at the same time, they activated their movement techniques and rushed towards the skylight. In an instant, they broke free of their bindings and appeared in a cave. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were obviously of the same mind. As soon as they were free, they immediately looked around. Yang Kai also focused his mind and scanned the area with his divine sense. Soon, the three's gazes were fixed on a short distance in front of them. There stood a thin, middle-aged man with a gloomy face. This man's clothes were plain and unadorned, as if they had been washed many times. His hair was tied up in a simple bun. He held a wooden sword in one hand and a bag in the other. That bag was the sack that Yang Kai caught a glimpse of before, but now it was only the size of a palm, so the man quickly put it away in his sleeve. Needless to say, this was the guy who secretly put the three of them away. It was easy to see the person, but the most frightening thing was not even seeing the person. Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng glanced at each other. The former cupped his fist and said, "Junior Ma, Lu of Qiqiao, land greet Senior. May I ask for Senior's name?" It was so sad to be weaker than others. They were captured for no reason and had to politely ask for the other's name. They had to be careful not to anger the other party. Humph. The man only lightly snorted and a powerful aura descended from the sky. Yang Kai instantly felt like an entire world was pressing down on him. His bones creaked and his chest was so tight that he almost coughed up blood. It was only by his strong will that he did not crawl down. On the other hand, Ma Lu and Jiangsheng had higher cultivations and were in a better situation than him, but their expressions were also ugly. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen the difference between the heaven-opening realm and the heaven-opening realm. Ma Lu and Jiangsheng were both in the heaven-opening realm, but the other party was at least in the heaven-opening realm. Just a cold snort was enough to make Ma Lu and Jiangsheng's brother and Jiangsheng unable to bear it. If they fought, how could they be his match? He could probably casually kill the two of them. You're all from Qiqiao land. The man swept his gaze over the three of them and slowly withdrew his aura, allowing Yang Kai and the others to breathe a sigh of relief. Ma Lu's face was filled with shock as he cupped his fists, reporting to Senior, "The three of us are disciples of Qiqiao land." "Very good." The man nodded. "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to find Qiqiao land, but you delivered yourself to me." Once these words were said, the three's expressions changed greatly. These words did not sound like good words. This guy clearly had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Indeed, good things did not come true, but bad things did. Previously, the three of them had been guessing whether this person had a grudge with Qiqiao land, but now it had become true. Ma Lu anxiously said, "Senior, the three of us are only ordinary disciples of Qiqiao land. If you really have a grudge with Qiqiao land, you can go find the venerables and heavenly monarchs. It has nothing to do with us. Wearing this robe is related to you." The man coldly snorted. Yang Kai almost coughed up blood when he heard this. He had only worn this robe for a short period of time, 10 days at most. It was different from Ma Lu and Jiangsheng. Did this count as him suffering an unexpected calamity? "As for your venerables and heavenly monarchs, this king will find them, but now is not the time." After the man finished speaking, he extended his hand and tossed out the burlap sack. Yang Kai did not even have time to react before his vision turned black. Needless to say, he was once again caught in the man's pocket. Ma Lu and Jiangsheng clearly understood that they were in a bad situation. After a brief discussion, they decided to make the first move and try to break open the secret treasure from the inside to see if they could escape. However, it would have been fine if the two of them did not make a move. As soon as they did, the rampant energy surged out, causing the three of them to be covered in dirt. Yang Kai was even almost injured. Helplessly, the two of them could only give up and plead inside the sack. Unfortunately, they did not get any response. They did not know if the man did not care or if he could not hear them. Chapter 3881. In the darkness, they didn't know how many days the three of them had been in the bag. Suddenly, the skylight above their heads opened again, but it only took a moment for it to close again. It was so fast that the three of them didn't even have time to react. Yang Kai was surprised. "What does he mean?" Ma Lu said, "I don't know." "Junior brother, did you feel anything wrong?" Yang Kai shook his head. "No." "Where's old Jiang?" Ma Lu asked again, but he didn't get a response. After asking several times, he suddenly realized, old Jiang is gone. Yang Kai was also surprised. He quickly looked to the side and found that Jiangsheng was indeed gone. Combined with the abnormality just now, how could he not know that Jiangsheng had been taken out by the other party? Ma Lu couldn't help but panic. Why did he take old Jiang out? "Brother, don't worry. Since that senior didn't take our lives, I'm afraid he has some ulterior motives. When Brother Jiang comes back, we can ask him." Although Yang Kai said so, he couldn't help but worry about whether Jiangsheng could come back alive. From the words of the middle-aged man before, it was not difficult to infer that he had a grudge with Qiqiao land. Now that the three of them had fallen into his hands, they couldn't escape and they couldn't fight back. They were at his mercy. Ma Lu obviously thought of this and couldn't help but feel a little pessimistic. Even if Yang Kai comforted him, he couldn't cheer up. He secretly regretted taking this job. He thought it was a good opportunity to rise, but who knew that he would be in prison with an uncertain future? Now that Jiang Sheng was gone, the space inside the bag wasn't so cramped. Ma Lu silently lamented to himself for a while. Yang Kai's divine sense swept the bag, trying to find a flaw in it to see if there was a way to escape. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find anything. After a few more days, another ray of light came from the darkness. This time, the situation was exactly the same as a few days ago. The bag was opened and closed, so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to react. When darkness fell again, Yang Kai clearly felt that Ma Lu, who had been squeezing him, had disappeared. He understood that Ma Lu had also been taken out, and now he was the only one left in the bag. Jiang Sheng was not released, so he was afraid that he was in danger. Now that even Ma Lu was taken out, the possibility of him coming back was not high. Yang Kai suddenly became anxious. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had been quietly looking for a flaw in this artifact, but unfortunately he hadn't found anything. The interior of this artifact had a self-contained space that could accommodate living creatures, so it was obviously extraordinary. However, the size of this space was a bit strange, as if it could be big or small. It could fit one person or three, but whether it was one or three, it was extremely crowded, as if there was a soft barrier surrounding this space. Previously, Jiang Sheng and Ma Lu had tried to break through the restraints of this bag artifact, but unfortunately they had failed. With two heaven-opening boundary cultivators unable to do so, Yang Kai knew that even if he used his full strength, he might not be able to escape. He just didn't know if there was a limit to the space inside this bag, or if it could burst. However, now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai could only try everything he could. If it could burst, that would be best. But if it couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to think of another way. It was better than being trapped here and waiting for death. Thinking so, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and shouting, "Dragon transformation!" As a loud dragon roar rang out, a golden light burst from the darkness and a golden dragon head flashed, submerging into Yang Kai's body. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded. 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 1,000 meters, the soft barrier around him tightly bound Yang Kai's massive body, as if invisible ropes were tightening around him. Yang Kai was on the verge of coughing up blood, feeling extremely uncomfortable, as if he would explode at any moment. Forcefully enduring this discomfort, Yang Kai's 1,000-meter body expanded once more. Asterisk Kacha! Kacha! Asterisk his bones creaked, and Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, the blood in his chest and abdomen roiling, his throat filled with the taste of blood. Even after reaching the limit of 2,000 meters, the bag artifact showed no signs of bursting, so Yang Kai knew that his attempt had failed. Unwilling to give up, Yang Kai reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. Space principles fluctuated, and as he thrust the spear forward, a massive black that appeared at the tip of the spear. Collapse berserk energy rampaged, and in this sealed space, the scattered energy could not be released, turning into a barrage of attacks that bounced back onto Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai, who was already suffering from the surrounding pressure, could no longer bear it and coughed up a mouthful of blood. His entire body was like a deflated balloon, his massive body rapidly shrinking as his aura weakened. Yang Kai inwardly clenched his teeth. This really wasn't going to work. He didn't know what this bag artifact was, but he was completely helpless against it. His strength was still too low. If he was also at the heaven-splitting realm, he might be able to force his way out of here. However, advancing to the heaven-splitting realm was extremely difficult. First, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in order to create a new world within one's body. Yang Kai's luck had been good, as he had obtained the immortal tree and refined it allowing him to condense the power of the wood element. This was an excellent start, but having a good start didn't mean he would be able to reach the heaven-splitting realm. If he wanted to accomplish his goal, he still had to search for those high-grade materials. But how could high-grade materials be so easy to find? Yang Kai didn't know when he would be able to advance to the heaven-splitting realm, nor did he know when he would be able to find the world tree to repair his shattered star boundary. After letting his thoughts wander for a while, his chaotic aura gradually stabilized. Since he couldn't escape, he could only wait and see. Secretly praying that Jiang Sheng and Ma Lu were safe, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and began to adjust his breathing. A few more days passed like this, and when the window above his head opened for the third time, Yang Kai was no longer surprised. An irresistible force caught him, and by the time he came back to his senses, he was no longer in that small space, but in the cave from before. The middle-aged man was standing in front of him. At this moment, his face was extremely gloomy, and Yang Kai didn't know what he had encountered that made him unhappy. In any case, he didn't seem to be in a good mood. There was a strange smell in the air, one that he couldn't quite put his finger on, and there was also the smell of blood. Yang Kai frowned and looked around, his gaze suddenly coming to a stop on one side of the cave. There were two corpses lying on the ground, one fat and one thin, wearing 7 colored robes. Although he couldn't see their faces clearly due to the angle, Yang Kai could still tell at a glance that these two were Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, who had been captured before him. He didn't know what had happened to them, but although their corpses were still intact, they had long since lost their vitality. Yang Kai's heart sank, although he had long since guessed that these two cheap brothers wouldn't have a good end. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, he couldn't help feeling a little sad. "Boy, what's your name?" the man suddenly asked. Yang Kai didn't want to say it, but he had no choice but to say it. In fact, he had already said it before, but the man probably didn't take it to heart. The man sneered, "You're much braver than that fat man. I hope your luck can be as good as his." Yang Kai sighed. "Senior, with your strength, if you want to kill us, it will be as easy as lifting a finger. Why torture my two brothers?" At this time, he also noticed that before Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng died, they should have suffered some kind of inhumane torture. The smell of blood in the cave was the blood that flowed out of their 7 orifices. The man snorted. "This king didn't torture them, but this king has a plan that needs their cooperation. Unfortunately, they don't have this life." Yang Kai looked up. "I don't know what Senior's plan is, but it requires their lives to cooperate." The man looked at him with a strange expression. "Do you want to try?" "Can I refuse?" Yang Kai looked at him seriously. The man shook his head. "You can't refuse." "Then it's fine. Since I can't refuse, then I can only cooperate. But before that, I would like to ask Senior to explain to me how I can cooperate. Senior probably doesn't want to see me follow in the footsteps of my 2 brothers. If that really happens, you won't be able to find other disciples of the 7 Openings land in a short time." The man nodded slightly. "You're right, you're quite interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone like you in the 7 Openings land." Yang Kai sniffled. "Actually, I'm not really from the 7 Openings land. I've only been there for less than half a year." The man sneered. "Do you think this king will believe you?" Yang Kai shrugged. "That's the truth. It doesn't matter if Senior believes it or not. Please tell me about the plan. If possible, I will do my best to cooperate. After all, if I can live, I don't want to die. Whether you die or not is not up to you. It depends on whether you have the ability to survive." As he said this, he flipped his hand and a delicate wooden box suddenly appeared in his hand. The box was only the size of a palm and was sealed, but there was a clear aura of life coming from the box. This undoubtedly meant that there was a living thing in the box. The man didn't waste any words and directly opened the box and handed it to Yang Kai. "Swallow it." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously, then took the box and looked down. His scalp went numb. He saw that inside the box there was a black centipede the size of a thumb quietly lying there. Although he didn't know what this thing was, anyone could see that it wasn't anything good. If he really swallowed it, who knew what would happen to him? At this moment, Yang Kai didn't know how Ma Lu and Jiang Xing died. They were clearly tortured to death after swallowing the centipede. Yang Kai swallowed hard and looked up at the man. "What does senior mean?" The man said, "Swallow it. If you don't die, your life and death will be in this king's hands. When the time comes, this king will need you to do something. If you die, then there's nothing to say." Chapter 3882. Is Senior doing this just to control me? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. That's right. Then there's no need to go through so much trouble. Senior only needs to plant a soul brand in my knowledge sea, and the same effect will naturally occur, the man sneered. If you hadn't condensed your own Tao seal, this would indeed be a good method. But since you have one, as long as it isn't destroyed, you can naturally find a way to escape this king's control. Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Back in the star boundary, it was too easy to control someone. As long as one was strong enough, one could brand their knowledge, see with their soul brand, and naturally control everything. How could this method, which had worked 100 times over, not work in the outside world? Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai suddenly understood. When he condensed his Tao seal, Yang Kai clearly remembered that he had condensed all of his strength into his Tao seal. In other words, for someone like him, the Tao seal was his foundation. If he wanted to completely control someone, he could only start with the Tao seal. Simply starting with the soul was not enough. However, looking at the fates of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, Yang Kai's heart was filled with apprehension. Who knew whether or not he would be sent to the underworld to reunite with his two cheap senior brothers after swallowing the centipede? Even heaven opening realm masters couldn't resist it, so how could he? He wanted to say something to stall for time, but the man didn't give him a chance. His big hand reached out and grabbed his chin, forcing his mouth open. His other hand picked up the centipede and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Then, with a light lift of his hand, Yang Kai swallowed the centipede into his stomach, not even giving him a chance to resist. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai realized the gap between him and his opponent. A burning sensation flowed down his throat and into his stomach, and Yang Kai staggered back a few steps. He reached into his mouth, wanting to pull the centipede out, but how could he pull it out? Under his perception, the originally motionless centipede in the box became extremely active after entering his stomach, turning into a mass of pure energy that rampaged through his body. An indescribable pain instantly enveloped Yang Kai, causing him to roar, his eyes bulging. The man retreated to the side and coldly watched, his expression indifferent. He had no intention of helping at all, as if his life depended on Yang Kai's own fortune. In the cave, Yang Kai's painful roars continued. He had never experienced such unbearable torture. His body alternated between hot and cold. When it was hot, it felt like his entire body was on fire, and when it was cold, his entire body would emit cold qi, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. As the hot and cold alternated, his life force dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. A dim light flashed in the man's eyes. Although he had already expected this, seeing Yang Kai's performance so poor, he couldn't help feeling disappointed. But this was understandable. After all, the previous 2 first-grade heaven splitters hadn't been able to survive and had been tortured to death. How could a brat who had just condensed a Tao seal create a miracle? However, if he couldn't find a suitable chess piece, he wouldn't be able to carry out the next step of his plan. He didn't know when he would be able to catch the disciples of the Chiqiao lands again. In just half an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai was only breathing in and out. Blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices, and his miserable appearance was exactly the same as the dead Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. His vitality had also fallen to rock bottom, and in a moment his soul would scatter. The man let out a long sigh and turned to walk out of the cave. Looking into the distance, the flames of vengeance burned in his eyes. After a long time, the man walked back into the cave and went straight to Yang Kai's side. Looking down, he saw Yang Kai's body curled up, covered in a thick layer of frost. Even his eyebrows and hair were snow white. After sizing him up, the man couldn't help but exclaim softly. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes because he noticed that the young man who had been frozen into a popsicle was actually still alive. Although the young man's vitality had fallen to the limit, it still hadn't been cut off. He couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Logically speaking, after such a long time had passed, it was impossible for the young man before him to survive even if he had 10 lives. However, in reality, he was still alive. Feeling strange, the man carefully examined him. His gaze was quickly attracted by the blood flowing out of Yang Kai's 7 orifices. This blood was golden, and the man could clearly feel a surging vitality coming from it. Reaching out a finger and dipping it in the golden blood, he placed it under his nose and gently smelled it. The man paled. Dragon blood. When he looked at Yang Kai again, the look in the man's eyes changed. He didn't expect that there would be a dragon vein among the disciples of the 7 possibilities lands, and that he would coincidentally be able to capture it. However, this would explain why this boy's cultivation was clearly not high, but he was still struggling at death's door. The vitality of a dragon bloodline had always been strong, so it wasn't surprising that he could persist for so long. His expression constantly changing, the man considered cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots to prevent future trouble. But thinking of his deep blood feud, he couldn't bring himself to do so. It was not easy to capture a disciple from the 7 openings land, and because of some special reasons, he didn't dare to get too close to the 7 openings land. After hiding in this universe world for so many years, Malu and the others had finally arrived. The first 2 were too weak and had died to the flying blackback centipede's poison, but this young boy might become a useful chess piece. Of course, if he couldn't hold on and was poisoned to death, that was just his bad luck. Making up his mind, the man calmly observed the situation. Time passed little by little. Yang Kai remained unconscious on the ground, in a state of near death. That weak vitality had never been cut off, allowing him to struggle at death's door under the intense poison. The man had been quietly observing from the side, but when Yang Kai survived for 3 days, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he sensed that Yang Kai was still alive after 5 days, he was pleasantly surprised. It had to be known that the previous 2 first-grade heavenly splitters had only lasted 2.5 days at most. After a full 7 days, Yang Kai's weak vitality suddenly began to recover, and the various abnormal reactions from swallowing the flying blackback centipede also began to fade. Slowly, his vitality became more and more vigorous, as if a spark of fire had ignited a field. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, a look of lingering fear on his face as he gasped for breath. Although he had been unconscious for these 7 days, with his strength reaching this level, even in an unconscious state, he was still able to maintain a trace of clarity. When he was unconscious, he didn't know the situation, but when he woke up, he could naturally remember everything. He secretly praised himself for being able to escape death this time. He didn't know what kind of strange creature the centipede he had swallowed was, but its intense poison was actually able to rapidly consume his vitality. If his vitality wasn't strong enough, he would have definitely been poisoned to death. The reason he had been able to survive was because of his dragon bloodline, which made his vitality much more vigorous than ordinary people's, and also because of his wood element strength. Wood element strength was condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, and although he had lost the immortal tree's ability to bring the dead back to life, it had greatly enriched his vitality. It was also by relying on wood element strength that he was able to maintain that last bit of vitality. At this moment, Yang Kai could clearly feel that there was a centipede-shaped mark on his Dao seal. This mark seemed to be alive yet not, and was extremely strange. The mark wrapped around his Dao seal and didn't hinder him, but Yang Kai didn't doubt that as long as this man made the slightest move, his Dao seal would be destroyed in an instant, and his soul would return to the underworld. Smiling bitterly in his heart, Yang Kai's life and death were really in the hands of this man. If this man wanted him to, He wouldn't even have the strength to resist. Good, very good. Seeing Yang Kai open his eyes, the man's face was full of surprise, and he actually grinned. He reached out his hand to help Yang Kai up and affectionately patted him on the shoulder. Boy, you really didn't let this king down. He spoke as if he had been very optimistic about Yang Kai before. Although Yang Kai was awake, after suffering such torture, he was now extremely weak and didn't even have the strength to reply. Thinking about how his life and death would be out of his control in the future, how could he be in the mood to agree with this man? He just casually grunted. The man didn't mind and just smiled. Boy, serve this king well. After this king has taken his revenge, he will definitely set you free. At that time, if you are willing, you can follow this king and call the wind and summon the rain. Isn't that better than being a disciple of the Qiqiao lands? Yang Kai rolled his eyes in his heart. Although he didn't know what kind of enmity this guy had with the Qiqiao lands, if he wanted to use him for revenge, he would definitely be in danger. If something went wrong, he would be implicated. What good would that be? He didn't dare to express his thoughts and just slightly cupped his hands. This boy doesn't have any great ambitions. I only hope that Senior can fulfill his wish in the future and fulfill his promise today and set this boy free. The man coldly snorted. Of course this king will keep his promise. But boy, could it be that you don't want to give up your identity as a disciple of the Qiqiao lands? Yang Kai coughed a few times and said weakly, Senior must be joking. This boy hasn't been in the Qiqiao lands for long. It doesn't matter whether I am a disciple or not. The man looked at him suspiciously and found that he didn't seem to have any intention of lying. He couldn't help but nod. So that's how it is. It seems that the Qiqiao lands doesn't treat you as one of their own. Yang Kai frowned. What does Senior mean? The man sneered. If they treated you as one of their own, why would they harm you? Harm me? Yang Kai didn't understand. Senior, if you have something to say, you can just say it. This junior doesn't understand what you're saying. Oh, the man said. Who was that guy you killed before? Yang Kai didn't know why he was suddenly asked about the person he killed, but he still answered honestly. He was an errand boy from the Qiqiao lands. His name was Feng Tai. He escaped from the Qiqiao lands, and this boy was ordered to kill him. What about these two? The man pointed at the corpses of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng. These two senior brothers are here under orders to protect me. The man laughed strangely. Protect you? I don't think so. They were probably here to spy on you. Chapter 3883. So what? Yang Kai frowned. For better or worse, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were both heaven-opening realm cultivators. So Durafeng sending them to protect Yang Kai was truly overkill. Yang Kai himself was well aware that although it was called protection, it was more like surveillance. The man chuckled. When you were killing Feng Tai, didn't you feel that something was wrong? What's wrong? Yang Kai became more and more confused and impatiently said, What does Senior want to say? Please speak frankly. Let me show you something first. Saying so, the man suddenly formed a seal with one hand and his thumb slowly pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands and how he couldn't resist if the other party really wanted to do something to him, he simply let it be. The next moment, the man's thumb pressed down on Yang Kai's forehead and an invisible force surged out. Yang Kai's entire body swayed, as if his soul had left his body and his vision suddenly stretched back. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly standing in the same place, but he could see his back. When he looked up, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but change, because he could see a faint layer of black qi on the surface of his body. This black qi was like a cloud, enveloping his body. Yang Kai was bewildered. He had never noticed this before. Obviously, this was the work of the man's secret technique, allowing him to see something hidden. The man chuckled and slowly withdrew his hand. Yang Kai immediately returned to his normal state and asked in surprise, What was that? Raising his hand in front of his face, he couldn't see anything. Using his divine sense to scan his body, he didn't find anything wrong, as if the black chi didn't exist at all. However, what he saw just now was definitely not an illusion. That Fong Tai probably has some sort of background. The man lightly snorted. An expert placed a seal on his body. If anyone kills him, the seal will activate and leave a mark on the murderer's body. This mark is very well hidden, and unless one is much stronger than that expert, it's impossible to discover it. The reason this king knows is because I saw you kill Fong Tai with my own eyes. Seal mark. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. The man chuckled. If you appear in front of that expert in the future, he will know that you killed his junior. How could he let you off so easily? After a pause, he continued, with the Qiqiao land's ability, why would they need to go through so much trouble to kill a traitor? Why, you should think about it. Yang Kai's expression changed as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Soon he grasped the crux of the matter and asked. The Qiqiao land already knew that Fong Tai had a seal placed on him by that expert? The man chuckled. This king didn't say that, but it's most likely so. That expert doesn't want to provoke him, so he found a scapegoat and let you kill Fong Tai. After that, he just has to find a way to get rid of you, and everything will be fine. Yang Kai suddenly understood and muttered. No wonder he had been a little suspicious before. How could a mere servant like Fong Tai escape from the Qiqiao land's heavy spirit array? He originally thought that Du Rafeng deliberately let Fong Tai go to create an opportunity for him to perform meritorious deeds. Now it seemed that deliberately letting Fong Tai go wasn't wrong, but not for him to perform meritorious deeds. He just didn't want Fong Tai to die in the Qiqiao land so that he wouldn't be investigated in the future. No wonder I was promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land so easily. It turns out that it wasn't because Du Rafeng appreciated me, but because I was used as a scapegoat. Yang Kai didn't doubt the words of the man in front of him. From his standpoint, Du Rafeng was already in control of Yang Kai's life and death, so there was no need to deceive him about this matter. Moreover, what Yang Kai saw with his own eyes couldn't be wrong. Understanding all this, Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. Damn you, Du Rafeng. I was the one who helped you collect the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame, but in the end, you're the one who set me up. It turns out that all those favors and promotions were just a pretense. Although Yang Kai didn't have a sense of belonging to the Qiqiao land and didn't feel any gratitude towards Du Rafeng, he couldn't help feeling a little annoyed at being used like this. Suddenly, Yang Kai recalled that when he was in Earth protecting Venerable Duan Hai's miniature universe, Fong Tai had taken out a token and said that it was given to him by a senior from the Black River realm. Presumably, the seal on Fong Tai's body was placed by that senior from the Black River realm. Although the universe was vast and he might not have the opportunity to meet that senior from the Black River realm in the future, he still had to be prepared. Perhaps one day he really would run into that senior. If that really happened, he might not even know how he died, so Yang Kai couldn't help cupping his fists and asking, Senior, how do I get rid of this seal? The man smiled and said, Unless one's strength surpasses that of the person who placed this seal, there is no way to get rid of it. Even Senior can't do anything. Not to mention whether this king has the ability to do so. Even if I did, why would this king help you? There was nothing wrong with these words. Yang Kai and this man in front of him were neither relatives nor friends. To put it bluntly, he was now this man's subordinate, so why would this man spend so much effort to help him get rid of the seal? The man continued, But you can rest assured, as long as you can help this king get his revenge, this king will satisfy you at the time. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, If he is heartless, then so be it. If Senior needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. Very good. The man laughed heartily. Although with the flying heavens black back centipede holding him back, Kai Yang definitely wouldn't have any thoughts of betrayal. But now that Kai Yang had taken the initiative to help, he was naturally happy to see this. If not for this, why would he even bother talking to Kai Yang about these things. By the way, I haven't asked for Senior's name yet. Yang Kai cupped his fists and asked. This king's surname is Su. The man replied lightly. What kind of enmity does Senior Su have with Qiqiao land? Yang Kai asked curiously. Senior Su coldly snorted. I don't need you to know. Don't ask. Just do your own thing. Then what does Senior Su want me to do? My cultivation is low. I'm afraid I won't be able to help Senior Su much. If I mess up Senior Su's plans, then I'll die 1,000 deaths. Senior Su laughed cruelly. You'll be able to help me while wearing this rainbow robe. You've just received this king's secret technique, so you should rest for 2 days. After 2 days, this king will tell you more in detail. Since Senior Su said so, there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Although he was very curious, it wasn't good to ask again. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Su, this junior has a presumptuous request. Senior Su said lightly, Speak. Yang Kai pointed to the side and said, I want to bury their bodies. Senior Su looked at him coldly. You're very affectionate and righteous. Yang Kai shook his head. These two were only ordered to supervise me. They probably didn't know anything. Moreover, they've taken care of me a lot along the way. Now that they're dead, it's time to bury them. Do as you wish. Senior Su didn't seem too interested in Yang Kai's kindness. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and left the cave. He wasn't afraid that Yang Kai would escape, and he quickly disappeared. Kai Yang let out a long sigh, his face filled with dejection. Ever since he came to this world, everything seemed to be going wrong. First, he was brought to the Kikikyo land to be some kind of odd job worker. After a few days of good work, he was unexpectedly involved in this kind of grudge. Now his life and death were controlled by Senior Su, and he had become a chess piece in his hands. Although he didn't know how Senior Su was going to take revenge. How could he have a good end if he got involved in something a fourth stage, heaven, opening expert was plotting? If he didn't think of a way, he might really die young. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still useful to Senior Su, so he wouldn't be in any danger for the time being. However, the Qiqiao land was a bit difficult to deal with. Since Senior Su wanted to use him, he definitely wanted him to return to the Qiqiao land. How would he explain the deaths of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng? 2 Grade 1 sky splitters had died, but he had returned in one piece. This was a bit unreasonable. His head hurt from thinking about it, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Yang Kai walked over to the bodies of Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng and sighed. You two being able to travel together, you won't be lonely. Remember to bless junior brother and turn misfortune into blessings. Towards these 2 cheap brothers, Yang Kai didn't have a bad impression. Just as he had said to Senior Su before, Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng definitely didn't know anything about the arrangements of the Qiqiao land. At most, they had been ordered to supervise him and ensure that Fong Tai died at his hands. Along the way, the 2 of them had been really good to him. Now that they had died at Senior Su's hands, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to avenge them, so he could only take care of their funerals. After bringing the 2 corpses out of the cave, they found a place with good feng shui and dug 2 large pits to properly bury the 2 corpses. Of course, Yang Kai definitely left behind their space rings. Not only did he leave behind 2 space rings, but he also left behind Fong Tai's. Instead of returning to the cave, Yang Kai flew directly to a nearby mountain peak, sat down cross-legged on a boulder, and began inspecting the contents of the space rings. After inspecting them, Yang Kai found that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were extremely poor. Besides some artifacts, there were only a few hundred heaven opening pills in their space rings. Although a few hundred heaven opening pills was a huge number for a labor, it was definitely not worth mentioning for a heaven opening realm cultivator. These 2 were first stage heaven opening realm cultivators, but with so little savings, it was obvious that they weren't doing very well in the Qiqiao land. This was also not surprising. After reaching the heaven opening realm, they would have to find ways to improve their strength. In order to do so, they would have to consume a large number of heaven opening pills over a long period of time. Yang Kai estimated that most of the heaven-opening pills had already been consumed, so having a few hundred left was already quite good. The quality of these artifacts wasn't very good either, so Yang Kai didn't take anything else, only taking the heaven-opening pills. He threw away the rest along with the 2 space rings to prevent others from discovering them in the future. Chapter 3884. There was no need to mention Fong Tai's space ring. Besides some specialties he had brought out from his own universe world, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening pills. Yang Kai didn't even put them in his eyes. The only thing that caught his attention was a jade token. This jade token was only the size of his palm and was crystal clear without any impurities. Inside it, there was a small fish-like thing swimming back and forth as if it was alive. This thing was what Fong Tai had taken out to show Duan Hai before, and was also the token given to him by the senior from the Black River realm. Yang Kai didn't know what this token was for, and wanted to throw it away. But after thinking about it, he carefully put it away, not daring to put it into his space ring, but instead tossed it into the sealed world bead. Presumably, with the sealed world bead's unique ability, the Black River realm's great master had no way to track down this token. Turning his head and looking around, Yang Kai found that the mountain wilderness was quiet. Sweeping the area with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't find any trace of Old Man Su, nor did he know where he had gone. There was no need to think about running away, though. Since the other party had dared to leave him here, obviously they weren't afraid he would run away. Sitting down cross-legged, Yang Kai looked inside his body and soon saw the centipede mark on the Tao seal on his spine. This mark seemed to have a life of its own, wrapping around the entire Tao seal. Yang Kai tried to push his Saint Chi, but found no hindrance. He then added a little more strength to attack the centipede mark, but the centipede mark immediately tightened around the Tao seal. In an instant, Yang Kai felt like his body was about to be crushed, causing him to break out in a cold sweat and stop his attempts. However, Yang Kai was certain that there was no way he could get rid of the centipede mark with his current strength. Old Man Su was at least a 4th grade heaven opening cultivator and had used such a strange treasure to subdue him. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. Cursing his bad luck, Yang Kai obediently began to restore himself. The centipede had consumed too much of his Saint Chi before, so although his life was not in danger, he was still very weak. 3 days later, Yang Kai, who was meditating, suddenly noticed something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw Old Man Su standing in front of him, looking at him quietly. Yang Kai quickly got up. "Old Man Su." Old Man Su nodded and said lightly, "You're quite honest. With your strength, if you tried to forcibly break through the shackles of the black flying centipede, I'm afraid you would have already died." Yang Kai's Old Man Su's centipedes, Old Man's to help ask. Old Man Su's names to Yang's to him to be to asks to help. After being subdued by Old Man Su that day, Old Man Su disappeared. Yang Kai didn't have time to ask about it, but he knew that Old Man Su wouldn't have spent so much effort just to amuse himself. What's more, this Old Man Su had a grudge with the 7 Possibilities lands, so he was definitely here to seek revenge. "I want you to bring me into Qiqiao land. Yang mind, Yang Yang eyes, and Yang Yang head is Yang Li Tu. By Yang was so, and to be, of course." But now that Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng were dead, how would he explain himself if he went back alone? Old Man Su seemed to know what he was thinking. He said lightly, "Don't worry. When you go back, you just have to say you encountered a void beast, and those 2 were accidentally eaten by it." Yang Kai was speechless. How could he get away with such a simple excuse? If the Kikikyo found out he was lying, he would be in deep trouble. This Old Man Su obviously didn't care about his safety. "But Old Man Su, how can I bring you into the Qiqiao?" Yang Kai looked troubled. The Qiqiao is surrounded by layers of formations. It's fine for me to go back alone, but if I bring another person with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to get through. We'll definitely be discovered. Old Man Su casually tossed something to him. Yang Kai caught it and looked down. He found that it was the pouch that he, Ma Lu, and Jiangsheng were in. This 6 directions Rui pouch is very mysterious. It was a coincidence that I was able to obtain it. Take it with you, and I can hide inside. You can avoid the Qiqiao's formation. Yang Kai gulped. He had experienced the power of this 6 unity wish bag firsthand. Even Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, 2 first-grade heaven splitters, had been sucked into it without being able to struggle. Obviously, this was no ordinary item, but now Old Man Su was actually giving this 6 unity wish bag to him, and he was going to enter it. Yang Kai's heart couldn't help but pound. Old Man Su sneered. Since I dared to give this treasure to you, I'm naturally not afraid that you'll use it against me. If you don't believe me, you can try. Yang Kai hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. Old Man Su misunderstood. I just feel that this treasure's power is unfathomable. It's the first time I've come into contact with such a treasure, so I can't help but feel a little excited. I definitely wouldn't dare to have any malicious thoughts towards Old Man Su. That's best. Old Man Su's expression was indifferent. In a moment, I'll teach you a sacrificial refining technique. Just practice it a little and coordinate it with me, and you'll naturally be able to control it freely. Yes, Yang Kai respectfully replied. With the help of this treasure, entering the 7 apertures land shouldn't be a problem. But Old Man Su, what about after entering the 7 apertures land? What does Junior need to do? What can you do with just a few punches and kicks? Old Man Su sneered disdainfully. As long as you bring me into the 7 apertures land, you'll have completed your task. Then, there's nothing for you to do. I'll handle it myself. Yang Kai relaxed, but at the same time he was also secretly shocked. From Old Man Su's words, it seemed he was saying that as long as he could enter the 7 apertures land, he would be able to take revenge. However, there were truly quite a few heaven opening cultivators in the 7 apertures land, not to mention the 7 apertures heavenly monarch, who was at the 5th stage of heaven opening. Even the 7 earth protectors were at the 4th stage of heaven opening. There were definitely other 3rd and 2nd stage heaven opening cultivators as well. To be able to face so many powerful enemies alone and still be so confident, just what level of heaven opening was this Old Man Su at? Could it be that he was at the 6th stage or even higher? Only someone with such strength could not place the 7 apertures land in their eyes. It seemed that Ma Lu Jiangsheng's previous conjecture about Old Man Su's strength was wrong. He was definitely not at the 4th stage of heaven opening. After being on tenterhooks for so long, the other party had only asked him to bring him in. Kai Yang didn't know what to say, but thinking about it carefully, this matter really needed to be handled by someone who was especially loyal. Otherwise, if they were to enter the 7 realms and casually shout out, it would ruin Old Man Su's plans. The black-winged centipede was obviously to guard against this. At this point, Yang Kai did not have the ability to resist. The main thing was that his life was in Old Man Su's hands, so he had no choice but to admit defeat. He immediately nodded to indicate that he understood. Following this, Old Man Su really did teach him a sacrificial refining technique. He also personally helped him refine the 6-direction wish pouch. In just half a day, Yang Kai was able to open and close the treasure. However, this was the limit of what he could do. He was unable to use the 6-direction wish pouch to defend himself. All right, let's go. Old Man Su was clearly prepared. All that was missing was a guide. After saying this, he did not wait for Yang Kai to react. He grabbed him and soared into the sky. In the air, he took out the wooden sword he had been holding before. The wooden sword instantly turned into a huge streak of sword light that wrapped around the 2 of them as they flew in a certain direction. Without a reference, it was impossible to tell how fast they were going. However, Yang Kai felt that compared to Ma Lu and Jiangsheng, Old Man Su's speed was much faster. After galloping for 3 days, the sword light suddenly stopped. Old Man Su said, "Kid, walk the rest of the way by yourself. With your ability, You will probably need to walk for another 3 days before you can return to the Chichao land. Once you enter the Chichao land, find a remote place and let me out." After saying this, he lightly added, "Don't think of playing any tricks. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Old man Su, don't worry. I will definitely bring you into the Chichao land." Opening the 6-direction wish pouch, Old man Su took the initiative to enter. Yang Kai closed the pouch and stuffed it into his clothes. Only then did he continue to fly forward. Sure enough, just as Old man Su had said, after 3 days, the 7 paths was in sight. Without stopping, Kaiyang flew straight ahead. Halfway there, Kaiyang had already made himself miserable. His clothes were a mess, and he had ruthlessly slapped himself a few times, causing him to spit out 3 liters of blood and his breathing to become weak. Half a day later, Yang Kai finally arrived outside the Chichao land. This was the first time that Yang Kai had returned to the Chichao land from the outside, so he didn't know how to enter. After shouting a few times, there was no response from inside, so it was likely that no one could hear him. Standing there scratching his head for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a way. Reaching out, he took out his disciple token from his space ring and poured his secret art into it, sending it directly into the fog in front of him. This time, Yang Kai used the right method. Shortly after the token disappeared, the fog in front of him parted on its own accord, revealing a large path in the middle. Yang Kai rushed in and soon arrived in front of a huge door. In front of this door were 2 disciples wearing 7 colored robes, each of them holding a sword and a saber, giving off a majestic aura. After seeing Yang Kai, a look of suspicion appeared on their faces. "Junior brother, which spirit land's disciple are you from? How come you don't look familiar?" Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to brother, I am from the fire spirit land and have just been promoted from a servant to an ordinary disciple. So these 2 brothers have never seen me before." The 2 men glanced at each other before one of them said, "Wait a moment." Saying so, he took out a round bead, seemingly trying to contact someone. A moment later, the man looked up at Yang Kai and gently nodded. "Junior brother, is Yang Kai?" Indeed. The man stepped aside and handed over Yang Kai's disciple token. "Go in, brother Do wants you to see him immediately." "Many thanks, brother." Yang Kai took the token and flashed into the door, his vision blurring for a moment before he appeared in the middle of the 7 refinements land. After probing his body a little, Yang Kai found that the 6 Unity wish bag was still in his arms, and there was nothing strange about it, allowing him to finally relax. However, at this time it was not convenient to release Old Man Su, so Yang Kai could only set this matter aside and set off towards the fire spirit land, preparing to meet with Du Rufeng first. Thinking about this guy, Yang Kai couldn't help grinding his teeth in hatred. Although he knew that it was definitely Duan Hai who had pushed him out as a scapegoat, all of the favors Du Rufeng had shown him before were now laughable in retrospect. Chapter 3885. Yang Kai flew straight to the main hall where he had first entered the fire spirit land. He guessed that Du Rufeng should live there. In fact, Du Rufeng did live there. From afar, Yang Kai saw a familiar figure standing in front of the main hall, dressed in white, quietly waiting. Who else could it be but Du Rufeng? After landing, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Brother, fortunately I did not fail you. Here is that thief's head." While speaking, he took out Fong Tai's head. Du Rufeng glanced at it and confirmed that it was indeed Fong Tai's head. He tilted his head slightly, and a woman dressed as a maid behind him immediately came forward and took the head. Du Rufeng reached out to support Yang Kai. "Junior brother, you have worked hard this time." He looked behind him suspiciously. "Why are you alone? Where are Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng, the 2 junior brothers? Didn't they go out with you? Why didn't I see them?" Yang Kai looked sad. "Brother, you don't know. This time, everything went smoothly, but on the way back, we encountered a strange beast. The 2 brothers unfortunately died. Junior brother couldn't avenge them and almost didn't make it back. It took a lot of effort to find the way back." Strange beast? What kind of strange beast? Du Rafung frowned. Yang Kai thought seriously and said, I have never seen it, but I heard the two brothers say that it was some kind of void beast. What did it look like? Du Rafung asked again. Yang Kai quickly described it. Fortunately, he had been careful and asked Su Lao about the appearance of the void beast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to answer at this time. After all, he had just arrived outside of Qingkuan and didn't have the opportunity to see any void beast. After listening to Yang Kai's description, the trace of doubt in Du Rafung's eyes gradually disappeared. Since his description was so accurate, it was obvious that he had seen it with his own eyes. Patting Yang Kai's shoulder, Du Rafung said, Void beasts have no fixed abode and are very strong. Encountering one in this vast universe is indeed dangerous. Junior brother is really lucky to be able to escape. It's a pity for Brother Ma and Brother Jiang. Yang Kai's eyes turned red. Du Rafung sighed. That's their fate. Junior brother, there's no need to be sad. You've worked hard this time as well. Go back and rest first. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. After the commotion caused by Elder Su, he was no longer in the mood to ask about the steward. Now that he had brought Elder Su into Kikikyo, who knew how long this steward would last? Elder Su might take revenge in a few days. Although he didn't know how strong Elder Su was and whether he could succeed, regardless of whether he could succeed or not, he couldn't stay in Kikikyo anymore. It was better to find a way to leave as soon as possible. He didn't ask, but Du Rafung took the initiative to mention, In a few days it will be 1 month. When I go to the orchard next month, I will tell the Fire Spirit Land about your matter. Thank you, brother. Yang Kai quickly revealed a happy expression. Then Junior brother will take his leave. Du Rafung nodded. Yang Kai turned to leave. After a few steps, Du Rafung laughed behind him. Junior brother, where are you going? Was he going to kill him to silence him? Yang Kai turned back, carefully hiding the vigilance in his eyes. Didn't brother tell me to go back and rest for a few days? You're wearing the rainbow robe now, so you can be considered a disciple of Kikikyo. You should go to the personnel hall to handle some trivial matters and register. Yang Kai patted his head. I forgot. Du Rafung tilted his head and said, Xiao He, accompany junior brother. The maid from before answered crisply, Yes. Under the guidance of the girl called Xiao He, Yang Kai successfully entered the personnel hall. He registered and received a few new sets of clothes, a happy expression on his face. Little he said, Darren is really lucky. I've served by Darren Du's side for so many years. But this is the first time I've seen a servant who only spent half a year to be promoted to an ordinary disciple. Yang Kai cupped his hands in the direction of the previous hall. It's all thanks to Brother Du's guidance. He paused for a moment, then said, Oh, right, Miss Xiao He, where should I live now? Xiao He pursed her lips and smiled. You'll live where Steward Chow used to live. It's still the errand boy's quarters. Yang Kai snapped his fingers. However, Zhou Zheng's quarters were definitely different from the errand boy's quarters. The place was bigger and the environment was better. He hadn't been there yet, so he wasn't too sure about it. Then, Master, please go back and rest. I also need to go back and report. Xiao, he gracefully bowed. Although she served Du Rafung, she wasn't a disciple of Qiqiao. Yang Kai guessed that she should have been an errand boy before. Du Rafung saw that she was pretty, so he took her in. Thank you, Mississippi. As Yang Kai spoke, he casually stuffed a few heaven-opening pills into her hands. Xiao, he took them and glanced at him with a smile. She didn't refuse, turning around and soaring into the sky, leaving Yang Kai leisurely to the errand boy's quarters. Not long after, he arrived at the errand boy's quarters. The whole village was empty. All the errand boys had gone to the orchard, so there was naturally no one here. He didn't need to go back to his original quarters. He didn't have anything to pack anyway, so he went straight to the largest building. This was where Zhou Zheng used to live, but now it was convenient for him. After checking inside and out and making sure that there was no one around, Yang Kai sneakily opened all the restrictions and hid in the secret room to let Elder Su out. Kid, you did pretty well. After Elder Su appeared, he wasn't surprised by the environment. It was as if he knew what Yang Kai was doing recently, even though he was kept in the Six Harmonies Rui pouch. He put the pouch away as he spoke. Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, Elder Su, I've done what you asked. I can't do anything else. I wish Elder Su good luck and success. Elder Su laughed strangely. Don't worry. If I say it's none of your business, then it's none of your business. Take care of yourself. Yang Kai said seriously, I'm really worried about you, Elder Su. After all, you're alone. Although I haven't been here for long, I know that there are quite a few middle-level Kai Tian cultivators in Kikikyo. Elder Su, how confident are you that you're here to seek revenge? Humph. Elder Su glanced at him. Since this king dared to come, I'm naturally fully prepared. Then I'm relieved. Old Man Su quickly left. After sending Old Man Su away, Yang Kai didn't even have time to close the door when he saw Great General Sichin walking over from the other side of the village, his whole body shining with a dazzling golden light. He didn't know if the Great General could smell Yang Kai's aura. In any case, he just walked straight over. When he got close, he turned his head to look at him. Yang Kai felt a little guilty from being stared at like that. He wasn't sure if he saw anything just now. The Great General clearly understood human nature. It was just that he was a little arrogant and was usually too lazy to communicate with others. Moreover, the Great General was still a pet of the Venerable One. If he ran to the Venerable One and complained, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, on second thought, since the Great General appeared in front of him like that, even if he saw something, he probably wouldn't complain. Yang Kai didn't know whether this stupid chicken was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. After welcoming the Great General into the house, Yang Kai didn't bother with him. He walked around the house with his hands behind his back, thinking about his future path. If Elder Su came to seek revenge, there would definitely be a huge commotion in Qiqiao. Right now, the best way out was to quickly leave this place to avoid being implicated. But what reason could he use to leave? Without Du Rufing's instructions or any other legitimate reason, there was no way he could leave. He couldn't think of anything even if his head hurt. Calculating the days, it would probably take a few more days for this 1-month period to end. He had wasted quite a bit of time on this trip. It was suffocating to be alone in the house, so Yang Kai simply walked out and flew towards the orchard. The Great General followed him without a word and laid on his head as usual. After entering the orchard, he first went to see Old Fong. When they saw each other, Old Fong was shocked and quickly pulled him into his house. With a pale face, he said, "Brat, do you want to die? Where did you get these clothes? How dare you wear them so casually? Hurry up and take them off." As he spoke, he started to move his hands. Yang Kai raised his hand to block. "Why should I take them off? I'm now a disciple of Qiqiao. What's wrong with wearing these?" Old Fong's eyes widened. "Are you suffering from hysteria?" It wasn't that he didn't believe it, but that he didn't dare to believe it. Yang Kai had only been here for a short time. Even if he had made great contributions, how could he be promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao? "I'm too lazy to explain it to you." Yang Kai sat down with a gloomy face. Old Fong stared at him for a long time before saying, "You've really been promoted to a disciple of Qiqiao?" "Nonsense, I came in from outside. If I hadn't been promoted, who would dare to wear these clothes? I would have been killed on the spot by those Qiqiao disciples." Thinking about it, Old Fong agreed. This set of clothes couldn't be casually worn. Kai Yang wasn't stupid enough to play around with his life. What's more, if it wasn't for the 7 realms, Kai Yang wouldn't have this set of clothes. Did he really become a disciple of Qiqiao? Old Fong's eyes lit up and he couldn't hide his envy. "Little brother, you're amazing." After saying this, he slapped his own mouth and cupped his hands. "Lord Yang really is amazing. You're young and promising." This old man is impressed. Yang Kai raised his head to look at him and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Also, I'll be taking over the position of manager of this orchard. Manager? Old Fang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are you serious? Yang Kai knocked on the table. Old Fang understood and hurriedly poured him tea. Yang Kai took a sip and said lightly, In a few days, brother Du will announce this news. I came over to give you a heads up so you can be mentally prepared. Old Fang couldn't be more excited. Little brother, you've made a meteoric rise. You have to take care of me in the future. Yang Kai sighed. He didn't know how to explain it to him. Moreover, he definitely couldn't tell him about Elder Sue. He just nodded and said, Don't worry, I'll take care of you if I can. Old Fang was moved to tears. After leaving Old Fang's place, Yang Kai went to Daiyu's place. Just like Old Fang, Daiyu was obviously shocked and couldn't believe what she had just seen. She kept trying to pull off his clothes, forcing Yang Kai to flee. She would see the truth in a few days. Chapter 3886. A few days later, the orchard was closed and all the handymen returned to the handyman's room. Daiyu and Old Fang first went to Yang Kai's former room, but didn't find him. After some communication, they learned that Yang Kai had moved into Zhou Zheng's former steward's room. Since Kai Yang dared to move into the manager's office, he obviously had something to rely on. Moreover, they didn't know who it was that spread the news that Kai Yang was about to take over the position of the orchard's manager, but many of the odd job workers knew about it. Old Fang and Dai, you both said that they didn't leak anything. Yang Kai guessed that it was most likely due Rafeng adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. It should be to pave the way for the announcement in a few days, so as not to be too abrupt. Every month, it was naturally time to go to the market to buy insects from other spiritual lands. If it was in the past, Yang Kai would definitely be in high spirits, but now that old man Sue's matter had happened, he didn't have the energy to do anything. He was always on tenterhooks, afraid that one day a great war would suddenly break out in the Qiqiao land and he would be the fish in the moat. Moreover, the source of income that was originally opened by the great general probably wouldn't last long. Losing interest, Yang Kai let Daiyu and Old Fang go to the market to deal with it. Anyway, after buying the third-grade pure golden dew for Daiyu last time, Yang Kai didn't have many opening heaven pills left. Originally, he wanted them to pay for it. Daiyu and Old Fang didn't understand. He was clearly promoted to a disciple of the Qiqiao land and was going to take over the position of the orchard steward. Why was Yang Kai still so unhappy? However, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask, so they could only leave first and go to the market to negotiate with the representatives of the 6 spiritual lands. Not long after the two left, a handyman came to visit. Yang Kai didn't even know the other person's name. He hadn't even seen him before. If it was just hearing the news, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key point was that Yang Kai had even moved into the steward's room and was wearing a 7-colored shirt. Obviously, the news wasn't groundless. Since there was a change in leadership, the handyman naturally wanted to build a good relationship with him. Throughout the day, Yang Kai had been welcoming and sending off people. There were nearly 1,000 odd job workers in the odd job room. Even if only 10% of them came to visit, there were still nearly 100 of them. Wanting to build a good relationship with them was definitely not just empty words. It was normal to send some gifts. The odd job workers didn't have much wealth, so they couldn't give him anything too valuable. The heaven opening pill was the most suitable. 5 or 10 of them would accumulate quite a sizable amount. After 3 whole days, Yang Kai didn't know how many odd job workers it had received. In any case, the number of heaven opening pills it had received had already exceeded 5,000. Yang Kai couldn't chase people away when they came to deliver things. Otherwise, it would be too unreasonable. During the day, he would receive gifts and receive guests, and at night, he would feed the general with Daiyu and Old Fang. With both income, his originally deflated wallet would suddenly swell up again. 3 days later, before going to the orchard, Du Rafeng personally came to announce that Yang Kai had taken over the position of the orchard manager. Not many people were surprised, and everyone was happy. When Yang Kai took over, he naturally made a generous speech in front of Du Rafeng, vowing that he would manage the orchard properly. Du Rafeng only said a few words of encouragement and then let him go. Arriving at the orchard, Yang Kai went straight to the lonely peak at the center of the orchard. Last time he had come here with Du Rafeng to eavesdrop, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with this place. With the orchard manager's token in hand, the entire orchard's formation was under his control. This was his first time taking over the orchard, so there were many things he wasn't familiar with. After busying himself for several days, he barely managed to straighten out everything and knew what to do as a manager. Speaking of which, the orchard manager was both idle and not idle. When he had nothing to do, he would casually patrol the area. When he had something to do, he would need to go to the various odd job workers' orchards to help them take care of the fruit trees. A few days later, Yang Kai used his authority as the orchard's manager to transfer Old Fong and Dai Yu to his side, saying that they would help him manage the orchard. The area that they were originally taking care of was handed over to others. In this regard, Dai Yu and Old Fong were quite uneasy. After all, when Zhou Zheng was in charge, he didn't use his authority so blatantly for personal gain. They both tried to persuade Yang Kai to stop for the time being, lest Du Rafeng had any objections. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. Du Rafeng had ulterior motives towards him, so why would he care about these things? On the other hand, Elder Su had disappeared for many days, but the Qiqiao land was still so quiet, making Yang Kai anxious. If Elder Su had made some noise as soon as he arrived, Yang Kai would have been relieved, but this calm before the storm made him feel uneasy. No one knew when Elder Su would make a move and what kind of situation the Qiqiao land would be in at that time. He had been here for half a year, and both Old Fong and Dai Yu had taken care of him. Although it wasn't convenient for him to tell them about the Qiqiao land's crisis, he had them by his side. If something happened, it would be easier for them to take care of each other. Since they couldn't persuade them, Old Fong and Dai Yu could only silently help Yang Kai manage the orchard. As a result, Yang Kai had nothing to do all day. Yang Kai originally thought that Elder Su would make a move soon, but who would have thought that he would wait for 3 months? During these 3 months, there was no movement from the Qiqiao land, and Elder Su didn't come looking for Yang Kai. If it wasn't for the faint uneasiness in his heart that he couldn't dispel, Yang Kai would have thought that Elder Su had left the Qiqiao land. However, the Qiqiao land was covered in layers of formations, so he had to rely on himself to sneak in. It was impossible for him to leave so quietly. One day, Yang Kai was playing chess with Old Fong when he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and silently sensed it. Du Rafeng summoned me. I'll be back soon. Old Fong heard this and nodded. Come back soon. Yang Kai put down the chess piece in his hand, went out the door and soared into the sky. Not long after, he arrived at Du Rafeng's residence and entered the hall. At first glance, he saw Du Rafeng standing in front of the hall, looking at him with a smile. During these 3 months, Du Rafeng would occasionally summon him to ask about the situation of the orchard, and Yang Kai would report it truthfully. In any case, he had done a good job managing the orchard over the past few months, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, every time he came, Du Rafeng would come alone. This time it was different. There were 3 people in the hall. One was Du Rafeng, and the other was a young man Yang Kai had never seen before. As soon as Yang Kai came in, he felt this young man's eyes sweep over him like a greedy viper, making him feel very uncomfortable. This gaze was filled with scrutiny, but also a hint of interest. These 2 were standing while the other was sitting in an armchair. Surprisingly, this was the Earth Guardian of the Fire Spirit Land, Venerable Duan Hai. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he quickly cupped his fists. Greetings, Venerable, greetings, Brother Du! Since the last time Duan Hai brought him to the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai had not seen him again, so he did not know why he would appear here today. Yang Kai instinctively felt that something was wrong. Could it be that old man Su had been caught and now he was involved? If that was the case, then old man Su was too useless. Is that him? The young man who Yang Kai didn't know suddenly asked a question that was inexplicable. Du Rafeng said, "That's him. There's nothing special about him. Why is he so lucky?" The man chuckled. Du Rafeng said, "Junior brother doesn't know, you should ask him." Yang Kai was confused and asked suspiciously, "Brother Du, this is—" Du Rafeng introduced, "This is Yu Lian, brother Yu. He has been in retreat before and has only recently come out, so you haven't seen him before." "So it's brother Yu." Yang Kai cupped his fists and bowed. "Greetings, brother Yu." Yu Lian grinned. "Junior brother Yang, right? Are you interested in guessing what I was in retreat before?" Who the hell would be interested? Is this person crazy? Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he still said, "Junior brother doesn't know. Please enlighten me, brother." Yu Lian smiled. "For us cultivators to break through to split the heavens, we need to gather the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Brother, I first condensed yin and yang energy, then the 5 elements. Of the 5 elements, the first one I condensed was fire energy. Fire gives birth to earth, earth gives birth to metal, and metal gives birth to water. The last time I was in seclusion, I was condensing water energy." Yang Kai silently calculated and was shocked. This fellow was a half-step split the heavens cultivator, just one more energy away from breaking through. Brother's complexion is rosy, so you should have succeeded. Now you're only one step away from split the heavens. Congratulations, brother. Yes, one step away. Yu Lian's eyes flashed with fanaticism. However, how many people have been stopped by this one step? You might as well tell junior brother that the materials I condensed are all grade 4. Then, if brother can break through to split the heavens, you'll be a grade 4 split the heavens cultivator. My Chiqiao land will have another great general. It'll be a blessing for us disciples. Grade 4 split the heavens cultivators are not easy to find, even with the resources of the Chiqiao land. Who knows how long it'll take to find a suitable one? I'm afraid it'll take 100 years, or even longer. Yu Lian let out a long sigh. With Venerable's ability, I'm sure you'll be able to find a suitable one for brother. Oh. Yu Lian turned his head to look at Duan Hai and smiled. There's no need to trouble Venerable with such a trivial matter. As long as junior brother can help me with something, it'll be fine. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine, faintly feeling that something was wrong. Junior brother's strength is shallow. I don't know what he can help brother with. Yu Lian leaned forward slightly and stared deeply at him. Shitty. You only need to contribute your wood elemental power. Hearing this, Yang Kai was shocked. All the things he didn't understand before suddenly becoming clear. No wonder after he helped Du Rafeng obtain the Scarlet Heaven Golden Flame. This guy had taken special care of him. It turned out that he was eyeing his wood energy. Although Yang Kai had guessed this a long time ago, he wasn't sure. Only now did he know that his guess was correct. When he was forced to release the Tao seal in front of Du Rafeng, he had already sowed the seeds of disaster, promoting him to be the orchard's steward and sending him to hunt down Fong Tai was also using him as a pawn. In any case, if his wood energy was really taken away, he probably wouldn't have a good end. I don't know what you're talking about. As soon as Yang Kai's words fell, he sent out a punch. Then, without even looking back, he pushed his space principles and flashed away from where he stood. Chapter 3887. A figure flashed, and Yang Kai instantly disappeared. Duan Hai, who had been sitting on the throne, raised his eyes and shouted, "Space principles!" Saying so, he stretched out his hand and made a grasping motion. Following this action, inside the Fire Spirit Land, Yang Kai, who had just escaped from the main hall, immediately felt a great sense of crisis. Turning his head, he saw a giant hand appear behind him, seemingly capable of lifting the heavens and lifting the sea, trying to grab him. Yang Kai was shocked. He continued to push his space principles as his figure flickered, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to escape from the range of this giant hand. There was also a powerful aura firmly locking onto him. As the giant hand descended, covering the sky, Yang Kai's body tightened and he let out a muffled groan as the scene in front of him changed rapidly. By the time he recovered, he had already appeared in a secret room. Duan Hai, Du Rafeng, and Yu Lian were all here, standing behind Duan Hai, one with an indifferent expression and the other with a smile on his face. Yang Kai's spirit was tense as he looked around but couldn't find any way to escape, his mouth filled with bitterness. Damn, I'm afraid I'm done for. Even using the space divine technique, I can't escape from Duan Hai's grasp. The gap in strength between me and this fourth stage heaven splitter is just too big. Junior brother Yang, why are you running? Big brother won't eat you. He just wants to borrow your wood attribute strength, Yu Lian asked with a smile. Was he waiting to die if he didn't run? Although he knew his chances of escaping were slim, he still had to try, so he said with a gloomy face, if Big Brother wants my wood attribute strength, he only needs to ask and Junior Brother will contribute it. There's no need to deceive me like this. Yu Lian chuckled. Junior Brother is a sensible person, so be obedient and don't resist. Yang Kai said, but I'm curious, can other people's yin, yang, and 5 elements be taken by force? He had asked Old Fong this question before, but Old Fong couldn't explain it. However, since he had encountered such a thing today, it meant that the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang could be taken away. Otherwise, why would they spend so much effort? Only one kind of person's power of yin, yang, and the 5 elements can be seized by force. Perhaps because there was hope for him to advance, to split the heavens, Yu Lian was in a particularly good mood. When he heard Yang Kai's question, he did not hesitate to answer. What kind of people? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. For example, Junior Brother has only condensed 1 type of power. If Junior Brother has condensed 2 types of power, then there's nothing we can do. Yu Lian explained with a smile, and after forcefully stripping it out, Junior Brother's wood elemental power will drop by 1 or 2 levels. But that's okay. I heard that Junior Brother's wood elemental power is at least level 5. As for me, I only need level 4. So as long as I'm lucky, I can still use it even if its level drops. Yang Kai understood. I see, Yu Lian said. Junior Brother, do you have anything else you want to ask? Yang Kai said with a sullen face, if my wood elemental power is taken away, what will happen to me? Yu Lian said, die? Of course, if you're lucky, you can still live, but I'm afraid you won't be able to cultivate in the future. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart sank to the bottom. 2 endings, no matter which one it was, would be a very tragic situation for a cultivator. If he couldn't cultivate, he might as well just die. Not giving Yang Kai a chance to speak, Yu Lian turned around and cupped his fists to Duan Hai. Thank you for your trouble, Venerable. Duan Hai gently nodded, raised his hand, and waved it fiercely. With a clatter, the sound of chains shuttling through the void rang out as a burst of energy rushed towards him from all directions. Yang Kai looked around and saw a series of thumb-thick chains composed of complex runes piercing towards him. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but his body stiffened and he couldn't move at all. Asterisk chi 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 asterisk a series of noises rang out as the invisible chains pierced through his body. Yang Kai instantly cried out in pain as his clothes became soaked with sweat. The spirit array under his feet lit up and slowly rotated. There was actually a spirit array set up here, so it seemed that this spirit array had been prepared beforehand and was only waiting for the right time to pull him over and deprive him of his elemental power. The chains stretched taut and pulled Yang Kai up into the air. Duan Hai and Yu Lian's figures flickered as they each stepped into a different spirit array, leaving Du Rafeng to stand guard. Yang Kai was extremely anxious. Now that he was in a situation where he had no chance of survival, it was impossible for him to get out of this predicament with his own strength. The only person he could count on was Old Man Su. However, Old Man Su had been in the 7 Secrets land for 3 months without any news. Yang Kai didn't know where he was or what he was doing, so it was unrealistic to expect him to come and save him. What's more, Yang Kai was afraid that he had already lost his value to Old Man Su. On the contrary, his life and death were in Old Man Su's hands. Even if Old Man Su knew about his situation, he probably wouldn't care. Inside the spirit array, Yu Lian sat down cross-legged, a mysterious aura pulsing from his body. On the other side, Duan Hai also wore a solemn expression as he constantly formed seals with his hands. With the clattering of the chains, Yang Kai could clearly feel a strong force being transmitted from the chains to his body, shaking his Dao seal and extracting his wood elemental power. An indescribable pain came from all over his body, causing Yang Kai to grit his teeth as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. Behind Yang Kai, a giant black centipede phantom suddenly appeared and firmly locked Yang Kai in place. No matter what Duan Hai did, he was unable to extract the wood elemental power from Yang Kai's body. Flying black-back centipede. A trace of surprise flashed across Duan Hai's eyes as he shouted in a low voice, stopping the hand seals he was forming, his figure flashing over to Yang Kai's side and placing his hand on Yang Kai's spine. A moment later, a violent force rushed into Yang Kai's body as he examined his Dao seal. In the next instant, Duan Hai's expression changed as he shouted, "Boy, who planted this flying black-back centipede in you?" Yang Kai could only gasp in pain, his face as white as paper, but he still sneered, "Damn you!" He had not expected that the flying black-back centipede, which had originally been a hindrance to him, would actually save him in this moment of crisis. This was truly a stroke of luck. Thinking about it carefully, this was not surprising. This flying black-back centipede was originally designed to target Dao seals. Duan Hai had set up this spirit array and wanted to use this despicable method to deprive him of his wood elemental power, which was the same as attacking his Dao seal. The two methods obviously conflicted with each other. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling grateful to Old Man Su. Although he didn't know how long he would be able to buy, being able to breathe for a moment was always good. Duan Hai turned his head and looked at Du Rafeng. "Did you see anything else in his Dao seal last time?" Du Rafeng was also a little confused. With his knowledge and experience, he had no idea what this flying black-back centipede was, so he shook his head and said, "Never!" Then it must have appeared later. Duan Hai's eyes flashed as he stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Little brat, when you went out last time, who did you meet?" Duan Hai's mind was also quite meticulous, so he was able to guess the truth of the matter. How could Yang Kai tell him? Sneering, Duan Hai exerted some force on his hand, causing Yang Kai to almost faint from the pain and immediately let out a pitiful cry. Duan Hai sneered, "Do you think this king has no way to deal with this thing? It's just a bug. Once this king gets rid of this thing, he'll deal with you." Saying so, Duan Hai moved his hand, his palm constantly striking the Dao seal on Yang Kai's spine, pouring a pure energy into Yang Kai's body and shaking the flying black-back centipede wrapped around his Dao seal. With Duan Hai's actions, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the centipede mark that had been wrapping around his Dao seal was gradually loosening its grip and faintly showing signs of being expelled. A vague will suddenly extended from the flying black-back centipede, causing Yang Kai, who was in great pain, to suddenly feel like a drowning man who had grasped onto a life-saving straw, exclaiming in joy, "Old Man Su, save me!" "Waste, you almost ruined my plans." Old Man Su's voice resounded in Yang Kai's mind, but to him it was like the sound of nature. Duan Hai's face changed dramatically as he shouted, "Who dares act so wildly here?" He had obviously heard what Duan Hai said just now, and being able to extend his will into the flying black-back centipede was obviously the owner of this strange insect. Duan Hai's actions just now should have alerted the other party. There is actually a powerful enemy hiding in the 7 Possibilities land. Duan Hai couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he had coincidentally discovered something today. Otherwise, he didn't know what would have happened. "Duan Hai, We haven't seen each other for many years. Have you forgotten this king's voice?" Old man Su's voice was cold. Duan Hai's face changed several times as he cried out, "Su Huang, you're still alive." Old man Su grinned. "This king is blessed with great fortune. How could he die? You traitors schemed against me and stole my 7 possibilities land. Today, this king will take it all back with interest." Duan Hai quickly said, "I know nothing about what happened back then." "Do you think this king will believe you? Today, all of you will die." As soon as the word die fell, an earth-shattering sound came from outside. Even though this secret room was covered in layers upon layers of spirit arrays, rubble still fell from the ceiling, as if the entire world was about to collapse. Immediately afterwards, a violent force suddenly erupted, transforming into an indestructible finger that shot towards Duan Hai. Duan Hai paled as he hurriedly retreated, his hands flying as he formed a series of seals and pushed his palm forward. Asterisk Hong long long, asterisk amidst the loud noise, heaven and earth were turned upside down. The secret room exploded and the great formation collapsed. Yang Kai, who was bound midair, instantly felt as if he was a canoe in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by endless waves that threatened to capsize him at any moment. The aftermath of the attacks of the 2 heaven-opening realm masters overflowed, piercing through the universe and collapsing everything around him. Yang Kai's body was constantly tumbling as the sound of bones breaking rang out from all over his body. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose as he saw stars, and his soul became unstable. Chapter 3888. Yang Kai was shocked. Although he had gone out last time with Ma Lu and Jiang Sheng as First Order splitting the heavens, he had never seen them fight, so he didn't know what kind of strength they possessed. What's more, the gap between a First Order splitting the heavens and a Fourth Order splitting the heavens was simply too big. Now that Duan Hai and Old Man Su had fought, the aftermath of their attacks had almost taken his life. This was the heaven-opening realm. If a mid-rank splitting the heavens had such power, then what about a high rank splitting the heavens? Blood spurting from his mouth and nose. Yang Kai's eyes were as bright as stars. Dust and smoke rose up as the hall collapsed, and darkness enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai was in extreme pain as the collapsed building was pressing down on him. But fortunately, the force that had been restraining him had disappeared. This place had been destroyed, so the spirit array arranged here had naturally lost its function. But without the shackles of this spirit array, Yang Kai was able to regain his freedom. With a shake of his arms, Yang Kai removed the debris that had been pressing down on him, and light reappeared in front of him. Before he had time to assess his surroundings, he heard a light cough from nearby. Yang Kai turned his head to look, a fierce light flashing across his eyes as he reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear. Shaking the spear, Yang Kai poured all of his strength into it, and with a resounding dragon roar, he thrust it forward. With a bang, a large amount of rubble was sent flying, revealing Yu Lian's figure underneath. Blood spurting from his mouth, Yu Lian's eyes bulged as he stared in shock. Die! Yang Kai roared as his space principles fluctuated. At the same time, a black ball appeared at the tip of the blue dragon spear, which had been poured into Yu Lian's body. Everything collapsed. A huge hole immediately appeared in Yu Lian's chest as his 5 viscera and 6 bowels disappeared. Grabbing the blue dragon spear with one hand, Yu Lian's other hand reached out towards Yang Kai, a destructive aura pulsing from it. Yang Kai took a deep breath, his chest bulging as he opened his mouth and spat out a sharp breath, cutting through the layers of flesh on Yu Lian's arm like a sharp blade, revealing the white bone underneath. A shriek came out of Yu Lian's mouth. Yang Kai raised his spear and threw Yu Lian's body into the air. The sky was filled with spear shadows. In just 3 breaths, by the time Yang Kai pulled back his spear, Yu Lian had already fallen to the ground like a ragged sack. There were countless holes all over his body, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His vitality was quickly fading away, and it seemed that he would not be able to survive. Before he could rejoice that he had escaped death, a murderous aura came from behind him. Yang Kai quickly turned around and blocked with his spear. With a crisp sound, a huge force came, and he was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth in midair. Landing on the ground in a hurry, he looked up and saw Du Rafeng looking to the side in disbelief. "Brother Yu." Yu Lian's mouth opened and closed, but he was gasping for breath like a fish that had jumped ashore, unable to utter a single word. His neck tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Du Rafeng's hair stood on end. He simply could not accept this. Just a moment ago, his brother was still in high spirits, ready to deprive others of their elemental power to advance to splitting the heavens. How could he have died in the blink of an eye? He knew that the source of all this was caused by the aftermath of the battle between the unknown enemy and the Venerable. In that instant, Du Rafeng almost thought that he was going to die. Although he had escaped death in the end, the aftermath of the battle had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Thinking about it, Brother Yu Lian was not much better off. He was heavily injured, and then he was ambushed. In a moment of carelessness, he lost his life. Du Rafeng's heart palpitated. Just now, if Yang Kai had not attacked Yu Lian but him, would he have been able to dodge? Turning his head, he saw Yang Kai coughing up blood on the side. Obviously, he was not in a good condition either. "You killed Brother Yu." Du Rafeng's face was so cold that it was almost dripping water. "You're next." Yang Kai pointed his spear forward as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. What a joke! Du Rafeng's face twisted. "You dare spout such nonsense in front of a venerable?" After speaking, Du Rafeng suddenly frowned and swept the area with his divine sense, his expression changing slightly as he discovered that Duan Hai was no longer here. Du Rafeng knew that something big had happened in the Seven Openings land, and that the Venerable should be in a hurry to defend against the enemy and could not pay attention to this place. Du Rafeng's heart sank as he wondered just who this Su Huang was for the Venerable to act like he was facing a great enemy. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk earth-shaking sounds rang out from the heavens as dazzling lights flickered, accompanied by intense energy fluctuations. It was obvious that there were masters fighting in the heavens. However, this was not something he needed to worry about, as the Heavenly Monarch and the Seven Venerables would deal with it. No matter how strong this newcomer was, it was impossible for him to be a match for so many heaven-opening realm masters. Asterisk schwa, schwa, schwa. Asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was the disciples of the Qiqiao land who heard the commotion. They flew over from all directions to investigate the situation. When they saw the ruins, they couldn't help but be shocked. When they saw Yu Lian's corpse lying on top of the ruins, their expressions changed drastically. One of them stood out and asked, "Senior Du, what happened? Who killed Brother Yu?" Du Rafeng coldly stared at Yang Kai and said, "Who else could it be? It's this guy in front of me. Kill him." Bold madman, daring to commit murder in the fire spirit land in broad daylight? Hand over your life. The group of Seven Openings land disciples was furious upon hearing this and summoned their artifacts one after another to attack Yang Kai. As soon as these people appeared, Yang Kai had been secretly accumulating strength. Although he also wanted to fight to the death with Du Rafeng, it was now impossible for two fists to fight against four, so it was best to flee first. What's more, almost all of these people were heaven-opening realm masters. Although most of them were first-grade heaven-opening realm masters, with only a few second-grade heaven-opening realm masters, they were still not people he could contend with right now. With the exquisiteness of the space divine technique, as long as there were no masters on the level of Duan Hai, Yang Kai was confident he could escape. With a series of rumbles, the void collapsed as countless attacks rained down, but Yang Kai had already dodged to the side, staring coldly at Du Rafeng before flying off in the direction of the orchard. Du Rafeng was flustered and exasperated. "A bunch of trash! Chase after him!" The numerous disciples of the Seven Openings land did not need him to give orders, and as soon as they saw Yang Kai flee, they immediately gave chase. In an instant, above the fire spirit land, a single person fled while a group of people chased after him, creating a lively scene. *1. With a loud bang, the heavens and earth trembled, a dull sound directly reaching one's mind, causing one's eyes and ears to tremble. Along with this sound, a flashing spirit array appeared in the sky. This spirit array was incomparably large, almost covering the entire fire spirit land. When this spirit array appeared, a heaven-destroying, earth-extinguishing aura descended from the sky, and within the fire spirit land, almost everyone felt an aura of death envelop them. Du Rafung, who was chasing closely behind Yang Kai, cried out in alarm, "The earth-protecting array!" Yang Kai's hair also stood on end as a feeling of impending doom filled his heart. Although he did not know what was happening, listening to Du Rafung's words, it seemed that the fire spirit land's earth-protecting array had been activated. In the next instant, an angry roar rang out. "Su Huang, you're crazy! Do you want to destroy the 7 Openings land?" Old Man Su's laughter resounded through the world. "So what if it's destroyed? Since this 7 Openings land was seized by you traitors, this king doesn't want it. Die all of you!" As soon as these words fell, the huge spirit array that enveloped the fire spirit land suddenly began to spin madly, and along with it, rays of light shot out from the spirit array like a torrential downpour from the sky, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Yang Kai did not even think about it and dodged into the sealed world bead. Hiding inside the sealed world bead, Yang Kai looked out through the sealed world bead and saw that the heavens and earth were filled with rays of light. Everything in the fire spirit land began to fall apart as huge gullies appeared in the ground. The group of 7 Openings land disciples who were chasing after him all wore looks of horror as they tried to dodge, but very few of them were able to avoid these rays of light. As the rays of light flashed past, those who were hit by them were injured, those who were grazed by them were killed, and those who were badly mutilated fell from the sky like dumplings. Yang Kai gulped as he secretly prayed that the sealed world bead would not be hit. Although he did not know what would happen to the sealed world bead if it was hit, it would not end well. Fortunately, although the attacks were endless and dense, the sealed world bead was very small. So as long as one's luck was not too bad, there should not be any problems. It was not until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Old Man Su was relying on and why he dared to come here alone for revenge. The 7 Openings land's Earth-defending array was obviously not activated by Venerable Protector Earth, so there was no reason for him to kill his own disciples. Only Old Man Su could do such a thing. Combined with what Old Man Su had said to the others before, Yang Kai faintly felt that this 7 Openings land should have a very deep relationship with Old Man Su. It could even be said that the 7 Openings land originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some reason it was taken away. Although it was taken away, Old Man Su still retained the secret method to control the 7 Openings land's earth-defending array. He had disappeared without a trace for 3 months because he was trying to seize control of the 7 Openings land's earth-defending array. With Old Man Su's own ability, coupled with the assistance of the 7 Openings land's earth-defending array, he might really have a chance to take revenge. In this situation, Yang Kai naturally hoped that Old Man Su would make as much noise as possible. Only then would he have a chance to escape from here. If Old Man Su could not hold on and was killed, then he would definitely be buried with him. Just the earth-defending Venerable Duan Hai alone was not enough. The earth-defending array's attack did not last long, only about 20 breaths or so. But after 20 breaths of time, the entire fire spirit land fell silent. Yang Kai waited for a moment until the spirit array in the sky disappeared before leaving the sealed world bead. Looking around, all he could see was a mess. The ground was full of broken corpses, and the 7 Openings land's disciples, wearing 7 colored robes, were scattered about, as if the end of the world had arrived. A large net suddenly fell from the sky, covering Yang Kai's head. This large net had the power to seal the world. Yang Kai's body immediately tensed up as he shouted in a low voice, "Heaven-capturing net!" Chapter 3889. Du Rafeng was not dead. This thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind. This heaven-trapping net was Du Rufeng's artifact, and since it was displayed at this moment, it undoubtedly meant that Du Rafeng was still alive. Yang Kai's figure rapidly fell downwards, but the heaven-trapping net was like a maggot in his bones, unable to escape. With the surrounding heaven and earth locked down, he could not even use instant movement. Watching the net wrap around him, Yang Kai became anxious and poured all of his strength into the blue dragon spear before thrusting it upwards. The heaven-capturing net, on the other hand, didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, it directly fell down and tightly wrapped around Kai Yang. The power of imprisonment was transmitted from the net, and in an instant, Kai Yang felt as if all the strength in his body had been bound. In midair, Du Rufeng's figure slowly appeared, a look of resentment and lingering fear on his face. When the Earth Defending Array was activated just now, if he hadn't been lucky enough, he would have followed in the footsteps of his other brothers. However, at this moment, his condition was not very good. His face was pale, his hand was clutching his chest, and the corners of his mouth were full of blood. The aftermath of the confrontation between Duan Hai and Old Man Su had caused him some serious injuries. "You're quite lucky you didn't die." Du Rafeng stared coldly at Yang Kai, who was bound by the heaven-trapping net, and formed a seal with one hand, increasing the strength of the net's binding force. Yang Kai snorted. Although the situation was unfavorable, his mouth did not show any mercy. "Aren't you also alive?" Du Rafeng snorted. "Don't be so smug. This king will kill you now." Yu Lian coveted Yang Kai's would attribute strength, but Du Rafeng did not care. Everyone condensed their own strength differently, and he had already condensed his own would attribute strength long ago. So he did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, now that the Seven Apertures world had undergone such a great change. Leaving Yang Kai alive would only make things worse, so it was best to kill him first. Saying so, Du Rafeng was already preparing to attack. Grasping the void with one hand, a long sword appeared in his grasp, and changing his hand seal, he shouted, "Go!" The long sword turned into a sword light and shot straight towards Yang Kai. In his field of vision, the sword light rapidly enlarged in front of him, and the aura of death enveloped him. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's heart was as calm as still water. When the dragon's roar resounded, the bones in his body crackled and his body expanded rapidly. The surface of his body was covered with dragon scales. When he was in his dragon form, he suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the incoming sword light. Yang Kai felt as if his teeth were about to shatter from the powerful shockwave. His mouth was filled with the taste of blood. Du Rafeng was stunned. His eyes followed the changes in Yang Kai's body. He didn't expect Yang Kai to have such an ability. After a while, he exclaimed, "Dragon vein!" After Yang Kai dragonized, the surface characteristics of his body were too obvious. How could Du Rafeng not see some clues? In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already transformed into a 200-meter-long dragon body. But even so, he couldn't escape the shackles of the heaven-capturing net. This thing was similar to the 6 directions good fortune pouch in that it could expand or shrink. As Yang Kai's body changed, it continued to expand and bind him. However, Yang Kai clearly felt that the heaven-capturing net was showing signs of instability. He was overjoyed. He knew that although this thing had similar functions to the 6 directions good fortune pouch, it was not as mysterious as Elder Su's 6 directions good fortune pouch. What was there to hesitate about? Grabbing the black dragon spear, he waved it fiercely. In an instant, the light on the heaven-capturing net flashed wildly and quickly dimmed. "Don't even think about it," Du Rafeng shouted. With a wave of his hand, the sword light that Yang Kai was biting in his mouth suddenly flew back. Du Rafeng grabbed it and slashed down at Yang Kai. The huge sword light chopped down. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it. If he took this blow, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. At this moment of crisis, a golden light quickly flew over from the distance and blocked Yang Kai's path. This golden light was originally just a small ball of light, but after it appeared, it suddenly expanded and turned into a giant golden pheasant several dozen meters in size. Great General! Yang Kai was absent-minded. He didn't expect that the one who came to save him at this critical moment would be that unreliable, stupid chicken. This time, when Du Rafeng summoned him, he didn't bring the Great General. Instead, he left it in the orchard. He didn't know why it would come here. The sword light chopped down. The Great General let out a short cry and was sent flying. In midair, its body returned to its original size, and its golden hair became much dimmer. Yang Kai was furious, his body filled with dragon breath. The black dragon's spear thrust forward like a dragon. He shouted, "Break for me!" It was as if a real black dragon had appeared, the power of the spear piercing through the void. With a crash, the heaven-capturing net that had been binding Yang Kai collapsed, and the power of imprisonment disappeared instantly. The black dragon spear, however, didn't lose any momentum and shot straight towards Du Rafeng. Feeling the power of this spear, Du Rafeng's face changed greatly and his figure leapt up a few times to dodge. How could Yang Kai give him a chance to catch his breath? This guy was a half-step heaven-opening cultivator, stronger than him, and he also had a secret treasure like the shadowless muslin. If he really found an opportunity, he could use the shadowless muslin to cover himself, and Yang Kai would never be able to find him again. Stretching out a dragon claw, Yang Kai grabbed a Du Rafeng and at the same time urged his space principles. The world suddenly froze, and Du Rafeng's figure also came to a halt. In an instant, Yang Kai's hand clenched tightly, holding Du Rafeng in place. Scram! Du Rafeng roared, his strength fluctuating wildly. Even though Yang Kai was in his dragon form, he still felt like he was about to break free, his chest suddenly bulging as he spat out a mouthful of hot air towards Du Rafeng. Fire dragon breath. A dragon breath powerful enough to burn all things in the world erupted from Yang Kai's mouth and enveloped Du Rafeng. A scream immediately rang out as Du Rafeng struggled even more violently. Feeling a sharp pain in his hand, Yang Kai's dragon claw loosened, allowing Du Rafeng to take this opportunity to escape and escape. Looking around, Du Rafeng was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. He had already suffered a lot of damage in the aftermath of the battle between Duan Hai and Old Man Su, and now that the heaven-capturing net had been destroyed and Yang Kai had attacked him, his exposed skin was covered in blisters, making him look extremely miserable. Staring at each other, Yang Kai could clearly see the fear and uneasiness in Du Rafeng's eyes. Unlike Yang Kai, who was accustomed to fighting and killing, Du Rafeng had been born into the Seven Openings land and had only been able to leave it a handful of times, let alone engage in a life-or-death battle. At first, Du Rafeng was able to gain the upper hand by relying on his own strength and the power of his artifacts. But now that he had suffered a slight setback, he was unable to cope. Yang Kai had seen many such people before. Flowers in greenhouses were always unable to withstand the wind and rain. Grinning fiercely, Yang Kai pointed his finger towards Du Rafeng and pushed his space principles, summoning a huge moon blade. Du Rafeng's face changed as his figure flickered, and he hurriedly dodged. Yang Kai, however, had already enveloped the entire battlefield with his space principles, shaking his black dragon spear slightly as he shouted, "Open for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Spatial cracks of various sizes suddenly appeared between the heavens and the earth, filling the vast space. The chaotic void aura was emitted from those spatial cracks. Du Rafeng's face turned pale when he saw this. Du Rafeng, next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. As he roared, Yang Kai rushed out with his spear, enveloping Du Rafeng in a sea of spear shadows. The countless void cracks around Du Rafeng made him want to escape. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? A single spear sealed off all his chances of escape. Forced into a desperate situation, Du Rafeng could only fight Yang Kai to the death. This was what Yang Kai wanted. Du Rafeng was indeed a half-step open the heavens and stronger than him, but his actual combat experience was definitely not as good as his, and his recovery ability was also incomparable. In a life-and-death battle, Yang Kai was not afraid of him. With the heaven-capturing net broken, the only thing he was afraid of now was the shadowless gauze. If Du Rafeng really used it to conceal himself, he would be in a passive position. So, as soon as they began fighting, Yang Kai disregarded consumption and injuries and attacked continuously, making it difficult for Du Rafeng to catch his breath. Silhouettes crisscrossed and blood splattered as time passed by. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly withdrew his spear and stood up, gasping for breath. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his dragon transformation and had returned to his original size. His body was covered with wounds of all sizes, some of which were so deep that even bone could be seen. He looked extremely miserable as he tottered, relying on the black dragon's spear to support himself. On the other side, Du Rafeng's situation was not much better. His entire body was dyed red with blood, his hair was disheveled, and he looked like a ghost. His eyes were trembling violently, and his heart was filled with anxiety. While gasping for breath, Du Rafeng said, "Yang Kai, with such a big change in the Qiqiao land, no one knows what the future will be like. Why do the two of us have to fight to the death here?" Yang Kai chuckled. "We've already fought. What do you want?" Du Rafeng said, "Why don't we just stop here? With such a thing happening, you can't stay in the Qiqiao land anymore. While the Venerable is still busy, it's important to quickly escape. Otherwise, when the Venerable is free, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to." "That's very reasonable." Yang Kai nodded and tilted his head. "Then let's make peace." Du Rafeng nodded repeatedly. "Very good." Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed and he stabbed forward with his sword. With a soft sound, the sword pierced through something. When he looked again, Yang Kai was already in front of him, and the sword in his hand had directly pierced through his chest. "Bastard!" Du Rafeng cursed. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly. "You've schemed against me by every means possible, so how can I let you off so easily?" With a sudden force in his hand, Du Rafeng immediately felt a piercing pain coming from his chest. When he looked down, his face turned pale as he saw that his chest was also pierced through by the other party's spear. "Collapse! Collapse!" Yang Kai slowly spat out these two words, the law of space fluctuating. In an instant, Du Rafeng felt that something in his body had collapsed. In his field of vision, where the spear pierced through, a huge hole suddenly appeared. He slowly raised his head and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. His eyes were full of longing for life. Yang Kai kicked out and directly sent him flying far away. When the sword was pulled out of his chest, blood spurted out. Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fainted. He forced himself to stay alert and walked step by step to Du Rafeng, looking down at him from above. Chapter 3890. At this moment, Du Rafeng's eyes were cloudy and the light in them had long since disappeared. His aura was also extremely weak. Yang Kai stared at him coldly and thrust out his spear, causing a head to explode and red and white matter to splatter everywhere. With a flick of his spear, Yang Kai collected Du Rafeng's space ring and, without having time to examine it carefully, staggered off to the side. Not far away, the great general was lying on the ground, his golden fur extremely dim. Yang Kai bent down and picked him up, sweeping him with his divine sense. After examining him carefully, he relaxed. Although the great general's aura was weak, he did not seem to be in any danger. To be honest, Yang Kai had not expected the great general to actually run out of the orchard to find him and save him at a critical moment. Just like how he could not understand why the great general would take such a liking to him. What was it about him that attracted the great general's attention? However, now was not the time to think about such things. While he was fighting with Du Rafeng, the The rumbling sounds outside the heavens continued. It was obvious that Old Man Su was using the Qiqiao Land's spirit array to fight against the many heaven-opening realm masters. It was good that there was some movement, but Yang Kai was afraid that there would be no movement at all. Although he did not know if Old Man Su could succeed in his revenge, now was the best time to leave the Qiqiao Land. However, before that he had to find Old Fong and Daiyu first, hoping that they were also safe. Old Man Su had used the Earth Protecting Array to attack the Qiqiao Land, so Yang Kai did not know what the situation was like in the orchard. Holding the great general in his arms, Yang Kai had not flown far when he saw two figures flying over side by side. It was Old Fong and Daiyu. Yang Kai secretly thanked his lucky stars that the two of them had not been affected by the Earth Protecting Array's attack. Otherwise, with their strength, they would not have been able to survive. At this moment, the entire Fire Spirit Land was in chaos, with figures flying around like headless flies. Basically, no one knew what had happened. When they met, Old Fong cried out, "Little brother, how did you end up like this?" Daiyu also covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes trembling. "Such heavy injuries. It's a long story." Yang Kai smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's leave this place as soon as possible." "What's going on?" Old Fong asked. Today's events had happened too suddenly. A huge formation rune had appeared in the sky above the Fire Spirit Land, followed by an earth-shattering attack. More than half of the orchard had been destroyed, and 60% of the workers had died in an instant. Old Fong and Daiyu saw that the situation was bad and quickly ran out. "Let's talk on the way." Yang Kai didn't have the time to explain. He pushed his strength and flew upwards. Along the way, Yang Kai briefly explained the situation to Old Fong and Daiyu. He also mentioned that he was the one who brought Elder Su here. The two of them stared at him in shock, not expecting such a bizarre thing to happen. However, this was indeed a good opportunity for them to leave the Heptashield. Now that the experts of the Heptashield were busy dealing with Elder Su, no one would care about their lives. There were many people with the same idea, and most of them were workers. After all, they had been in the Seven Corners Land for a long time and knew that there was no way out. Although the outside world was full of dangers, as long as one dared to risk it, there was still hope. However, as a worker in the Seven Corners Land, unless one was willing to degrade themselves and break through to the first grade to open the heavens, there was no chance of success. In all directions, the odd job workers were flying away. However, when they approached the Seven Corners Land's barrier, Yang Kai discovered that his thoughts had been too simple. The Seven Corners Land's barrier was completely flawless, making it impossible for anyone to escape. Thinking about it, Elder Su had seized control of the barrier with great difficulty. So how could he give the Seven Corners Land's people a chance to escape? The shock waves from the attacks from the outer heavens were rampant, occasionally striking down, causing the entire Fire Spirit Land to fall into chaos. From time to time, large and small spirit inscriptions would appear in the sky, spurring on the earth, protecting Grand Formation's power and unleashing a barrage of attacks. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that some workers were unable to dodge in time and were killed by the earth-protecting Grand Formation. Just as Yang Kai's heart was palpitating, he heard a mournful scream from the outer heavens, followed by a violent energy fluctuation that swept through the entire world, causing the Fire Spirit Land to become restless. A moment later, a figure fell from the outer heavens, landing in the place where the workers were gathered. Old Fong's face was pale. "It's the Water Spirit Land's Earth Protecting Venerable." Daiyu asked in a trembling voice, "Is he dead?" Old Fong shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Water Spirit Land's venerable protector fell straight to the ground and remained motionless for a long time. The many workers glanced at each other, none of them daring to step forward to investigate. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the outer heavens and directly struck the Water Spirit Land's venerable protector, splitting his body in half. This time there was no need for Old Fong to answer. Everyone knew that this venerable protector was dead. Yang Kai didn't care about his severely injured body and rushed to the corpse of the water spirit land's venerable protector. He took the corpse's space ring and stuffed it into his sleeve before disappearing in a flash. By the time Old Fong and Dai Yu regained their senses, all they could hear was Yang Kai's divine sense message. It wasn't until this moment that the odd job workers finally reacted. One after another, they began to search for traces of Kai Yang. But how could they find him? Space principles fluctuated and Yang Kai's figure flickered, disappearing without a trace. For a moment, everyone was filled with resentment. The wealth of an Earth-protecting venerable was unimaginable to these workers. If they had acted a bit faster just now, they might have been able to snatch the space ring. But now someone else had taken advantage of them. Old Fong and Dai Yu quietly withdrew from the crowd and rushed off in a certain direction, soon leaving the fire spirit land and heading towards the city square. The seven-way land's spirit array prevented anyone from leaving, but the inside of the seven-way land was unimpeded. A short time later, the two arrived at a certain corner of the city square. Old Fong glanced around and called out softly, "Yang Kai, Yang Kai!" Yang Kai poked his head out from behind a building and beckoned, "Here, here!" Old Fong and Dai Yu hurriedly rushed over, but after turning a corner, they saw Yang Kai leaning against a wall covered in blood, his face pale as he gasped for breath, holding great General Si-Chin in his arms. Old Fong was both angry and amused. "Little brother, you're so greedy that you don't value your life." If those workers had reacted a bit faster just now, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to escape. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food, so the space ring of an Earth-protecting venerable was enough to make anyone go crazy. Yang Kai lightly coughed. "Poor people can only fight with their lives on the line." Dai Yu angrily said, "You call yourself poor?" Yang Kai waved his hand. "Let's not talk about this for now. No one has come to the city square yet, and there is no Earth-protecting array here, so we should be safe here. I need to heal myself for a while." Old Fong nodded solemnly. "You can focus on healing yourself. Lady Dai Yu and I will stand guard for you. Then I'll have to trouble you." Yang Kai didn't act polite. In this situation, there was no point in thinking too much. He could only take one step at a time and see if Old Man Su succeeded in his revenge, or if the Seven Openings land's venerable would be able to repel the enemy. However, from the scene of the water spirit land's venerable protector being killed just now, the Seven Openings land's venerable was likely to be in deep trouble. Although Old Man Su was only one person, with the Seven Openings land's Earth protecting array, he might not necessarily be a match for those people. Yang Kai didn't care much about who won or lost. As long as Duan Hai died, if Duan Hai survived, he wouldn't be able to survive. Taking out a few healing pills from his space ring and stuffing them into his mouth, Yang Kai also gave Great General a few before sitting down cross-legged to adjust his condition. Although the injuries he had suffered this time were serious, they weren't fatal. Yang Kai was clear about his own body, as long as it wasn't too serious, relying on his dragon bloodline and would attribute forces restorative abilities, he would be able to recover sooner or later. The entire market was quiet. After all, it wasn't the first 3 days of the month, so there was naturally no one here. After standing guard for a while, Old Fong seemed to suddenly think of something and said, "Lady Dai Yu, I'll be going out for a stroll. You take care of Brother Yang." Hearing this, Dai Yu knew what Old Fong was thinking. She pursed her lips and smiled. "Go, be careful." Old Fong grinned meaningfully before disappearing in a flash. Outside, there was a lot of noise. Obviously, a fierce battle was going on. Yang Kai's chaotic breathing gradually stabilized, causing Dai Yu to be amazed. An average person who had suffered such serious injuries would need at least 10 days to half a month to recover, but Yang Kai had only taken less than half a day to recover. It had to be said that his physique was incredibly strong. Old Fong returned dejectedly, and when Dai Yu asked, he learned that the market was completely empty, ruining his original idea of picking up some treasures. Yang Kai was still healing, and it was unknown when the battle outside would stop. The two of them didn't know what to do in the future, so they weren't in the mood to talk. After a long time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Someone's coming." Dai Yu and Old Fong were startled. They quickly scanned the area with their divine senses and soon noticed something. When they looked up, they saw a petite figure flying towards them. As she flew, she carefully looked around as if she was a thief. However, the other party also quickly discovered Yang Kai and the others, hesitating for a moment before flying straight over. "Stop right there!" Old Fong yelled. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "I know her. There's no need to be nervous." Looking up, he smiled and asked, "Why are you here?" The newcomer was none other than Ah Sun, who had been brought into the fire spirit land by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. She was quite lucky there were no visible wounds on her body, so she should have been able to avoid the attack of the earth defending array. Ah Sun was pleasantly surprised. "Brother Yang, you're also here." Yang Kai said, "The fire spirit land is too dangerous, so I came here to hide." Ah Sun nodded repeatedly. "I thought so too. It's too chaotic over there. Now even the Venerable is dead and many of my brothers have been killed." Chapter 3891. A Venerable is dead? Which Venerable died? Dai Yu was surprised. She had seen the water spirit land's Venerable die with her own eyes, but there were 7 Venerables in the entire Chiqiao land. Ah Sun replied, "The Venerable of our fire spirit land." "Duan Hai?" Yang Kai was surprised. "You saw him?" Ah Sun nodded. "I saw him with my own eyes." Yang Kai clenched his fists, silently cursing the death of this Venerable. Now that Duan Hai was dead, no one would know anything about him. Even if Old Man Su's revenge failed and the Chiqiao land was saved, no one would come looking for trouble with him. However, if there was a chance to leave this place, Yang Kai didn't want to stay any longer. 2 Venerables had died one after the other. One could imagine how fierce the battle outside was. It was a pity he wasn't strong enough now. Otherwise he would have gone to take a look. Old Fong Dai Yu and Ah Sun weren't familiar with each other, and although Yang Kai wasn't too familiar with her either, this little girl's heart wasn't bad. When they first arrived in the 7 Refinements lands, they had met a few times, so Yang Kai's impression of her wasn't bad. Now that they were hiding in this city together, it could be considered fate. The aftermath of the battle continued to spread, but it hadn't affected the city for the time being, so the 4 of them were safe here. As time passed, more and more people came to this place. Some were servants from various spirit lands. Some were disciples of the Chiqiao land wearing 7 colored robes. Everyone probably had the same idea. Now that the Chiqiao land's great array had been seized, the other places were no longer safe. So this city was the only safe haven. Yang Kai had already taken off his 7 colored robes and changed into his normal clothes, making them less conspicuous. The battle continued for more than 10 days without stopping, causing more and more people to hide in the city. Everyone was on tenterhooks, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. At a certain moment, more than 10 days later, a ray of light suddenly appeared above the dark city. Everyone looked up and saw that the hazy sky seemed to have been torn open by someone, and the light was coming from this hole. "The great array has been broken." It was unknown who shouted, but soon after, a group of figures rushed into the hole in the sky and disappeared. Yang Kai and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with joy. Without any hesitation, the 4 of them activated their powers and followed the crowd into the sky. The formation that covered the entire Chiqiao land was indeed broken. It was unknown whether it was because Elder Su had used too much of the formation's power or because the experts of the Chiqiao land were too powerful. Without the barrier, no one could stop them from escaping. After leaving Chiqiao land, Yang Kai didn't know where to go. Anyway, he just kept flying forward. At this time, the further away he was from Chiqiao land, the better. Dai Yu, Old Fong, and Ah Sun followed him without a word. The 3 of them had no place to go, so it was the same wherever they went. After the initial surprise, Dai Yu and Old Fong couldn't help but fall into a daze. After the 2 of them jumped out of their own universe world. They had been brought to Chichiao land and hadn't left for many years. Now that they had luckily escaped from Chichiao land, where should they go in the future? Especially since the two of them still hadn't broken through to heaven opening after so many years. In this vast universe, those who hadn't broken through to heaven opening were nothing. After flying forward for several days, they passed through the endless void along the way. Without any reference point, the four of them had no idea where they were at this moment. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly sensed something. Turning his head to look, his face turned pale with fright. "Run!" Old Fong and the others didn't know what was going on and turned their heads to look as well. Their expressions changed drastically as they saw a streak of light rapidly approaching them. Based on the brightness and speed of the light, it was obvious that this person was a heaven-opening expert. They didn't know what heaven-opening realm this person was at, but no matter what heaven-opening realm this person was at, it wasn't something they could contend against. The group changed directions several times, but the streak of light behind them was like a maggot that stuck to their bones. No matter how they changed directions, the streak of light continued to follow them, and the distance between them was rapidly closing. Just as everyone was panicking, Yang Kai let out a miserable cry and suddenly stopped. Dai was shocked. "What's wrong?" "Hurry up and run." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "I can't run." When he had sensed that someone was chasing them, he didn't know who it was, but now he knew. The one chasing after him was actually Elder Su. He still had the black flying centipede on him. Just now, his Dao seal had been strangled by the centipede mark. It was clearly a warning from Elder Su. If he continued to run, he might even lose his life. Yang Kai couldn't figure out how Elder Su had found him after running so far away. He reckoned that it was most likely the work of the flying blackback centipede. This thing was a strange insect that Elder Su had kept in captivity, so there should be some kind of spiritual connection between them. It wasn't surprising that Elder Su had relied on it to find him. But why would Elder Su appear here? Shouldn't he be fighting those venerables and heavenly monarchs in the Kikikyo land? Running here at this time, could it be that he had failed? If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Yang Kai was furious, but he could only stand there and wait. He looked at Old Fong and the others and said, "Hurry up and run." Old Fong hurriedly said, "Take care." With that, he continued to run forward. However, Dai didn't move. Yang Kai turned to look at her. Dai smiled and said, "If he really wants to do anything to us, I'm afraid we can't run away. If we join forces with you, we might be able to fight." Yang Kai didn't believe her. If they ran, there was still a glimmer of hope. If they didn't run, they could only leave their lives to Elder Su. Ah-sun didn't know if she was stupid or what, but she nodded and said, "I'll go too." Yang Kai was speechless. On the other side, Old Fong, who had run a short distance, flew back and stood beside Yang Kai. He said angrily, "You're going to get us killed this time." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. While they were talking, Elder Su had already flown close to them. Yang Kai cupped his fists and was about to greet him when Elder Su waved his hand. The Rui 6 Harmonies pouch appeared and covered everyone. In the next moment, their vision turned black as they were sucked into the pouch. Old Fong cried out in surprise, "What's going on?" He was sucked in without even seeing what the enemy looked like, so he didn't know the mystery of the Rui 6 Harmonies pouch. Ah-sun said, "It's so crowded. Where is this?" Dai panicked. Who touched me? Whose hand is this?" Yang Kai coughed softly. "Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Everyone don't move. This place is like this. Just bear with it." The pouch suddenly quieted down. No one dared to move. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, followed by a stench. Ah-sun retched. Who farted?" Old Fong hurriedly clarified. "I didn't. Dai, you also said it wasn't me." "Brother Yang, you." Yang Kai was furious. "It was the general. It's not my fault. You idiot. If it wasn't for the inconvenience, he would have beaten it up." In the enclosed space, the stench lingered for a long time. No one dared to breathe. After some time, the skylight suddenly appeared. Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he suddenly appeared in a strange space. In this space, the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements were reversed and conflicting with each other. It was so chaotic that it felt like it was going to collapse at any moment. This was a small universe, and it seemed to be the small universe inside Elder Su's body. The small universe was in chaos, which meant that Elder Su's situation was not good. Turning his head, he saw Elder Su sitting cross-legged on the side with a weak aura, looking at him indifferently. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his hands. Elder Su. From the outside, it wasn't obvious that Elder Su had suffered any injuries. But after fighting for so many days, it was impossible for him not to be injured. Moreover, Yang Kai estimated that his plan for revenge had failed, otherwise he wouldn't have appeared here. If he had succeeded, he should have taken over the 7 openings. After expending so much energy to take revenge and failing in the end, Yang Kai didn't know what Elder Su's mood was right now, but it definitely wasn't good, so he spoke with caution. Elder Su stared at him, a complicated look flashing across his eyes. After a long time, he slowly said, "Boy, you ruined my plans." Yang Kai was stunned. "Elder Su, why would you say that? I have never leaked any information about you in the 7 openings." Elder Su sighed. "Although you didn't leak anything, the flying blackback centipede had already been exposed. As long as Duan Hai followed the clues, he would have found this king's whereabouts within 3 or 5 days. So this king could only act ahead of time. This." Yang Kai was also speechless. This junior also didn't expect such a thing to happen. This could all be said to be a coincidence. Duan Hai and Yu Lian wanted to seize his wood attribute power and arrange a large spirit array, but they ended up triggering the flying blackback centipede's spirit array. Elder Su had sensed this and had no choice but to act ahead of time. But judging from Elder Su's current state and his previous words, the result of acting ahead of time had been failure. If I had been given half a year, how could such a situation have occurred? Elder Su coldly snorted. Yang Kai gulped and stared ahead vigilantly. What does Elder Su want to do? Kill me? If killing you could change the facts, this king would not have allowed you to live until now. Unfortunately, this old master's 1,000-year plan failed at the last moment. Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart relaxed. There was no longer any danger to his life. But now that he had fallen into Elder Su's hands, it was like leaving the wolf's den and entering the tiger's den. Yang Kai didn't know how he would be tortured in the future. If he had known this would happen, he would not have run out. Although his future in the 7 openings land was bleak, he was now the manager of the orchard and had a large number of subordinates. Now that the 7 openings land had suffered heavy losses, they were in dire need of manpower. If he had stayed, he might have been able to find a better way out. Elder Su coldly snorted again. Although this king's plan failed, they did not have a good time either. Most of their venerables died, and the 7 openings land was seriously injured. They will need at least a few dozen years to recover. That's not a complete loss. Yang Kai insincerely congratulated him. This time the 7 openings land's strength has been greatly reduced. Elder Su only needs to go back and recuperate for a while. When he makes a comeback in the future, he will be able to get his revenge. Chapter 3892. Haha, making a comeback. Elder Su let out a strange laugh. I'm afraid I won't have that chance. Yang Kai asked curiously, What do you mean, Elder Su? I'm going to die. Yang Kai was shocked. How could that be? Elder Su didn't look like he was injured at all. Although Yang Kai knew that he was injured, he didn't expect his injuries to be so serious that they were life-threatening. Elder Su didn't explain anything to him and casually threw something to him. Yang Kai caught it and found that it was a piece of jade. He asked suspiciously, What is this? The sigil of the Kikikyo formation. Elder Su said calmly, With this sigil, you will have the chance to control the Kikikyo formation. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't refine it, he could still feel the mysterious fluctuations in the jade in his hand. He knew that Elder Su wasn't lying. This could really be the sigil of the Qiqiao Formation. Elder Su was able to seize the Qiqiao Formation back then because of this item. I've given it to you. You can throw it away or keep it. It's up to you. There was such a good thing. Yang Kai was shocked. From his previous contact with Elder Su, this guy wasn't a good person. Could it be that people would become kind before they died? Elder Su said, I don't have the strength to spare for revenge. However, if you have the chance to grow in the future, you can take this jade to seize the Qiqiao Formation. There will be a chance of success. Don't worry, if the Qiqiao Formation wants to change the formation, it won't be done in a short period of time. This jade will be useful for at least 1,000 years. After that, it's hard to say. Hearing him say this, the doubts in Kai Yang's heart were relieved. Elder Su wanted him to help him take revenge. The sigil of the formation was in his hands. The Qiqiao Formation was such a big piece of meat. If he had enough power, he would definitely covet it. It was also because of this that Elder Su did not vent his anger on him. Otherwise, he would have killed him long ago. Even if he killed him now, it would only be to vent his anger. If he kept him alive, he might still have a chance to take revenge. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly put away the jade and solemnly cupped his fists. Don't worry, Elder Su. Within 1,000 years, I will definitely advance to split the heavens. At that time, I will return to the 7 refinements land. No matter what, this attitude had to be displayed. As for whether or not he would help Old Man Su take revenge in the future, that would depend on whether or not he had the mood to do so. Although Kai Yang's impression of the Qiqiao lands wasn't very good, he hadn't wasted much time here. Those who wanted to harm him had all died, so there really wasn't any deep hatred between them. Elder Su was non-committal. He probably sensed Yang Kai's thoughts, but he didn't have much time left. He couldn't do anything to Yang Kai. He just nodded and closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, his aura rapidly weakened. At the same time, the small universe that was on the verge of collapse began to disintegrate at a speed visible to the naked eye. The yin, yang, and 5 elements energy became chaotic. Yang Kai anxiously said, Elder Su, you can take that flying blackback centipede back. Elder Su did not respond. A moment later, the small universe completely collapsed. Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a void. Not far in front of him, Elder Su was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, there was not the slightest trace of life on his body. Kai Yang stretched out his hand to check his breathing and found that Old Man Su was indeed dead. He suddenly felt a headache coming on. The flying black-backed centipede in the Dao Seal was raised by Old Man Su, so he didn't know how Old Man Su's death would affect it. He stood in place vigilantly for a long time, but there was no reaction. Only then did Yang Kai relax. However, with that thing in the Dao Seal, Yang Kai really did not feel safe. Before, there was still Elder Su to restrict him. But now that Elder Su is no longer here, if the flying blackback centipede lost control one day and did whatever it wanted in the Dao Seal, he would not even know how he died. Yang Kai even suspected that Elder Su had given the flying blackback centipede some kind of order before his death. If he did not go to the Qiqiao land to avenge him in the future, it would activate. This was very likely. Otherwise, why would Elder Su leave him alive? However, now that Elder Su had passed away, worrying about it was useless. He could only think of breaking through to splitting the heavens as soon as possible and find a way to expel it himself. Reaching out and taking off Elder Su's space ring, Yang Kai could not find the 6 Unity Wish pouch. He searched Elder Su's body for a while and found the pouch in his sleeve. Fortunately, he had refined the 6 Unity Wish pouch before, so although he could not use it to defend against enemies, opening and closing it was not a problem. Forming a seal, Yang Kai opened the pouch. Elder Fong, Daiyu, Ah-Sun, and the Great General all appeared. As soon as Elder Fong Yu appeared, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Senior." Yang Kai said, "He's dead." He's dead?" Elder Fong raised his head in shock and carefully looked at Elder Su. Finding that he was indeed dead, he could not help but ask, "How did he die?" Yang Kai said, "Probably because his injuries were too serious." Dai asked, "Is he the one who attacked in the Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's him." Elder Fong let out a long breath. "It's good that he's dead." If he really accompanied such a master, he would be very nervous. If he was in a bad mood and took it out on him, he would not be able to resist, encountering such an accident on the way to escape. But fortunately, Old Man Su was seriously injured and died, so nothing else happened. Yang Kai collected Old Man Su's body and put it into a sealed world bead, secretly instructing Mu Zhu and Mu Lu to give it a proper burial. He didn't know if Old Man Su had left behind any kind of backup plan, so leaving his body here was just a precaution. "Let's go." Yang Kai took care of the matter and called out to everyone. Naturally, no one objected, but the great general did not move. Previously, the great general blocked Du Rufing's fierce blow for Yang Kai and was seriously injured. He had been in a state of recovery and had woken up at this time, but instead of following Yang Kai, he kept shouting something at Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not understand and turned his head to look at him. The great general shouted for a while, but seeing that Yang Kai was still indifferent, he flapped his wings and flew behind Yang Kai, using his fat body to push him in a certain direction. Elder Fong said curiously, "Brother, he seems to want you to go somewhere." Yang Kai also noticed and reached out to grab the great general from behind, asking, "Where are you taking me?" The great general nodded and turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in that direction, but could not see anything. After pondering for a moment, he said, "The great general should have something to do. I'm going to follow him. What about you guys?" Dai Yu and the others looked at each other, and Elder Fong said, "We don't know where to go anyway, so we'll go with you. At least we can take care of each other." "Then let's go together." Dai Yu also nodded. Sun never had any ideas, so she naturally did not refute. So Yang Kai put the great general on his head and let him lead the way, and the four of them continued to fly through the vast universe. The road ahead was long, and Yang Kai had nothing to do, so he quietly counted the gains of these days. He had to admit that since he was summoned by Du Rufing, although the days had been dangerous, his harvest had been huge. First, he collected Du Rufing's space ring, then Water Spirit Earth Protector's space ring, and then Old Man Su's space ring. Not to mention anything else, the Six Directions wish bag was a rare treasure. Until now, besides the sealed world bead and the One Realm bead he had refined, Yang Kai had never seen an artifact that could hold living creatures. The Six Directions wish bag was the first. After entering this world, his strength could not keep up for the time being, so he could only rely on the power of artifacts. Although the artifacts he obtained in the star boundary were good, they could not keep up with the pace here. Whether it was the mountains and rivers bell or the soul-splitting saber, they could deal with the Emperor realm, but it would be difficult to deal with the heaven-opening realm master. Now that he had obtained the Six Directions wish bag, it made up for this shortcoming. He had to refine it as soon as possible, so when he encountered a strong enemy later, it might play a miraculous role. Going through the space rings one after another, Yang Kai found a great harvest. Just the heaven-opening pills alone numbered 300,000. Of these, there were only a few tens of thousands in Du Rufing's space ring, while the rest were basically all taken from the space rings of the Water Spirit Land's venerable Earth Protector. Yang Kai truly understood what it felt like to become rich overnight. Previously, he had painstakingly collected insects to feed the great general, but after a month he had only managed to collect a few thousand heaven-opening pills. Now that he had obtained 300,000 heaven-opening pills, he felt a heavy burden. However, thinking about it carefully, a third-grade heaven-opening material costs more than 15,000 heaven-opening pills, so these 300,000 heaven-opening pills could only buy a few fourth-grade materials. He couldn't even afford a fifth-grade heaven-opening material, so it wasn't a big deal. In addition, the fourth-grade Scarlet Sky Golden Flame that he had helped Du Rufing collect was also taken back. This thing was a hard currency, and as long as he could find a suitable channel, he could easily exchange it for over 100,000 heaven-opening pills. What surprised Yan Kai the most, though, was the shadowless muslin he had found in Du Rufing's space ring. Yan Kai had experienced the strange ability of this thing before. It allowed one to conceal themselves, making it impossible to detect even if they were close by. Du Rufing had also said that the shadowless muslin was a gift from a venerable, so any heaven-opening cultivator under the 3rd grade would not be able to detect it. Even if it was a mid-rank heaven-opening cultivator, as long as they did not search carefully, they could still miss it. Compared to the 6 directions wish bag, this shadowless muslin was the most suitable for him at the moment. If he didn't have enough strength, he wouldn't be able to resist a powerful enemy, so the shadowless muslin might be able to save his life in many cases. Old Man Su's space ring was relatively poor. Besides the strange wooden sword, there were only some random materials inside. Thinking about it, this wasn't surprising. Old Man Su had been focused on revenge all these years, so he probably didn't have the time or energy to do anything else. However, there was one thing that Yan Kai was quite curious about. According to his understanding, the Qiqiao land should have originally belonged to Old Man Su, but for some unknown reason, it was snatched away. What was the reason that Old Man Su couldn't even protect his own territory? However, there was no place for Yan Kai to ask. Old Man Su was already dead, so who could he ask? Chapter 3893. After tidying up the contents of the 3 space rings, Yan Kai took out the shadowless gauze and held it in his hand, silently refining it. This was originally Du Rufing's possession and had his soul imprint on it. But now that Du Rufing was dead, the soul imprint could be easily erased. None of the group spoke along the way. After experiencing such a big change, none of them seemed to be in the mood to talk, all of them quietly following behind Great General, allowing him to lead them in a certain direction. Time passed by, and after flying for an unknown amount of time, Yan Kai estimated that it had been at least 2 or 3 months, but Great General showed no signs of stopping. Along the way, they did not encounter any great dangers. Occasionally, there would be some natural disasters such as starbursts, but they were all avoided in advance, until one day, a small black suddenly appeared at the edge of their field of vision. At this time, Yan Kai clearly felt that something was wrong with Great General's mood, as if he had become much more excited, causing his flying speed to increase significantly. The distance was too great, so Yan Kai couldn't see what this black dot was. It was not until a long time later that Yan Kai realized it was actually a huge world fragment. He didn't know which universe world it had been left behind, but it was quite large and desolate. The Grand General led the group towards the fragment of the world. A day later, the group of 4 landed on this world fragment. Looking around, all they saw was endless desolation, without the slightest trace of life. Great General flapped his wings and continued to lead the way. Old Fong looked around curiously and asked, "Why did Great General lead us here?" "I don't know." Yan Kai shook his head. "We'll know once we follow him." Not to mention anything else, just based on how Great General had desperately blocked Du Rufing's attack for him. If something really happened to him, Yan Kai would not just sit back and watch. Great General seemed to be very familiar with this place. After arriving here, he directly flew in a certain direction and soon arrived in front of a barren mountain. Inside this mountain, there was a deep, dark cave that led to some unknown destination. Standing at the entrance, one could vaguely hear the sound of wind whistling. Sweeping the cave with his divine sense, Yan Kai found that he could not see the end. This cave was obviously very deep. After arriving here, Great General's footsteps finally stopped, and he turned his head towards Yan Kai and let out a cry. Yan Kai understood and turned back to Old Fong and the others. "I'll go down with Great General and have a look. You stay here and wait for me." Although Yan Kai did not believe that Great General would harm him, it was still best to be careful in this unknown place. If he went down alone, he would have a chance of escaping if he encountered danger, but it would be inconvenient for him to bring Old Fong, Daiyu, and the others. Dai's Yu's group. Yan Kai nodded his head. of Yang Kai's, the caves, of Yang of you, me, you, me, you, as Yang, Yang's A's to great Yang. Yang was, and was, of course, Yang's to roofings. To Yang, S was, Yang. After descending for a full 2 hours, Yang Kai even suspected that he had reached the deepest part of this world fragment. Only then did the environment around him suddenly open up. This was a huge underground cave. There was nothing special about this cave. But after arriving here, the great general was obviously excited and immediately jumped out of Yang Kai's arms. As he flew forward, he cried out loudly, his voice giving off a very strange feeling, one that was both a little aggrieved and a little nostalgic. Yang Kai frowned. He did not know what was so special about this place that made Great General react like this. But before he could figure it out, he sensed an aura coming from the depths of the cave. There was a living thing here. He had not sensed it when he entered. Yang Kai was shocked. He held his breath and looked forward. He could not see anything, but he could clearly feel an aura coming back to life. It was as if the aura had just fallen into a deep sleep. Now, it was awakened by Great General. What made Yang Kai's hair stand on end was that this aura was very strong. It was more dangerous than Elder Su. This meant that the owner of this aura was stronger than Elder Su. In the darkness, 2 lights suddenly shone. Yang Kai's blood turned cold. He was frozen in place, as if someone had cast a spell on him. He stared at the 2 lights in a daze. What kind of light was that? It was clearly 2 eyes, 2 incomparably huge eyes, each of which was the size of a house. As the pair of eyes opened, a layer of golden light slowly flashed in the dark cave. The golden light grew from weak to strong and soon filled the entire space, illuminating the entire cave with golden light. Yang Kai's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed what he was seeing. In his field of vision, there was a huge golden pheasant lying in the cave. That golden pheasant looked exactly the same as Great General Sichin. However, its body was many times bigger. It was like an enlarged version of Great General Sichin. Whether it was the aura from before, the dazzling golden light, or the house-sized eyes, they all belonged to this huge golden pheasant. At this moment, Great General Sichin had already pounced in front of the strange beast. It was crying out nonstop. The strange beast's fierce eyes slowly became gentle. It was filled with love. It lowered its head and gently nudged Great General Sichin. Great General cried out even louder. He flew onto the strange beast's head and used his beak to comb its feathers. Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not understand? The enlarged golden pheasant in front of him was definitely Great General Sichin's close relative. He did not know if it was its father or mother. The chances of it being its mother were higher. Great General Sichin had come to find his family. Yang Kai had long felt that Great General Sichin was not an ordinary golden pheasant and should be some kind of strange beast with a strange bloodline. Now that he had seen its mother, this idea could be confirmed. Since Great General Sichin had a close relative, how could it have become Duan Hai's pet in the Fire Spirit Land? And looking at its mother, it was obvious that her strength was not ordinary. Duan Hai was definitely not her opponent. So how did Duan Hai manage to take Great General away? Could it have been Duan Hai who took it away? Thinking about it, it was not impossible. If not, why would Great General Sichin ignore Duan Hai's life and death and instead follow him out of the Chiqiao land? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly heard a voice. "Junior, thou hast an aura I hate." Yang Kai was startled. The voice sounded directly in his mind. It sounded gentle and beautiful. It was a woman's voice, but the meaning of the words was not so beautiful. He looked up and saw that the giant golden rooster in front of him was looking down at him. Its eyes, which were the size of a house, reflected his figure. Yang Kai swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked left and right. Finally, he fixed his gaze in front of him and asked carefully, "Are you talking to me?" Old Lady Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly and flashed with a dangerous aura. "What do you think?" Yang Kai's mouth twitched, and he quickly cupped his fists. Junior Yang Kai greets Senior. "May I ask Senior's name?" "I am Meng." "So, it is Senior Meng. I have heard so much about you." Yang Kai cupped his hands again. He did not know if Meng was her name or her race, but he had never heard of it before. However, this world was full of strange things, so it was normal to see things that he had never seen before. The only thing he could be sure of was that old Lady Si Chen was not to be trifled with. However, although she said that he had an aura she hated, Yang Kai was not too worried. Since he had brought Si Chen back, she should not do anything to him. Meng quietly looked at Yang Kai, her huge eyes filled with mockery. Above her head, Grand General Si Chen was muttering something. Meng listened carefully, and after a long time, she nodded slightly. "I understand." She then lowered her head and looked at Yang Kai. "My son said that it was all thanks to you that he was able to leave that place and return to my side." Yang Kai said firmly, "The Grand General and I felt like old friends the moment we met, and we are as close as brothers. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning." After pausing for a while, he asked curiously, "Senior, how did the Grand General end up in Kikikyo?" Meng said he was kidnapped. "My son was young and did not know how dangerous the outside world was. He accidentally got lost when he went out to play." "I see." Yang Kai nodded slightly. This was similar to what he had expected. Since Si Chen had such a strong mother, he should not have gone to Qiqiao to be Duan Hai's pet. It was obvious that he had been kidnapped. Meng guessed that Si Chen did not have a good impression of Duan Hai, which was why he did not care whether Duan Hai was dead or alive. Instead, he came to look for Yang Kai. At this time, Elder Fong sent a message. It seemed that the few of them had also sensed Meng's aura and were worried about Yang Kai's safety, so they came to ask about it. Yang Kai replied and told them to stay outside. Only when he was safe did they feel relieved. After keeping the communication device, Yang Kai said, "Senior, now that Si Chen is back, you have reunited with your son. It is time for me to leave. Let us meet again in the future." Although he wanted to get some benefits from Meng, since he brought Si Chen back, even if he did not contribute much, he still felt uneasy when facing such a powerful being. Even if he knew that she would not do anything to him, it was better to leave first. Meng's voice was pleasant to the ears, but who knew what her temper was like? If she was temperamental, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. "Don't be in a hurry to leave," Meng said. "I need you to do me a favor." Yang Kai was stunned. "How can I help you?" "Help me leave this place." "Senior, are you trapped?" Yang Kai was surprised. He did not notice this. However, thinking about it carefully, from the beginning until now, Meng had not moved at all. It seemed like she was really trapped. "But I am weak, I am afraid, I am powerless.